Ladies and gentlemen, I've got 6 o'clock straight up, so we'll go ahead and bring our meeting to order. At this time, Ms. James, would you please call the roll of the City Council?
The Honorable Mayor Pro Tem James Whitmore.
Present.
Honorable Alex Heath.
Present.
Honorable Linda J. Davis.
Present.
Honorable Samantha Hudson.
Present.
Honorable Hattie Portis Jones.
Present.
Honorable Ulysses Smallwood. Absent.
Absent. Okay. This is Mr. City Administrator.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. First, let me begin by thanking you for this opportunity this evening. What we are presenting as the proposed budget for FY25 is a culmination of several months of detailed effort on the part of all of our department heads. Begins with detailed meetings with each department and department-level proposed budgets. We then work through that process in a very detailed fashion, working with our finance team to arrive at what is now going to be presented to you this evening. I will begin by allowing our Finance Director, Mr. Ryan Stevens, to give an overview of the process.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
So tonight we will present our proposed budget. Our proposed budget represents about a 12% increase in our general fund budget expenditures from the current budget. There is a proposed millage rate increase of 1.5 mils. That would generate about $2.1 million. Okay. I want to echo what Mr. Phillips said. We had a lot of meetings, detailed meetings with all of our directors, multiple rounds before we came to this, this final budget here. And again, this is our proposed budget. We will have public hearings on the budget and the millage rate. So I will go ahead and jump right in discussing the millage rate. So what exactly is the millage rate? The millage rate is the tax rate used to calculate local property taxes. When multiplied against the assessed value taxable property, it calculates to the amount of property tax to be paid. It represents about an amount per every $1,000 of property assessed value. The city must set a millage rate that provides sufficient revenue to support the maintenance and operations of the city for the new fiscal year. For example, a millage rate of 8 mills is $8 per thousand of assessed value. I want to make sure I reiterate that bottom line, the millage rate is being proposed only for the maintenance and operations. It is not for any debt. We have a bond debt millage in place. This is for the maintenance and operation to maintain our current services that we have. Next slide, Mike, if you can. All right, thank you. So how are taxes assessed? In Georgia, property taxes are required to be assessed at 40% of the fair market value unless otherwise specified by law. Property is assessed at the county level by the Board of Tax Assessors, that is Fulton County in our case. The State Revenue Commissioner is responsible for examining the digest of counties in Georgia in order to determine that the property is assessed uniformly and equally between and within counties. Property owners that do not agree with their assessed value on the proposed assessment may file an appeal with the County Board of Equalization, Hearing Officer, or Arbitration. So, just to give you an example of the proposed millage rate and what that would look like versus our current millage rate. On a house that is $200,000, you can see right now the city property taxes is $764.80. With the proposed new millage rate, that city property tax for that property would be $884. That's an annual increase of about $120, or roughly about $10 per month. When we're talking about our seniors who get a homestead exemption, right now they get $25,000 off their assessed value. We are recommending that we increase that to $30,000. We are sensitive to seniors who are on fixed incomes. Last year, as you recall, council voted, I think back in December, to raise the senior exemption from $10,000 to $25,000. So now we're recommending that that go to $30,000, just to further lessen the impact of the millage increase on those individuals. So you can see here with the current homestead property is worth $200,000. The taxes would be about $562.30. With the $30,000 exemption and the new millage rate, that property, those property taxes would be $596. So that'd be an annual increase of roughly about $34, or roughly about $2.88 per month. Again, a tax increase is never easy. We are trying to combat that, again, for our seniors on fixed income. And let me just add, we looked other places for additional revenue. We have worked with our elected officials. Congressman David Scott, we applied for some funding for his office to try to help the city. We're looking at raising our hotel motel tax that will help us and not put the burden on the citizens here. That will be everybody who comes in the city who rents a hotel or motel. We're looking at some of our larger businesses. We have businesses that pull in 9 figures a year, and we're looking at what their business renewal tax looks like also. We're working on grant funds. We're working, you'll see in my budget where we work with a consulting firm called iParametrics that is helping us apply for grant funds. So again, a millage rate increase is never an easy thing to do, and I can assure you, we are looking for revenue everywhere that we can before we came to this. But again, this is your decision in the end. I just want to make it clear that this is only for maintenance and operations. This is to maintain our current level of services. So with that, that wraps up the millage rate part of the presentation. And then I'll proceed into the budget. If anybody wants to stop with the millage rate part, I'll be open for questions.
So, Davis, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Stevens. I appreciate what administration has done and department heads have done to create this budget. I can only imagine the number of hours and detail and everything that's required to make this presentation. As you know, in reference to the millage rate, it's no one wants to increase property taxes. And I understand that in the economy that we are in, it's a different kind of economy. The prices are going up on every single thing, but people's salaries is not going up commensurate with the expenses. And if I could arrange a meeting with Mr. Powell of the Fed Reserve, we would have a good meeting. But that's beyond our control. Some of the things I would like for you, first and foremost, I would like to say to administration and to the finance director, I appreciate your understanding and I appreciate our discussions, and Mr. Phillip knows how I am as it relates to our seniors and actually to all of our citizens, but particularly to our seniors when it comes to increasing property taxes. I know maybe a year or two ago, Tyler Perry paid the taxes of about 300 seniors so they wouldn't lose their homes. So that's how serious this is, where they have sometimes paid their homes off, but when the property taxes keep increasing, then it really bites into their fixed income. So we had a conversation about this and stuff, and I appreciate us kind of meeting in the middle. Sometimes you want to win the whole thing, like no increase. But you have to understand that sometimes you have, when you're discussing situations, you have to kind of meet in the middle. And I appreciate the administration and you, Mr. Stevens, in upping that assessment, that homestead exemption for seniors. So can we clarify what we're saying the seniors are, what age? Just if you could clarify that again for us. And also let me know what's the effective date of this additional homestead hopefully we won't have to wait till the following year for it. So if you can clarify that up for me, I appreciate it.
And I'm sorry I didn't put that in there. So our current homestead, and I left out an additional thing. Last year, this body passed a bill or passed a policy that once seniors turn 70 years old, their assessments are frozen. So those won't go up anymore. Our current homestead is for ages 65 and up. They currently get $25,000. We are proposing when they hit 70, that they will get $30,000, and their assessment will be frozen. One additional thing, if I may, Ms. Davis, there was a new legislation passed by the state of Georgia this year, House Bill, I think, 581 or the 561, I apologize, where assessment increases are going to be capped. So people that saw these 10, 20, 30% increases in 1 year, that won't happen anymore.
Right.
And that was always out of our control, but we understood when people say, hey, my value jumped from 200,000 to 250,000, and that's why my taxes went up. That's going to change now. That'll be on the ballot in November. I can almost assure you it will pass. As for the effective date of our homestead exemption will be next year. We usually open that period up around April of each year, and we submit those values to the county, so it will be reflected in next year's increase. So again, it's once you hit age 70, you will get a $30,000 exemption up from the 25, and your assessment value will be frozen. So you won't have to worry about, you know, what the county does as far as your value. And again, I always want to reiterate, people can appeal their values. If you don't agree with, you think it's too low or too high, you can do that with the county.
Okay, so I just, clarity again. Okay, 65 on up will just get the 25,
65 to 69.
the 69.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so 70 up
We'll get
will
30.
get the freeze
Yes,
and
ma'am.
their value, and an additional 5,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Whitmore, then Ms.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
I would like a little more clarity on your comments in reference to the larger businesses.
Yes, sir.
We're looking at a different, I'm going to say, tax structure.
Okay.
Can you expound on that for me, please?
Sure. We have an ordinance in place that's been in place since 2012. It hasn't been updated, where the maximum amount that any business in Fairburn can pay to renew their license annually is $15,000. Most of our businesses don't pay $15,000 because it's based on your gross receipts. But we do have some large companies in Fairburn that are only paying $15,000 per year to renew their business license every year. So we have basically looked at the top 20, and I can tell you all of these companies make well over, let's say, 8 figures a year. And we are looking at trying to propose that we move that $15,000 to $50,000. So that would generate another $250,000 for the city. And that helped lessen the impact of the millage rate increase that we're looking at. So yes, that is something we are working with our attorneys now on. If we have to have public hearings on that, that is something that we definitely need to do. Anytime you have an ordinance that hasn't been updated in 12 years, you really need to look at it because the business environment and the climate has changed over that time.
And my follow-up question, looking for your comments in reference to it. So based on your comments, we're looking at certain businesses that have a gross of X. We're not talking about your mom and pops and
no.
your small businesses.
No, they won't be affected at all. The 20 businesses that we looked at, again, all of them had, I think the lowest gross receipts that we saw in that was $37 million a year.
And my other question would be directed to the city administration. So do you have a tickler system when we know we have certain ordinances that are out there that have not been updated in a long length of time? We should be having a review process and making recommendations on an annual, maybe every 2 years basis. I mean, is there anything like that in place?
So we consistently are looking at our ordinance as it relates to daily operations, and I will tell you that it is a ongoing effort. where we're looking to find ordinances, and the ordinance is lengthy and detailed. And 2.5 years in, we are still finding things like business license ordinance that need to be updated. We have not formalized the process. It is an ongoing effort that we consistently look at, and we are consistently, as you have witnessed, finding ordinances that need to be updated. It is a lengthy process. We can certainly take a look at formalizing that in some way. That may require some additional resources in order to do that, because currently we do that on an ongoing basis, but in addition to our daily operational responsibilities. To do a comprehensive examination of the ordinances, as we're about to do with our charter review that came out of the mayor and council retreat earlier, it may require some additional resources to go through the entire length of our city ordinances and identify everything that needs to be updated.
Okay, if my memory serves me correctly, I believe the collaborative firm is probably the more recent company that went over holistically all of our ordinances, and that's probably 6 years ago, if my memory serves me correctly, thereabout.
About 4.
4 years ago, so we're still behind.
Understood. And we will begin the process of looking at a solicitation that will seek those services so that we can formalize that process.
One to my left. Ms. Hudson.
Yes.
Go ahead.
How you doing, Mr. Stevens?
How about yourself?
I'm great. Gonna miss you.
Thank you.
Okay. So in reference to the millage rate increase, historically, there has not been a millage rate increase in 10 years, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. It does make sense to look at cost of living not randomly, but regularly, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So I have to speak from the feedback that I've already gotten from residents. And one of the reasons for it is operations. So in 2022, our staff began to expand. Our departments began to expand. So I'm still unclear to that about if we're raising the millage rate, justifiably, we're looking at maintenance and operation. So is this to continue to pay salaries?
It is continued salaries and all of our operations.
Okay. Has there been any new services offered?
I'm not sure about new services. I can tell you though, the overall budget increase, as I said, is about $12 million. 12%. The largest part of that is our capital projects. We fund our capital projects with our general fund, our maintenance and operations. So last year, we started out with a capital projects budget of about $2 million. At mid-year, we released another $1 million in the capital projects. If you look at the budget this year, capital projects is $5.3 million. And the biggest part of that, more than half of that, is the Park Road extension. That's a big project that Mr. Thompson has taken on. I know he sought grant funding on it, wasn't able to get it. He's usually great about getting grants. But that is the biggest part that I see in the budget that really, is probably the difference in that millage rate. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So as of today, there have been several requests for budget expense report, all funds expense report. And these reports actually show how the FY 2024 was used, not your basic PowerPoints that we get. And so to justify me to residents a millage rate increase, I need to be able to tell them how that line item was spent.
Okay.
And today I don't. So I'm going to renew my request for that. Thank you. That's all I have.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Ms. Porter Jones.
Thank you. The millage rate increase is for maintenance and operation.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you talk a little bit about what's included in maintenance and operation? Could you also share with the expansion of, yes, increased personnel, but what that increase in personnel represents, and also the cost of living, for which we've had to pay for operations as well as the increased salaries that we've provided our employees. And the main reason for that was for us to stay competitive
Yes, ma'am.
with our surrounding communities. I know we were losing a lot of police officers because they were receiving more funds. We did several things to tweak those salaries as well as bonuses. For the fire department, we are building a new fire station, and we've got to staff that, right? So can you talk about,
Sure.
you know, what that requires? And that's scheduled to open this fall.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? And we have to have personnel in place in order to man and operate that fire station.
Yeah, and I'll speak to a couple of those, and then I'll defer to the city administration office. So we have done a 3% COLA for all of our employees for the last couple of years. We also changed the pay scale for our police and our fire departments over the last 14 months. So we had to be competitive in those areas, or it's a public safety issue. When you said increased services, I think Ms. Hudson might have asked earlier. Fire station, we are a temp fire station that should come online in the next, I think, 60 days maybe? 60 days. 60 days. We have
And
another.
talk about what that is.
Yes.
Temporary fire station.
I would defer to
Okay.
Mr. Smith.
All right, let him finish, Mrs.
Okay.
Smith, and then
Okay.
if you'll respond to that.
Yes, so in addition to that, we have fire station being built down by Milam Road. That should be done early part of next year, I think, maybe January, February, around that time. So those are increased services because we saw the growth in that area of the city, and we did not have the proper fire coverage on that side of the city. So those are two areas where I can tell you there's been increased services. As far as our staff, I think from what Mr. Phillips said, and I'll turn it over to him now if he want to go through some of those raw numbers on what that looked like when he came on board and what it looks like today. But anything else that you wanted me to speak to?
That's fine.
Okay.
And then also, if you could just speak to, or either one of you, why the fire station, the equipment, the furniture, and the staffing, why that is a priority for the city. Part of it being mandated, part of it we're expanding or growing, and any other reasons that you might want to share.
I'll defer to Chief Robinson to take that question first.
Well, as far as the equipment, we went through some grim times where our equipment was aging, and a lot of our equipment was out of order. So we did a lot of refurbs to get our equipment back up to speed, and we've also bought some apparatus for the new stations and to replace the trucks that were aging. Oh, yeah, and also with the new stations, that's gonna help us sustain our ISO rating.
Okay. And do we have existing furniture, or do we have to buy furniture for that fire station?
Now, for the new station, we're gonna buy new furniture for the fire station.
Which would include beds,
Yes,
kitchen equipment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so could you talk a little bit about the fire department's, the staffing and the rotation? That they're there a minimum of 24 hours, and then off, could you talk a little bit about that?
Well, of course, you all know that our schedule is 24/48,
Explain, please.
which means we're there 24 hours for one shift, and then they're off for 2 days.
Okay,
We have 3 shifts, A, B, and C shift. And right now, we staff a minimum of roughly, if it's not vacation time or what have you, 15 per shift.
do you have any vacancies?
Right now, we have 4, which are, we'll be filling soon as the guys get out of advanced EMT school,
Okay.
which is a
And-
requirement for us.
And that's then staffing expansion, correct?
Now, the expansion is gonna come with the new budget.
And how many positions is that?
Right now, we're gonna add 2 positions, a lieutenant position to cover
Two.
lieutenants at each station. Then we're gonna add the extra firefighter, and we're also gonna fill the 4 positions for the advanced EMT.
Okay. And then, Mr. Phillips, could you talk about, and then we'll come back to you, Mr. Smith. Can you talk about the ISO rating?
Yes, ma'am.
What that means for the city and for all residents who own property in the city?
Yes, ma'am. ISO ratings are done by a national organization of every fire agency across the country. It is an evaluation of the fire department's ability to meet its obligations to respond to calls for service, to provide fire service in a way that best protects our citizens and their property. ISO 1 is the highest rating, which is what we currently maintain. Maintaining that ISO rating also connects directly to our residents, because if that rating were to be reduced to a 2, or worse yet, a ISO 3, residents, particularly those with fixed incomes, would see a direct increase to their homeowners insurance. And so it translates into real-time increases. In order to maintain that ISO ratings, there are certain staffing levels that are required, certain equipment that has to be in place. One of the things that has impacted not only this, and I will speak at the appropriate time to some of the other increases in services, has been the growth of the city. In the 2020 census, since 2010, the city grew at a little over a 30% rate. And every indication that we see says that that rate of growth is continuing. We're hovering around 17,000 residents today. That's a much bigger city than we were 10 years ago. And the increase in services matches the growth of the city as well. As you have more citizens, it takes more public safety services to ensure their safety. It takes more operational services to deliver the same level of service that citizens have come to expect. We put a particular emphasis on ensuring not only that our service delivery meets our citizens' expectations, but to create opportunities for positions that didn't previously exist. The first one I would speak to is a procurement manager. We have had issues in the past where the city has gotten findings in its audit report because of procurement issues. We recognize that a city our size with a budget at the level that we're at has to abide by all procurement policies. We need an updated procurement policy. You need someone with that level of experience and skill on staff so that you're not doing procurement department by department, where though they make a best effort, it is not their primary skill set. And so when we are at the point where we're building $5 million fire stations, we're procuring services that are significant in cost, we need to make sure that we are doing so in a manner that is consistent with procurement policy at the state level and at the city's procurement policy as well, and we needed to update that. So that was a new position, but it's one that provides a better level of service, ensures efficiency, that we're getting cost of scale, that we are getting the best opportunity for the tax dollars that we spend. Prior to January of 2022, we had no building and operations effort or department in the city. We had departments and, buildings that were in dilapidated condition, leaking roofs, HVAC that wasn't working. And as you may recall, one of the first efforts we did is we brought an outside vendor in to assess every city property. And that's what initially led us to Mr. Dana Smith, who has since come on board to help us holistically with that. Every building the taxpayers have paid for is an investment. And maintaining those buildings in an appropriate way so that they're not leaking and they're not losing the investment that the taxpayers have put into those buildings is important, and it takes an ongoing effort to do that. It saves money as well. By hiring the staff that Mr. Smith has put in place, many of the repairs that used to be outsourced to outside vendors are done by the staff that Mr. Smith has recruited and put in place. And so though those positions are additional positions, they ultimately lead to cost savings because something that previously needed to be outsourced at a higher cost can be done internally. Probably the biggest example of that in the past year is our refurb of the current city administration building. It was an existing building that we were debt service maintaining. In other words, we were still paying the city was to maintain that building, and it sat empty for nearly 2.5 years. Using staff, city staff, as you are aware, we renovated that entire building, at a rate that we simply could not have done had we had to outsource that. And it allowed us to expand needed office space to ensure that we had efficiency of services, and we did all of that with city staff that previously did not exist. Code enforcement is another example I would point to. We had, I believe, 2 code enforcement officers when I first arrived here in January of 2022. They were actually police officers who currently weren't able to function as police officers, and they were kind of doing code enforcement on the side. A city our size, again, needed a full-fledged code enforcement effort to maintain properties, identify blight, do all of those things, and so we established a code enforcement department. Today, there are 6 code enforcement officers, and it helps us to better maintain properties, both commercial and residential. So as the city grows, the need for services grows so that we can provide the level of services that maintains ultimately quality of life. And that's our responsibility, and so we try to be measured about doing that. We look for efficiency everywhere we can, and that is how that process unfolds. We try to go through the process. I will tell you, and Mr. Stevens can tell you, Ms. Chris can tell you, that where we start with our proposed budget and where we end is a very different place. We recognize, and frequently our department heads will tell you, deny requests for the proposed budget because we simply understand that there is a limit to what we are able to do in a responsible fiscal manner. And so, Mayor, if I may, I also wanted to touch on House Bill 581.
Yeah.
The effect of House Bill 581 is it limits those property valuations to 3% or the consumer price index. Over the last 10 years, the city, on average, has seen about a 10% increase, on average, in our property tax digest simply by the increase of property values. So I want to try to see if I can say that clearly. At no time during that 10-year window did the city raise its millage rate. Each year, we were getting about 10% additional revenues because property values were not capped.
Which is called a good economy, if I'm
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Good economy. And so under that scenario, we didn't have a need to look at the millage rate because that growth I spoke on was being matched by the valuation of properties increasing each year. Now, the effect of that is if I'm a homeowner, I'm still paying a higher tax bill.
Yeah.
And so at the end of the day, if you look at it from a kitchen table perspective, homeowners were still seeing additional tax bills. With House Bill 581, it now caps that at 3%. So if you look at 10% over the last 10 years, now capped at 3%, the effect of that is it reduces the average revenues we were expecting to see each year by about 70%. Because it's now capped at 3%, we were averaging 10%. That was a significant factor in looking at whether or not we needed to look at a millage rate. We did so as responsibly as we could. Any increase is challenging. I want to be very clear, and Mr. Stevens, we went through a long process before we arrived at a proposed millage rate increase because it's nothing to be taken lightly, and we certainly understand that. We did it at what we thought was the lowest possible sustainable rate so that we could continue those same maintenance and operations at the level that's needed. Mr. Dana Smith maintains all of our buildings. He will tell you that he needs more money for maintenance and repairs than we were able to give him this year. We are very conservative in how we operate operations. This isn't wish list. This isn't nice to have things. He oftentimes has to rob Peter to pay Paul when it comes to unexpected things in the budget. That's why you will see at mid-year sometimes that we have to come back and make some adjustments because we tend to trend those proposed budgets at the lower end of what we think can sustain operations. And so I don't want to go on at length, but I will tell you there's a very deliberate process, and because of House Bill 581 reducing the city's revenues on average by about 70%, that's what brought us to where we are today.
Okay. Mr.
Ms. Jones, could you, can I just add to what he just was something, since you're on that subject matter? Also, as it relates to the bill that he's just mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, every mayor, every city council is going to have this conversation, and county governments too. Matter of fact, Fulton County can't even come to agreement today on a millage rate at their meeting today. And so this is not something that's just isolated with the city of Fairburn. Every government is going to have to cross this bridge this year and next year, and for every year that is put off, it's going to be a worse scenario for that government to have to address it, but you're going to address it. And so I just want to make sure I mention that. And then as it relates to the ISO rating again. Ms. Jones actually beat me to the question I was going to bring up as it relates to the ISO rating. We want to actually give honor where honor is due. In this case, actually, Mayor Hurst and I had a conversation about the ISO as I was departing. And so, of course, we're aware that COVID all but basically derailed a lot of her efforts to actually address that. So again, that still doesn't remove the responsibility for this government, this administration, because of the impact it's going to have on insurance rates. So I just wanted, in this case, to make sure that wasn't something that was just overlooked by Mayor Hurst's administration.
Okay. And then back to Mrs. Smith. You were going to tell me about the temporary fire station, if you'll answer that. But could you also, and this is my last question, talk about cybersecurity and the issues that we've had to address, the personnel and the equipment that we've had to incur, which increases every minute. That's one of the most expensive things, but it is the most threatening thing to us as a government body, but to all of us as citizens as well. So that's something that we are forced to pay attention to or be held hostage by. So could you talk about both of those things?
Yes, ma'am. First, the temp fire station, I would say that would be a ingenious idea that happened between Chief and I on a car ride, probably. That we, because there was a need for the fire to have coverage on that side. When I think our first conversation, Chief, I looked at the map and I said, "Man, you have a fire station over here. That's a problem." So we identified that quickly, and we came up with an idea that city administration signed off on implementing this temp fire station, which is something that everybody hasn't done. We call it temporary because it is not a traditional brick and mortar structure that, like Fire Station 23 that we're building from the ground up. We were able to get some modular units, quadruple wide in fact, turn that into office space and bunk space for firefighters, and then also erect a bay right beside it so that it can act as a fire station in the meantime, while hopefully in the future, if all goes well, somewhere down the line, we'll erect a permanent Fire Station 24 in that area for that coverage for those citizens. So that is something that was able to be bought quicker and at a lower cost than a traditional build. Fire Station 23 was approved for about $5 million. Temporary fire station, we're going to expend less than $1 million to get that operational, to be able to be functional for the fire department in the meantime until future funding allows us to, fulfill Chief's dreams.
And that was part of the ISO review too, wasn't it?
Yes, well, at the time, we didn't have the expansion like we had then. But as time went on and we annexed out on the south side over there, we noticed that our call volume picked up on that end. And that's also the area of the city where there's not many fire hydrants. And that was the reason for the tanker we bought. So the area definitely needs fire protection out there. And this temp station is going to definitely help us with our response time, quicker response time, and getting apparatus to the scene in a timely manner, as opposed to coming all the way across town here.
Okay, thank you. And then the cybersecurity issue.
And just an update on the temp fire station. Thanks to Mayor and Council, we awarded that to a contractor for the last phase. I heard word from them today. We plan to remobilize later on this week. We were scheduled to mobilize a couple weeks ago, but it was during when we had those couple of weeks of just everyday rain, which of course pushed us back. So we look to start construction on the last phase next week, which is running the domestic line to the building, the fire line to a fire hydrant, and the sewer system, which is a septic system, in the back, and then doing those tie-ins to the building for connections to the fixtures. That will get the station operational. There's already power, there's already HVAC, there's already internet there, and that's the last piece that we needed to get solved. No, do we decide?
Cybersecurity.
Oh, sorry, okay.
Yeah, on the cyber.
So with the cybersecurity, we have, thanks to Mayor and Council again, we have attacked IT, I would say at a very healthy pace and aggressively. We are no different than any other municipality with people trying to get in and potential intrusions. But we are thankful that we have not had a successful intrusion that has stolen data or funds from us. We have, thanks to Mayor and Council, implemented new structures and systems. We have, last year, Mayor and Council approved us to switch out some of our main infrastructure in the city, our network. We're buying new equipment, so we switched out our network as a whole. We reorganized our network to be more robust so that we don't have a single point failure. Now we have a redundancy. We also installed backup internet solutions that for our network as well. We have been trying to remove and relocate some of our infrastructure, our switches and servers in the city to allow us to be more efficient. We've implemented new software and protection measures on the front end on our equipment throughout the city so that it protects us from those intrusions or makes us more harder to penetrate. We have also, thanks to city administration, mandated the know before training that everyone has to take, and that it's an ongoing process that keeps us sharp on our toes. Don't feel bad, it's gotten everybody. It's gotten everybody. But we do that not to be a frustration or annoying. We do that to keep us mindful and vigilant about the cyber attacks. Of course, we don't have 100 people as for cybersecurity, but we do have a staff of positions, about 3 people now, working very hard to try to keep us as safe as possible.
Thank you.
When will this take effect? In September, this new budget?
This new budget would be effective October 1st.
October 1st, okay,
Yes, sir.
gotcha. And one other thing I was noticing, we're talking about the 70 plus. Now, the value is locked in at 70, but when you're 65 to 69, it's not locked in, is that correct?
That's correct. And the reason we did that is I don't want to be reckless and promise out more than what we really need.
Right.
But I am sensitive to seniors and those on fixed incomes.
Yeah.
So I thought it was a good idea that we kind of phase this.
Okay.
To do 65 and up, everybody doing that would have cost us more revenue.
Yes.
And then that kind of doubles the problem what we're having now when we don't have enough revenue for our maintenance and operations.
Got it.
So looking at the number of people that we have currently that are 70 and up that get the homestead exemption, and the others that are 65 to 69, I think the number is maybe about 120 that are 70 and up, and maybe about another 80 or so that between 65 and 69. But we don't really have a way of knowing everybody who's going to turn 70 next year.
Got it.
So I don't want to be, too aggressive with that, but I did think it was doable for the city to implement that at age 70.
Okay, all right, well, thank you so much.
I have one follow-up.
Oh, no, wait.
Hold on, Ms. Hudson.
I
Actually,
was-
Davis, and then I'll come back to Ms.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Mrs. Smith, in reference to the temporary fire station, you shared what has to be done. Is there an approximate date or time frame that it's going to be completed?
If the weather cooperates, we definitely hope to be done within those 60 days that Mr. Stevens mentioned.
60? Is that 60?
Yes, we are conservatively estimating 6 weeks. I know we have some weather coming in, but we hope to be done within 6 weeks with the civil portion that I mentioned. That'll take care of all of that site work that I talked about with the lines and the water and the sewer. Yes, ma'am. From next week.
Okay.
We get started.
All right. And then, Mr. Phillips, I'm glad you brought up that mid-year increases that we've had this year. Seems to be a lot of them. So hopefully that won't be a repeat. Hopefully.
Yes, ma'am. Our goal is to always minimize any mid-year budget adjustments that we have. As I mentioned, we try to budget as conservatively as we can. In taking that approach, there may be times when there are unexpected expenses or things that we could not have anticipated. And so often that is what facilitates some of what you see in a mid-year budget. By and large, and all of our departments are aware of this, we do everything we can to operate on the fiscal year budget as approved by mayor and council, and largely that happens. The mid-year budget amendment is in a relative sense, far smaller than our annual year budget. And so to your question, yes, we will make every effort to minimize that as best we can.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, there was a statement made about municipal growth and looking at the census. So was the census the only resource and tool used to determine municipal growth for Fairburn?
I can't tell you it was the only resource, Councilwoman Hudson. It is one of the resources that we looked at. And there are a number of other resources out there that we periodically look at to try to make sure we are tracking the growth of the city.
Okay, I asked that question because one of the significant pieces of measuring growth is called KPI. KPI is Key Performance Indicators. It's a measurable objective that provides a clear indication of service-centric capability, quality, customer service satisfaction. So when we are presenting for an increase in finances to run the city, the 2020 census was one indicator, but it was also under participation in that 2020 census. So we would then have to rely on other tools to specifically zone in on Fairburn's growth, service, and needs. So when we're talking about operational, I get the maintenance part. We have to keep up our buildings and our structure, but the structures in Fairburn were old for a very long time. So this wasn't just one administration over the other administration. I think it was inherited that happened. So I would like to put focus on understanding when we talk about growth, what were the indicators that you are considering when you're asking for the increase? There was growth in staff. We know that. We had a utility department that was reorganized and more salaries came on board. We have 2 city attorneys. We never had 2 city attorneys before. We have 2 deputy clerks. We never had that before. We have 2 city administrators. We never had that before. So I need to understand, how are we measuring growth? Because growth does have a dollar amount attached to it. And so constituents are really on this millage rate increase. And I met with our finance director, and I got it. I got it. When we talk about cost of living increase, that's something that we have to look at annually. So for Fairburn, we're talking about cost of living 10 years down the line, similar to the utility rate increase. I know it's something that our citizens don't want to hear, but I think for practice purpose, it will be better received if we are making sure that we are annually having these conversations, dialogues, getting that key information from our citizens, like, do we have any customer service surveys? Do we know how citizens are being served in utilities? Do we know how they're being served when they come anywhere in our city? So that's what I need this administration to consider. Thank you.
That's an excellent point, Councilwoman Hudson. The census traditionally has challenges around accurate counting, and more often, to your point, it is an undercount. And so if anything, it undermeasures the growth of cities, Fairburn being one as well. We currently do look at key performance indicators. If you go through and look at, and they're on the city's website, the City Administrator's Monthly Report, those individual department reports have statistical data in there. Those are key performance indicators. How many building permits were issued, how many code enforcement citations, how many traffic citations were issued. And so those are indicators, to your very correct point, of growth as well. We also look at the number of developments that are approved. We have 3 developments currently approved that have not even begun construction yet. And so we look at the growth of the city across all of those various sectors, because your point is very accurate. The census alone is not the sole indicator, but you can look at those KPIs, the number of permits you're issuing, the number of building permits you're issuing. Those also inform whether or not the city's growing. In cities that aren't growing, you don't see multiple subdivisions being built. And so all of those things are used in total to help us track that. And so again, those city administrative reports are on the website that contains many of those key data points.
So I just want to clarify, that may be some indication, but when we're looking at KPI, customer satisfaction, internal process quality, employee satisfaction, and financial performance index are the key KPIs that government use to measure its success. I know that we have things that we're reporting on the website, but I don't hear a model that we have adopted for that. Now, when the auditors came, they pointed out that they have these resources for performance, that themselves, they don't do it, but they did point out some key resources that we could utilize to make sure that this is ongoing. And this happens in every department. So when we get to budget, we're looking at those KPIs and justifying how we use the Y 2024 budget, what we need to improve, what areas should we do well in, how can we highlight those areas. I won't go long overdue with that, but I'm going to say that there is an absence of that. And so that needs to be in place because it legitimizes the acts. Thank you.
Mr. Whitmore?
Yes. Chief, I don't want to get into the fire department yet. I know you're coming up, but you got pulled up early. So we'll get back to you later. Mr. Phillips, I just want to go back to the census, okay? Now, you already articulated that we know that the census is not a total of what we have living in the city of Fairburn, but there's other indicators, okay? Because if we look at the census as it's recorded from 2020, we have 16,956. But what the number that we're using is what?
That is the number that we publish because that is the number that we publish because there's census data. But to Councilwoman Hudson's point, it is not holistic. Undercounting in the census is commonplace. That is common knowledge. Everyone knows that, which is why those other factors that I've mentioned, the growth of the city being tracked through building permits, and a number of those other data points that in total can inform growth. If the census number is 16,000, I would confidently tell you that the real number is probably north of that, significantly so.
North of that by just, in your opinion, as the city administrator?
She's not in the room. Ms. Brookins always cautions me not to be too ambitious. I will tell you that we're at least hovering at 18,000 and approaching 20 with the indicators that we see. Those 3 subdivisions alone will probably add another 1,000 homes to the city in the next several years. So if you look at that and extrapolate the numbers of citizens once those homes come out of the ground, it is easy to look at those other indicators along with those 3 subdivisions. Ferndale's under construction now on Real and B. Smith. It's not 25% complete, and that wasn't one of the 3 that I was talking about. That's a 4th one that's going up. I will tell you, and you can hear this from Ms. Brookins when she does her budget presentation, that Fairburn's phone is ringing constantly. There are projects that I'm not at liberty to speak because they're tentative and proposed, but we're getting a lot of calls. Oslo just opened on Highway 74. That's another brand new apartment complex. And so all of those indicators, in sum, point to growth that exceeds what is in the census. We use the census number because it is done by the federal government, and it is at least a number, but I would agree with Councilwoman Hudson's point, it is not a holistic number.
Right, and so you made my point, and I wanted to thank you for that, because I know we have been using 18 to 20 as a benchmark
Sir.
for the city of Fairburn, which is indicative of the increase that we have with our population within the city of Fairburn versus what the actual census calls for. So
one other point that I would also offer is we've looked at the new businesses that have come to the city. I will tell you, in the last 2.5 years, this is conservative. We've probably added at least 50 new businesses in the city. That is another data point to look at. We have an impact study that will be proposed soon that will also look at growth analysis. And I mentioned earlier permits. That is a pretty solid indicator as well. When you see continuing growth in those permits, which is why our estimated number, I would use the phrase, Councilman Whitmore, is 18 to 20,000. And that growth, all of those key performance indicators I just mentioned indicate all of those numbers are escalating. Permits, buildings, all of that is going up.
I got it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'd like to add to that, Councilwoman Hudson, thank you for bringing up the KPIs, which are very, very important. Anecdotally, a lot of people assess, how they feel about a place, what it is that they see that's going on. That also adds to the satisfaction. For example, last night at the night out, there were at least 6 or 7 people that came up to me. And I know the mayor, there were several that came up to him, as well as Councilwoman Davis, that was so appreciative that the city was doing something like that. That is the same conversation I hear or have at our Third Fridays, or any community activities that we do in the city. That sense of feel, that sense of belonging, those anecdotal, intangible things, if you will, are also great indicators. And officially, 2 indicators that we haven't talked about is employee retention and employee satisfaction.
Absolutely.
And we've had both positive and negative of those, at least over the time that I've been here. And the difference between when employees are satisfied and when our retention rate is high is completely different when the opposite is true, because it has effect on service delivery. It has an impact on how our citizens feel about what's going on. It just shows itself in lots of different ways. And right now, we're experiencing the positive effect of that, because we have worked very hard to maintain employees and to put in programming and to establish competitive wages and benefits so that we can have good employee retention. And I just wanted to add that because that's kind of one of those things we take for granted, but if we have issues with employees, it affects all of us and our ability to serve you, the citizens. And so thank you again, Ms. Hudson, for bringing that up. Appreciate it.
Just a quick add, and thank you, Councilwoman Hattie Portis-Jones, in reference to last night. We even had a mayor from the city of Palmetto come, because they can't do theirs just yet, night out. And she was just excited and had a pretty good time last night. So that does make a difference too. Thank you.
Back to you.
Okay. So I want to make sure that we point out to the citizens, we are doing a budget workshop tonight. There will be millage rate hearings on August 26th at 6 p.m. And September the 9th at 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. So just to now transition into the budget, couple of high-level numbers here. The overall general fund budget is $36,531,070. You can see our other funds budget, and that's where we get into our anything that's not our general fund, the tree bank fund, the hotel, motel, capital projects, and you will hear these in detail as we get through the next couple of days. Those funds add up to $47,712,752. And lastly, just a summary of both the general fund and other funds. The total budget is $84,243,822. And I think I looked at that this morning. That's an overall increase of about 8%. So when you factor in other funds, is probably going down a little bit as we have spent down our ARPA funds, and we have to spend those down by December 31st. I think our current budget is somewhere right around 80 million for both of these funds, and we're proposing about 84 million. So from there, we'll start transitioning into our department budgets. And I will hand over to Ms. Chris.
Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members.
Good evening.
I have the distinct privilege to present the Mayor and City Council proposed budget for FY25. So as it relates to personnel, there are no personnel changes that's been requested for Mayor and City Council. There are a total of 7 Mayor and City Council members and 1 assistant to the Mayor, for a total position count of 8. In reference to the purchase contracted services, the first line for special events and projects refers to the annual State of the City address, as well as the breakfast that takes place the morning of the Fall Festival. As you know, we have to provide catering, decorations, and other program material for those events. So that budget request is $3,500. The telephone request for mayor and council, that includes your services for your phones and your iPads. There is an additional, I would say about $1,000 in there, just in case you need to replace an iPad charger or a case or a phone case. You do have additional funds if you need to do so. Where do I want to go? Education and training. So in previous budgets, mayor and council had an education and training budget of about $12,000. Some of the feedback we received, which we completely defer to mayor and council to direct staff on what you would like to see that budget be, was that the $12,000 was not enough. And so we did increase the education and training budget for all council members by $3,000. And so for all members except for Councilwoman Portis Jones, it went from $12,000 to $15,000. As you will remember, last year, mayor and council decided you all took a vote, and you decided to allocate additional funding to Councilwoman Portis Jones based on her director's seat with the National League of Cities. And so her budget actually was $19,000. And so since we increased the other budgets by $3,000, we did increase Councilwoman Portis Jones from 19 to 22. And the last item in reference to the other contracted services, I will defer to Mayor Avery to discuss the contract that's within that budget line.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of council, I want to bring up a contract that you see. Some of you met him last night. I was trying to catch Mr. Butts while each council member was at the event last night. You'll see Mr. Cash's Bus has a contract with the city of Fairburn. In this case, a gentleman that has actually worked for presidential for presidents, the Bush administration, Obama administration, Trump, and Biden, and now actually is being sought by the Harris administration for his services. One of the things I want to reason why we brought this gentleman, I asked to bring this gentleman on, is that his 25-year as a subject matter expert in housing, small business administration, which he actually was the head of the small SBA for here several years for several presidents, and economic development. Due to the need for us, several assets of why he would actually be a great help for the city of Fairburn. Number one, the city of Fairburn, due to our need to find an alternate source of water, his relationships both with the EPA and EPD will help us when we go out for an RFP process to ensure firms that don't even know the city of Fairburn exist. In this case, to ensure that not only that we spread a net in the procurement process in a much wider area for firms that just ordinarily would not even look at us. He would help. He's going to aid us in that area. The relationship with the governor's office has been already enhanced substantially. The additional funds, in this case, that he actually advocates on the city of Fairburn from the Highway 74 to the I-85 project to housing needs is just a small part of why his relationship would be a major asset to the city of Fairburn. Some of you may have seen him at the State of the City address where he literally came and went back, and along with the Chief of Staff of the Governor's Office, was at our State of the City address and literally went back and debriefed the Governor on all the avenues and all the different projects as relates to what the City of Fairburn is doing. I want to also mention in particular, one of the things too, that the opportunity zones for housing, which is a big deal, is going to be a big project as it relates to us, actually, in this case, the U.S. Conference of Mayors actually made it no secret that the housing is a major issue. You guys may have, if you may or may not heard a radio interview I gave on WSB while at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and one of the major issues that was actually led by Mayor Bass of Los Angeles that basically spread it all the way over the country, and that is all of us agree. I believe recently I heard Mayor Vincent Williams recently at another event talk about the need for housing, and so he's going to play a valuable asset in terms of helping us to not only bring great housing units, but he's going to expose our brand to developers, entertainers that's going to invest in the city of Fairburn, and that's my goal, for us to bring people that would actually invest in our real estate and invest in our area. The national, Tony, actually in this case, Tony's already spoken with the EBD as relates to you speaking with Cassius, and he's connected the city of Fairburn to some of our major people with the EPD that's going to make it a big deal for us when we actually launch out into finding an alternate water source, which has to happen in the city of Fairburn. It has to happen. His national equity firm, national equity firms that will meet with the city of Fairburn in the coming days. In this case, where we're going to bring again developers and people that's going to invest in our infrastructure. The other thing that I want to make sure that I don't lose sight of, in addition, he has created a relationship with the current regional administrator of the Health and Human Services. That's going to play a major asset for some of the things that we're trying to do here in the city of Fairburn. And so, again, it's about relationships. Let me just say this much candidly. This gentleman is sought by several mayors in the region, several. And we were blessed for me to ask him would he consider contracting with us to help us take it to the next level. Finally, his appointment as a national chair with the GSA is actually going to play a major benefit as well. So I just wanted to make sure you were aware of what is it that this relationship brings to the city of Fairburn.
Next, I will go to the supplies budget for mayor and city council. Standard office supplies at $1,000, uniforms at $2,000 should mayor and council decide to buy any Fairburn branded shirts or jackets, as well as miscellaneous supplies. So that brings the overall mayor and council budget to $422,026, with personnel services being $236,146, purchase contracted at $181,880, and supplies at $4,000. And with that, I will take questions from mayor and council.
I'll start with Ms. Hudson. Go ahead.
Yes. Can you go back to the slide that has the training amount on it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I understand that the $12,000 had been in place for many years.
That's
okay?
correct.
And I also understand the need to have additional funding. However, every council member needs to have the same amount, $22,000 across the board. I have been accepted into the ARC Regional Leadership Institute. So whether it's used or not, in all fairness, everyone should get the $22,000. I also don't see any line item here for outreach. I spoke to you all and I said that this is a big interest of the community. Yes, we can have parades and concerts. Those entertain people, but they don't serve people. And so I want to be intentional about this. The need to have administrative support is a definite. Right now, I work out of my home, mobile cafes or whatever to get the work done. It doesn't matter to me. But I think it is time that we look at the services that help and touch people. I don't see community engagement overall. Now, July 22nd, there was a definition created to define how council members would go about hosting events here. I don't see that a part of the budget. It makes no sense to put a definition on record or to create an ordinance and we don't fund it. And so I need to see that. Community is asking for that. And so that's what I have to say. I don't think one person should get more than the other. It should be 22,000 across the board for everyone. If they use it, fine. If they don't, fine. Thank you to Councilman Smallwood. I had to borrow some of his training fund to cover the fall training for GMA. When I paid for the ARC Regional Institute, it wiped me completely out. And so cost of living, meaning travel, fuel, hotels, and all of that, this is taxpayer money. And so I want to be very, very particular about how it is spent. But I did some numbers. And I think when I did look at the budget and saw 19,000 for Councilwoman Jones, I assumed that she did like I did, reached out and borrowed. I didn't know that the council voted to approve and increase it for one member. So it needs to be increased across the board.
So thank you for that. If it is the consensus of council that the budget moved to 22,000, we will make that adjustment for the final budget. I would ask for mayor and council to provide guidance to staff as it relates to how you would like us to establish the community outreach budget. Is this one budget to be used by all council members, or would you like to allocate a budget per council? So with that, from that comment from Councilwoman Hudson, I would ask for direction to staff.
Well, I can give some input on that. There's one or two ways, and you said both of them, but you can get both of them out of one. There can be a pot of money, specific use, and it can be divided among council members on how that's used. That gives it more of a universal view, and it's fair and equitable across the board. Also, there should be an agreement of this council to at least host an event together. You cannot force all council members to accept the initiatives that others may have or their passion for one thing or another, but I think it is best practice that we will identify what that event will be and we fund that event, and that will be the universal event for an at-large council, and each council member should be able to identify the initiatives that they want to implement in the city as well. Thank you.
Yes. So I want to speak to the increased budget. Actually, it was in 2016, I believe it was. It was either 15 or 16. Then Councilwoman Hurst, who served on the board of directors of the National League of Cities, came to the council and asked for that she thought it was necessary for council members who served on national boards representing the city had an increased budget. And that is because of the requirements to serve on those boards, meaning travel was required, more frequent meetings were held to participate on those committees, and the benefit that it brought to the city to have someone serve on a national level, especially given a city our size. So that policy was put into place during that time, and it continued. Last year, or 2 years ago, I was elected to the board of directors of the National League of Cities, following in the same footsteps of then Councilwoman Hurst. In addition to being a part of the National League of Cities, as a result of that position, I am also, I was appointed by President Biden and Harris to serve on the Small Cities Council of the Environmental Protection Agency. So small cities, through that committee, have a voice as to the impact that EPA rules and regulations have on us, which is completely different than a larger city. Because larger cities have the capacity and they generally have the funds to do so. Small cities were not represented, but we were mandated to follow those rules and regulations. As a result of being a part of that, there is now a better understanding from EPA and from other federal agencies about the impact on small cities. In addition, because of the being on the board of the National League of Cities and my work as a part of the Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources Advocacy Committee, when COVID hit and the dollars were approved, the CARES Act, the ARPA monies, as had always been in the past, those monies would come in to the state and then to the counties because we were too small of a city. Small cities all across the country had the same problem. By the time the money got to the small cities, it was maybe 60 cents on the dollar, if that. But as a result of the advocacy work that was done and the success that has been proven, those dollars were given directly to small cities, the small city of our size. And as a result, we got almost $1 instead of 1% of the dollar, which enabled us to do a lot more. That is part of the work that I am doing and continue to do with the National League of Cities. We just had a board meeting yesterday, virtual board meeting, and we've established a presidential task force where, regardless of who wins the election, the voice of cities are heard and are in the room. Federal government now has a better understanding of what small cities need, the impact that the regulations have on small cities, but we can't continue that work if we're not in the room. And the city of Fairburn has been elevated because of that participation. Again, the budget increase is because of the policy that was established back in 2015-16, I don't remember the year exactly, to say if any one of us serve on a national level, because of those additional expenses, we will have that increased budget. Secondly, I agree with Councilwoman Hudson that we should have a community engagement budget. What we did pass was that we will do that as a city. That is not one council member versus another, because we're all at large. But those dollars would be dedicated to those community engagement endeavors. So I agree that we should have a discussion about that activity and what those dollars could be for fiscal year 24-25.
I have a follow-up.
Yes,
Congratulations on all your accomplishments on a national level. I understand that that rule was put into place formally, but you cannot limit other people on this council for one. The training budget needs to be $22,000 across the line. I would like to definitely make the impact locally in Fairburn. I understand the impact of national and federal, understanding who we are as a city. I know a lot is going on in the White House, but I'm only concerned right now about what's going on in Fairburn's house. As it relates to community engagement, as I stated, yes, we can have joint ventures, but I will not be limited because of an at-large council model. Other cities do it. That doesn't limit us from doing it, and it seems that it kind of stirred the pot when one council member took the initiative. So regardless if it is collective of individual, I'm here to serve. I have a problem with just sitting anyway. Sitting is not in my DNA. I am a servant. And so as it relates to if there needs to be amendments to a policy, because whatever we do in terms for training, the impact needs to be seen in our community on a micro level. I understand that we can advocate at the macro level, but we also understand the bureaucracy that happens when you are waiting and dealing and engaging with federal entities to touch our city. So equity and fairness across the board. Every member of this council should have the same amount for education and training across the board.
Mr. Whitmore, and then I'll come back to you.
Go ahead, just let her follow up.
The utility assistance program that the city of Fairburn established, that program was funded by the federal dollars. There are several things that we have done or continue to do in the city because of the federal dollars that we are receiving. There is direct, may I repeat, there is direct impact to all of us as citizens of this city with the federal dollars that we are receiving. And I want to say that they're not mutually exclusive. We can do both. It doesn't have to be one or the other. We can do both. That's why we have 7 members of council here, to work here as a team, collaboratively, for the citizens, which include us, because we live here too, to work collaboratively on behalf. So please, let's not divide. We can do both of these things.
Mr. Whitmore.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, I'll start out by saying 4 or 5, maybe 6 years ago, I remember doing a debate, and in that debate process, my responses was I, and I, not recognizing my other colleagues. It's not about I, it's about us as a government body. Now, I hear the question, why not us? We are not divided into districts, segments of the town, or anything else. We are not a city of 100,000 plus citizens. We have been functioning quite well and being very responsible with the monies that were available to us to go to the trainings that we participate in, which is what?
Municipal training.
Municipal training, okay, and
GMA.
municipal training, GMA, and also
National League of
Cities.
And things in between.
And things in between. That's what we do. Because what we do is we end up going to those classes and looking at what we see that is going to fit into what we do as a small city. It's impactful, and it works. The other thing I would say, I heard the comment about admin support. Again, yes, I know what my sister city is doing. I know they have admin support that they pay salaries for. And I know that they have separate monies, but they represent separate districts, which is one of the problems that they're having because they don't work together as a team. It's I, and I. We can't do I, and I. We are elected at large, and as at-large elected officials, we should be doing things collaboratively together. And the document that was brought up identifies the things that we have been doing. It was stated that we don't have outreach. That was an outright lie. That wasn't the truth. We do those things. It was identified, and it shows up time and time again with everything that we do here in the city of Fairburn. So we have to be very cognizant of the fact about what we do, how we do it. We're not a big city of Atlanta, and I won't mention the others that are closer to us. We are who we are. And we need to operate within the means of fiduciary responsibilities within our own city and do what is right. Now, let's talk about the training budget. Yes, I gave some of my money up for another colleague some years back because they ran out. I gave it up because I knew I had it. There's no reason why $15,000 is not going to take care of the things that we do within this state and NLC. Now, I don't even know what ARC Regional Institute does. I don't even know why one of us would elect to go to something like that and not even identify what those benefits may be. It baffles me. Yes, we agreed back when Councilwoman Hurst was here to increase that. Councilwoman Hattie Portis-Jones has taken over that mantle. Now she sits on the board. She travels. She's probably going in August somewhere. All right.
Personally, thank you.
Oh, that's a personal thing. Okay. Well, I know I was looking at going to another NLC event later this month, but I decided not to go because I'm cognizant of my budget, what I can do and what I can't do, and what I can afford to do within the restrictions that I have with my budget. I want to make sure I'm going to what's happening here in the state, as well as NLC. And I enjoy those times because I get to have conversations with my colleagues, I get to go to classes, I get to bring back ideas every time I go away. I guess administration probably tired of seeing me and hearing from me because I hear so many different things, and I'm trying to find a way, what is it that will best fit the match that we have in our city of Fairburn? Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Davis?
Yes. I wholeheartedly concur with Councilman Whitmore in reference to our training. That caught me by surprise, that you had bumped it up, we had bumped it up to 3,000, which I think is adequate. I do also believe that we do have to have a national presence. And I don't care for national presence. I'm fine right here. So those that are interested in that's on the council, Councilwoman Hattie Portis-Jones, I think should get additional funding for air travel and what have you on a national level. And personally, I have known by her participating on the board that she has brought ideas, questions, innovative things back to the city. So the only thing that I would suggest that's not on here now is that maybe we could limit the number of national committees or boards to be able to be on. So it won't go from 5 to 5 or 6, you know what I'm saying? So, but I think we do need that national presence, and I think it's great that we do have people on council that feel like that's something that they enjoy doing.
Ms. Hudson, you got it.
Yes, one follow-up, and I'm gonna put this to rest. Nobody on this council gets to dictate what training that I take. We're sitting up here talking about we work together and we work collaboratively, and that's a blatant lie. Let's stop going after the new person, trying to make yourself look bigger. Everything that I have brought, you shut it down. 7 months I sat asking for information. Nobody advocated or supported me. So I'm not shutting down anything that my peer is doing. I am grateful that she's on a national level, and I understand those levels. But to sit up now and try to berate me going to the ARC because you don't know what it's about only
didn't do
speaks
that.
to, no, not you. I'm not you, Councilwoman. It only speaks to the lack of ignorance and a lack of investment that you have made yourself as an elected official. I seek to learn, gain, and more information about the operations of our city, our staff, the impact of services, the impact of community engagement on the micro level and macro level. So let's put all of this to rest, because it is very clear that there is a click coup. You know, you can't sit and say one thing and your actions show something differently. We're here to go over a proposed budget. We're here to give our input and our insight. I'm not insulting anyone, and I'm not going to accept any insults. Councilman Whitmore, you are out of line for continuously attacking me in open meetings, as if
Excuse
you
me,
didn't
Mayor.
ever have
Point of order,
good
Mayor.
rapport.
Point of
Point of order, Mayor.
Point of order, Miss. Point of order, Miss
No,
Hudson.
don't stop me from talking. He interrupted me.
No, ma'am, but you can't.
No,
you can't personally.
okay,
I'm
he
asking-
said my name. He said my
I
name.
apologize. I
Okay.
looked at.
Mayor, you're gonna have to be fair.
Yes, ma'am.
He said my name, sir.
That was
So I'm
my
putting
fault.
this to rest right now. I am here to work with all of the council, but in the frame of the old and what we've done, I am open to learning from you all, but you will not leave me stuck in a time warp. Okay, my ideas are invested in change and making decisions that are in the best interest of this council. Now, what you have done is made me untrusting of you, okay? And so that's my opinion. I think it should be 22,000 across the board. I honor the work that Council Portis Jones is doing. And for the record, ARC, the Atlanta Regional Commission, the Leadership Institute is going to help me understand from a regional perspective how the impact on Fairburn has happened and how I can work with those regional leaders to get the resources that we need. Don't knock it if you don't know about it.
Mayor,
Mr.
Mayor, please.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to talk about the elephant in the room, because I obviously it was stated that I say one thing and I live and do another, and that I am ignorant, and that insult that came towards me from a council person. Well, let me tell you, ignorant I am not. That's number one. Number two, you have a voice and I have a voice. Number three, you haven't even been in long enough to learn what you should be doing, because you haven't been working with anybody on council.
Mr. Whit. Mr.
Okay, I'll stop doing that, but I am going to say one thing for the record, Mayor.
Please.
I'm going to say that if we talk about 7 months of being on council and that haven't received reports, yet and still we know all the reports that were asked for was given.
That's a lie.
And
Ms. Hudson,
Show the
Ms. Hudson, you're out of order.
line.
Ms. Hudson, you're out of order.
Thank you, Mayor, but he need to stop lying.
well, Mayor,
You don't know what I
Mr.
got.
Members of
didn't
council,
even ask the
I'm going to
questions
ask,
that I asked.
members of council, I'm going to ask for a 10-minute recess if you don't
Yes.
mind. I'm going to ask for a 10-minute recess.
What you're not gonna do. Pick up.
Ask for a 10 Here, members of council, here's what I'd like to suggest, if you don't mind. Can you do this, I'm gonna ask each member of council to do this for me. As relates to the recommendations that's been made, if you would just send the city administrator, just send it in writing, a short email, a recommendation of which you have mentioned tonight that you'd like to see.
Okay.
And if each member would do that, I should appreciate it, and that way we can move on, because we got a lot of information to go over tonight.
Amen.
I agree.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right, we can proceed on.
Can you speak in the mic?
You got to speak in the mic, sir.
It wasn't on. My apologies. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I will now provide an overview of the proposed FY25 budget for the City Administrator's Office. I wanted to start with a few highlights from the previous year. As you've heard earlier today, and as you're well aware, we had the groundbreaking and construction of Fire Station 23. That station had been planned for a number of years, and we are excited that construction is well underway. We got that initiated this year and expect to see the completion of that in the beginning of the calendar year. So we're looking forward to that. Our Parks Master Plan has been completed after about 10 months of really intensive work and about 400 of our citizens participating. That will be presented to you at the upcoming council meeting. I believe it's our work session item. And so you'll get the final, you've seen a preview of it, but you'll get the final presentation of that Parks Master Plan, which will create a roadmap for us for the next 10 years that we can use to guide decisions and funding. We had 30 of our leaders complete a very useful GMA training. It's called the Supervisory Leadership Development Training Certificate Program. It may sound like a cliche, but it is true. The most important thing we have in this city are the people that work here. And so we try to be consistent about investing in the folks who provide the services to our residents. And 30 of our leaders completed this program. They will be presented their certificates by GMA at the next council meeting. We are well under the way with the architectural design for the public safety headquarters. More to come on that. Very impactful programs was a small business grant program and the utility assistance program. That particular program assisted over 300 residents in the city. And then, as you're aware, we had the redesign of the city administration building and the transition of services into that facility. Briefly on our FY25 goals, we want to complete that construction and initiate the opening of Fire Station 23. We expect that to happen in the first calendar quarter of calendar year 25, weather permitting. We'd like to begin construction of our public safety headquarters in FY25. We are deeply into negotiations with a neighboring jurisdiction on a plan for water supply, and that we expect to complete in FY25. Enhance our community engagement framework. The completion of the Galat-Kleckler-McLaren Road full depth reclamation. These were streets in our city that have had a lot of heavy truck traffic and are in significant deterioration. That project is actually underway as we speak and will complete in FY25. The initiation of the Park Road Extension, Duncan Road Secondary Access Road Project, again, you've heard about that in previous meetings, and the initiation of the I-85 and 74 Sonoria Road Interchange Project, again, currently projected to be about a $90 million redesign of our Interstate 85 interchange. Many of you participated on a recent virtual meeting where GDOT explained that it will be let this month. The opening will be later this month, and that price could go up north of $90 million, but we're looking forward to that in FY25 as well. And then we'd like to expand on our wellness program. That's the program headed up by our Human Resources Department that focuses on our staff and providing wellness opportunities. We do everything from blood pressure checks. We recently had, a week before last, dental cleanings on site at the city administration building where staff could simply sign up. And we took 2 of our conference rooms. We had an on-site dental. They came in, set up everything, and you could get your teeth cleaned for free. And so that and many other things are another effort for us to invest in the people that work here and their well-being. Our next slide is personnel. We have 3 staff, and we proposed 3 for FY25. There are no changes there at all. Purchase and contracted services. Professional services is at 46,000. We do everything from our mayor and council retreat out of that. We do have Urban Pulse as our consultant. That's Christopher Pike, as you know, who's added a lot of value in our economic development area as well. That also includes other miscellaneous services. The legal fund is $640,000. That tracks with what we spent for legal services in the past several years. So that essentially is what funds our city attorney out of that particular line. Also like to highlight our travel and training is for several things. And give me just one moment as I let me put my glasses on. I'm getting a little older. It covers a number of the different things in the city, including the participation in the Georgia City and County Managers Association, the Georgia Municipal Association, the National League of Cities, and the International Managers Association, ICMA, as well. The largest expense is our other contracted services, which includes the vast majority of that is our enterprise fleet management, which is the vast majority of that other contracted services. We undertook the effort nearly 3 years ago to revitalize the city's fleet. At that time, we had over 35 vehicles that our staff was utilizing that were over 10 years old. We had a number of other vehicles that were in excess of 150,000 miles. The cost of maintaining those vehicles was exceeding the value of those vehicles. That's what led us to look at other options, and we landed on enterprise. And of that amount, 960,000 provides all of our vehicle fleet. That includes all of our police vehicles, and it includes all of our other administrative vehicles as well. Next slide. And that total is $1,760,120. Supplies covers basic office, gasoline, uniforms, and miscellaneous supplies. That total is $14,000. And for a summary of the total budget, personnel services at $593, that's for the 3 positions that are unchanged. Purchased and contracted at 1.7. Supplies at $14,000 for a total of $2,367,358. And I will pause to see if there are any questions on any of those.
Mr. Davis?
Yes, Mr. Phillips, go back to the other contract services. Is that all for the fleet management of all the cars, in the city?
Of that amount, approximately $960,000.
Okay.
And that is, we've acquired through that program 72 vehicles since 2022. It has improved our ability to provide services to residents. I will tell you that it has also played some unexpected positive impacts. Retaining police officers is a combination of a lot of things, but having new vehicles that they're able to drive because their vehicles were quite aged has also been a factor in retaining police officers. But of that amount, $960,000 is for the enterprise lease agreement.
Okay. And the difference was what of the
The total amount in that line is,
$992,500?
the total amount in purchase contract, and other contracted services, $992,500. Of that, $960,000 is the enterprise lease agreement.
You want me to expand on that one? Okay, and I can add a little bit more context for you. In addition to the other contracted services, as you know, the city administrator office hosts the annual holiday event that we have for our staff. We did increase that budget to about $25,000. As you know, we have to pay for the location, the catering, the decoration, the entertainment, and ultimately the gift that we give each employee. Over the last 2 years, we have heard from staff that they would like to add a +1. They want to be able to bring either their spouse, significant other, or someone to the city. And so for this year's holiday event, we increased the budget in hopes of finding a venue where we can have our employees bring a +1 to that event.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Heath?
Yes, one question I have is about the water authority. I noticed that there's really, I didn't see where there's any money set aside for that. But I know we're attempting to work out something with that county, but for the water I'm talking about. But the water authority, are we still putting money into that as well as doing this other?
Yes, and so you will see that that is in the Utilities Enterprise Fund budget. And so as each department comes forward, you will see that that is in our Utilities Department fund. It's in a separate fund in the Enterprise Fund, but yes, it is roughly about $1.1 million a year, roughly $91,000 a month, if my memory serves correct. And we pay about 33% of the cost currently for the water authority. Union City is larger than us. I think they pay slightly over 50%, and then Palmetto is smaller. They pay a smaller amount. It is a portion based on your city's population.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Ms. House.
I also wanted to, just for a little bit of clarity, when you look at the dues and subscription fees for the city administrator's office at $21,650, I just want to break down what that includes. So about $17,700 is for the city to be members of GMA. That annual cost for the city is about $10,000. Then we pay an additional $6,000 to GMA for their hotel motel revenue administration services, and then $1,700 for the city to be a member of NLC. So once we back out that $17,700, the difference applies to professional memberships for the individuals within the city administrator's office.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Going back to the fleet service management, Mr. Phillips,
Yes, sir.
I'm interested in hearing your plan for future fleet services, hybrid and electric. We know that there's many vehicles within the fleet that are not pursuit vehicles or fire vehicles, that we can still have a significant savings gas-wise. I'm sure you see a significant savings with newer vehicles from the fleet service management. Big reduction, I would think, in gas, but can you elaborate on the reduction in gas and also the plan for the city moving forward with hybrid/electric vehicles?
Absolutely. Your point is correct and well taken. We have more fuel-efficient vehicles through the fleet management program. The aged vehicles that we had previously were not only costly, but in most instances did not get the same fuel efficiency as the newer vehicles that we have acquired over the last 2 years. As relates to hybrid vehicles or electric vehicles, we have already engaged Enterprise. Our plan is to begin with the vehicles that you referenced, which I would refer to as administrative vehicles. Those are the vehicles that are often pool vehicles, would lend themselves to a swift conversion to an EV model and allow us to kind of crawl, walk, run into adding more EV to the fleet. And so we've already requested that Enterprise begin sourcing some vehicles that could be prospective administrative vehicles that we could do EVs. We're also looking into options for charging stations. We are aware of the ones at the Park and Ride. Those aren't the most up to date, as you have informed us previously, Councilman. So we're looking at options for that, because as we move into the efficiency of EV vehicles, we will of course have to have strategically placed charging stations. We've had that conversation with Mr. Dana Smith, and so he's working on some proposed locations for that. There are a few locations in the city that have some infrastructure already in place that would lend themselves to EV charging stations, and so it's a holistic approach, but we will begin hopefully in FY25. The reason I said hopefully is because sourcing and supply chains are still not where they were pre-pandemic, and so even with the 72 vehicles we've acquired over the last 2 years, the timeline for when we request them and when they actually arrive can fluctuate really widely. Certain vehicles are easier to get. Others take longer, particularly when you're talking about fleet services. And so our plan is to start with those administrative vehicles. As Enterprise locates vehicles that we can access, then we will provide specific updates, how many vehicles, which ones we're replacing, and what those savings will be.
So when you do hear from Enterprise, if you would share with Mayor and Council those conversations, because I think it's important that we continue to put ourselves on the front end of conversion versus waiting until the latter part.
We will certainly provide that information and keep Mayor and Council updated on the progress of that effort.
Go ahead. Back to you.
Next.
That was it.
Our American Rescue summary for FY25 is a capital outlay of $261,000. And I will pause there to see if there are any questions.
Does anyone have a question? Ms. Hudson, go ahead.
So I wanted to go back to our legal fund.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Can you get some context around what's driving $640,000 in our legal fund? That's quite a lot.
So our legal expenses have been at or near that amount for the last several years. It is an hourly-based approach to how we compensate the city attorney. It's an hourly fee based on the volume of work that we send. We've installed a legal tracker so that we can track what we're sending to the city attorney because there's a cost to that. And so things that we can resolve that don't necessarily need legal services, we try to do those things in-house because, and I don't want to be facetious here, but I joke with our city attorney, I don't know if it's really a joke, because every time I pick up the phone and call him, I am on the clock. Any of us are on the clock. It literally, when we get the invoices, breaks it down by phone call, and so we're very judicious about that. I will tell you that as development has moved forward, as contracts have moved forward, it does require a certain amount of legal review that we simply can't do at the staffing level. And so as the city's operations have escalated, some of our legal needs, you heard some of those things in executive session, some of the legal aspects that have come. And so we try to manage that down as much as we can by only sending things to the city attorney that have to go to the city attorney. And that cost has increased slightly, but has been at or near that amount for the last 2 fiscal budgets prior to this one.
Now, I want to make sure that I'm correct. We're paying one firm only, or are we paying the firm and the deputy? How does that work? Is the deputy on payroll with us?
So so whether or not if I send a contract for review, whether or not Serena Noel, the deputy city attorney, reviews it, or whether Roy Starkey himself reviews it, it's the same cost, right? So you pay that hourly rate. Mm-hmm. So the reason they're both there is because if we have 5 contracts that have to be reviewed for the next agenda, one attorney may not be able to complete that in time to make the agenda. And so he may utilize the deputy city attorney, or there could be, it's not just contracts, all types of legal issues. And so it's the volume of work. And so if there were less volume, the hourly rate would go down. Does that make sense? It's the hourly rate. It's not necessarily how many people, how many attorneys. Now, I will tell you, currently, and I'm gonna let Ms. Chris jump in here, currently, the volume of legal work that we do send to the city attorney keeps them busy with 2 attorneys.
And I will just add, in addition to Attorney Starkey and Attorney Noel, it also includes the planning and zoning attorney as well. So her fees are covered in that monthly expense that we pay.
I asked that because I saw a shift from 1 to 2. And we talk about capacity when you say volume. So we want to make sure that we're getting the biggest bang for our buck. If capacity is an issue, this is a small city. So if capacity is an issue, we need to make sure that we address that our legal capacity and the money that we're paying out, that we're getting that. There's nothing against either one of them, but this is specific to 2 versus 1. And we are a growing city, but if we can get the biggest bang for our buck by having a law firm that could take the capacity, utilize the capacity without expanding our expenses, I think that's the smarter route to go.
That's a very good suggestion, Councilwoman Hudson, and we'll look at that. I will tell you that Mr. Stevens and I have had some conversations about are there alternate ways of doing that, and he's done some preliminary, he and his team, looking at what other cities do our size. We want to compare apples to apples, and most cities use a similar model where it's an hourly fee, because that's how most attorneys that do municipal work set up their legal services. It's by hour, and so we're open to alternate models and cost efficiencies. We recognize that's a significant cost, and we certainly will take your suggestion in that regard.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I had a question regarding
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
the American Rescue Plan. So all funds are required to be obligated December 31st. I just wanted to ask to make sure that we're on track.
Yes, ma'am.
To obligate every dollar we've received,
Every
correct?
single dollar.
Okay, all
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Not only obligated, we're gonna spend it.
Okay, okay. Well, the law requires us to obligate, that's our
Yeah.
minimum, so, because we don't want to send not one penny back.
No.
Okay.
I don't think we will. I've been working closely with Dana Smith on this, and pretty much right now, we're under $1 million left right now. He's got some big invoices out there for Fire Station 23. I think he'll probably spend about $700,000-800,000 in the next 2 months, which is gonna leave us right around 260, maybe a little more, depending on some stuff that we have with downtown improvements. But yeah, that money's gonna be gone.
All right, you may not have the answer to this question, but if you can recall, either one of you, how much did the city of Fairburn receive? And for what projects did we use those one-time funds for? Projects that we would not have been able to implement but for those dollars?
So I will tell you, I am in the process of putting together a detailed in-office memorandum that I will send to all of our elected officials within the next week or so. I will tell you some of the projects, and you may recall in FY22, we brought forward a ARPA plan for you and your colleagues to approve, and all the spending tracks with that ARPA plan. But to list some of the things that were included in that plan, we had lift station repairs and improvements, water meter replacements. It funded partially the Fire Station 23 construction and the temp fire station, renovations to the city administration building. We used some for downtown improvement and beautifications. We definitely used some for small business grants and utility assistance, facility assessments, the public safety master plan, and for several HVAC replacements here at City Hall. That's a brief overview. You'll get a detailed memorandum that will show you exactly what plan was approved and at what council meeting, and track all the expenditures to date.
And so those were capital outlays, but we also receive funds and use them for personnel costs. Well, it may have been under the original, the CARES Act,
That
yes.
was CARES Act, yes, ma'am.
Personnel costs, the utility assistance. Did we do rental assistance? We put it all in
So
utilities.
CARES Act, those funds were expended before I arrived and this
Okay.
administration began in January 22. We can go back historically and pull the expenditures from CARES Act, but all of those funds were expended prior to January of 2022. I do know there were personnel costs in the CARES Act funding. The American Rescue Plan Act funding did not have any expenditures for personnel. It was the things that I listed, and we brought that plan forward for council approval before we began expending any of that money, which was in total about $6.2 million. But CARES Act did, to your point, include personnel. That was, pardon me, the money that was supplied to cities largely in the height of the pandemic.
Right.
Was when the CARES Act came through, and it did include personnel funding because, as you may recall, many cities, many municipalities were having to fund keeping staff on board when they had to work virtually, when they weren't coming in, when people were off for COVID challenges. A lot of that CARES Act money helped to substantiate cities dealing with the height of the pandemic.
And then there's another term that's out there, and if you could explain it, for our residents, our constituents, would be great. And that is the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. So could you talk about what that is, and how we have or could take advantage of those dollars that are available?
The Bipartisan Infrastructure Act was, I believe, the largest federally funded infrastructure bill in decades. It had been much talked about. It provides funding for water, sewer, electricity, bridges, roads, the type of infrastructure that across the nation is aging. We've talked specifically in Fairburn about water pipes. We saw what happened in our sister city, Atlanta, just a few months back when they had a series of water main breaks. We've heard of Flint, Michigan, Jackson, Mississippi. This national bill was to begin to move efforts forward to provide funding for cities across the nation to be able to access dollars for the purposes specifically of infrastructure. There is a significant process about accessing those dollars. We are actively engaged in that process. Our iParametrics, the firm that we engaged this year and are engaging again next year, focus very specifically on bipartisan infrastructure bill opportunities. We've also been able to use NLC as a resource to help identify some of those dollars as well. iParametrics is also helping us in that regard so that we can take advantage of it. There are various types of funding around various types of projects and various, as you may imagine with federal funding, lots of different parameters, guidelines, details, funding. That's why iParametrics has been of value, because it takes a specific effort to navigate all of that. We believe we will definitely be receiving funding in the bipartisan infrastructure bill, and we are actively engaged in identifying which pools of funding can best help Fairburn and that we have the best prospect of being awarded funds.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And if I can add to Ms. Jones, that came up at the U.S. Conference of Mayors. If I remember correctly, the number that was being mentioned was $3 billion has already been processed through all 50 states. $3 billion, and Fairburn is blessed. It got a fraction of that already, right? It's I-85-74 project, and so we have to thank the Biden administration and the governor of the state for the city of Fairburn actually being a recipient of that money. I know it's a fraction, but it was $3 billion. That's the number that was being thrown out.
Thank you.
All eyes on me is you I see. That's what I used to tell my students. So the total amount we received for ARPA was $6,261,078, correct?
Ma'am.
I recall that in July of 2021, the council approved 100% allocation of the ARPA funds. And so I did see that the list included facility renovation updates, and that was around $3 million. 100 downtown development was at $800,000. Water meter replacement was at $595,000. I know that's still in progress, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then utility assistance. Utility assistance was approved for $550,000, but it was reduced to $250,000. We've given more than $250,000 out, right?
Yes, ma'am. We've
Okay.
given over 400,000.
I'll just follow me. You made me work too hard. I should have had this information. I've been asking for, okay? And so, fire hydrants, we saved some money there. You had allocated 410, that was in the original plan, $410,000, and we were able to get a good deal on that bid for $403,000. And then that saved us, what, like $6,800? Okay. So we're looking at the local small business grants allocated $350,000, and then the project management services $281,781, and then of course we had the lift station improvements. There's been a lot of talk about that. But the reduction was must have been a good bid that we got for that project management services. I'm not for sure, hold on. 281,000 allocated, 7181, 344,400 spent FY22, FY23. Why was the original plan modified?
So some of those expenses are still outstanding, as Mr. Stevens just mentioned, relative to the completion of Fire Station 23, which is also funded in the ARPA funding as well, partially funded in the ARPA funding as well as the Public Safety Master Plan, which is an ongoing cost as well. And so some of those amounts are just as we work our way through those capital projects, and that's where you see those adjustments.
Okay, so those the ARPA money for renovations, how much of the ARPA money was used to renovate the Georgia Military College?
Roughly $521,424.
Okay, you gonna provide all that, the breakdown? Okay.
That's in the
All
memorandum.
right. So the other question I have is to the bond affiliated with the Georgia Military, because it's a federal bond with specific use. Okay, what was the process that we used to change the use of the bond?
To the best of my knowledge, Councilmember Hutchinson, the use of the bond has not been changed.
Okay, so we have to be clear that the initial, when Betty Hannah had this vision, it was a magnificent vision, that this education campus, the use of or changing of it, it's a process that you have to go through. Because of that, specific use for education purposes only, we have to do our due diligence to make sure that we have the amended. Do we have an amended bond?
So I understand your question more
Okay.
clearly. When I first arrived here, that was what I was told, is that the bond is for education purposes only. That is not correct. So
Okay.
we had the bond counsel and our attorneys look at it. The bond is only for non-profit uses.
Okay.
Which allows administrative government offices to be properly used in those facilities without any changes to the bond. So that meaning you couldn't put a for-profit business in any of those buildings, but government offices are not for-profit, and that's the distinction. So it wasn't education, it was only non-profit uses which administrative offices qualify.
Okay, don't get me yelled at, because the community have called me about that and asked a whole lot of questions.
Right, and that's a common question that
Yes,
we receive.
so can you, for clarity, I did request a copy of the bond and the copy of the bond. If it's not needed for amendments, then not needed, but I just want to make sure, so we can put that to rest.
Yes, ma'am.
Because what will happen is, we can get in trouble.
Absolutely, and before we did the renovations to the administrative building, we had the attorneys do a full deep dive. Specifically, I would tell you, Ms. Serena Noel has years of bond experience. She's done a lot of work legally on bonds, and so she led that effort from the legal perspective. Bill Johnson, our bond counsel, who was actually working for Fairburn in the Betty Hannah, well, not as an employee, as a consultant, during the time that that entire process unfolded under the Hannah administration. So he's been working with Fairburn that many years. And so he was able to also add some value because he was here when that bond was established.
Last question, I see that you all have beautiful offices over there. What stage would the council have an office? We got all y'all offices, we got a mayor's suite, and the council don't have an office. We don't have a corner, or do we? Do we have something over
There are
there?
not council offices
Oh,
in
okay.
the current building. What I will tell you is I don't have a specific answer to that question, Ms. Hudson. I will tell you that there remains on the campus what we refer to colloquially as the shell building. It is the last remaining unfinished building on the campus. We have, as part of our capital plans over the next 5 years, to complete that building. It is a blank canvas, Ms. Hudson, and that will give us the opportunity. It is the largest building on the campus. FY23, when we had our mayor and council retreat, we ended it by taking the then council members on a tour of the building. It is roughly, Mr. Smith, if I get this wrong, 25,000 square feet?
Yes.
About 25,000 square feet. So that is a blank canvas, Ms. Hudson, that as we move forward, we very much intend, when the funding is sufficient, to complete that, and that gives us the opportunity to create whatever the city's needs are in that 25,000 square feet.
We needed it when y'all renovated it. Okay,
Yes, ma'am, I hear you.
all right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, Mr. Phillips, I would suggest if we could provide Councilwoman Hudson specifically, but probably all of us, the minutes, the detailed minutes of the presentation made by Bond Counsel Johnson regarding that particular subject.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
when we were educated on the fact that the revenue bonds for the educational building was not exclusively for education, and how the language had been misinterpreted.
Yes, ma'am, I'll
I think
provide
that would provide a good reference.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Mayor and Council. So I'm excited to present the proposal for the establishment of a communications department. As you know, for the last 2 years, we've worked with a public relations or communications consultant that has not been on staff. That contract is set to expire. And so based on the great things that we have taking place here in Fairburn and to be able to tell our story, we are asking to establish a communications department to include a director as well as a communications specialist. So that would put the potential personnel at 2. In reference to the budget, we've put money in there for a vehicle. We do have a potential pool vehicle, so if they decide to use it in reference to getting around to different events or communicating with media outlets or meetings of that sort, they could do so. There's money in there for advertising. We do want to enhance the advertising that we do for our city events. And we've also established funding within this budget for those individuals to continue with professional training and development. And then we have money in other contracted services. We do have a platform that's currently utilized. It's called Hootsuite. That platform allows them to tailor messages on our social media platforms through one channel. And so once the message is put out, in addition to having it, instead of having to do it on Facebook, Instagram, I'm sorry, not Instagram, and X, they can just do it through that one platform, and it disperses out to all of the platforms together.
What's the,
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say, any member of council got a question about this? Go ahead, Mr. Johnson, you got, go ahead.
I did I miss the personnel cost?
Yeah,
It's in the summary. I'm still going.
Oh, okay.
That's okay. In reference to supplies, we put funding in there for them to do office supplies. The small equipment, of course, is for the startup of the equipment needed for the 2 personnel, in addition to funding in there for miscellaneous supplies and uniforms. So the summary overall budget would be $227,792 for personnel. That includes salary and all fringe benefits. Purchase contracted services at $28,840, supplies at $13,600, with a total proposed budget of $272,32.
Mr. Whitmore?
And I'm sorry, Mayor. In a haste I'm so excited to present this budget, I need to give you the highlights and goals real quick. So for FY24, the consultants mainly focus on website management. They try to make sure that our City of Fairburn website remain up to date. As you know, we don't allow all the employees to go on there, and so that was from updating information needed from our various departments or putting out news that is happening around the city. In reference to our social media growth and engagement, our reach for Facebook was 192,814. Instagram was 78,128. When it comes to social media reach, that typically refers to the total number of unique individuals who have seen our content on platforms. This metric is crucial because it shows the extent of our content's visibility and helps us gauge how effectively we are communicating with the community. So ultimately, a higher reach means that we are able to reach more people because they're seeing the content that we're putting on our platforms. Enhance community engagement through social media platforms to foster a sense of community and keep residents informed, and partnered with various city departments to promote collaborative initiatives and events. As we move into FY25, we're seeking to establish policies and procedures, specifically those surrounding social media use, brand standards, press release protocol, sponsorship, and of course, crisis communication guidelines, and to create a standard operating procedure manual for internal and external communications. Develop a community engagement framework. That would include launching a community surveys, which we talked about earlier, to gather input on communication preferences and areas for improvement, establish a community advisory board to provide feedback and guidance on communication initiatives, and to organize regular community events and forums to promote open dialogue between residents and city officials. And as you know, under the city administrator, we currently do the Fairburn forums around the city, where we're taking our department heads to the communities to engage with them and to answer questions that they may have. The third goal is to build and optimize digital communication channels. It's ultimately a redesign of the existing city's website to make it more user-friendly, informative, and accessible to people with disabilities. Implement a metrics-driven approach to communication. That involves setting up analytic tools to track engagement and reach on digital platforms. Establish key performance indicators for all communication activities, and regularly review and analyze data to assess the impact of communication strategies and adjust tactics as needed. Improve our internal communication with our staff. So in that area, we seek to develop an internal communications platform or intranet for city employees to access resources, updates, and departmental news, and also to create an internal newsletter highlighting department achievements, policy updates, and employee spotlights. Currently, we don't have a way to highlight our employees' anniversaries, our birthdays, for those individuals that receive certifications or they get educational degrees. We really want to highlight the great things that's happening that our staff is doing, and right now we currently don't have a platform. And lastly, to promote events and economic development initiatives through the creation of comprehensive marketing campaigns for major city events, utilizing social media, local media outlets, and our community partnerships. And I will pause right there because I do want to thank Ms. Jacqueline Howe, who's kind of come on board for us in the interim, because if you have not seen this week's issue of the South Fulton Neighbor, I will let you know that staff heard you loud and clear when we did the Nourish and Bloom presentation. And so they highlighted the community engagement meeting that took place, I believe it was on the 30th. And so there's an article in here in reference to Fairburn discusses implementing a smart fridge in the community. So I'll make sure that if you have an opportunity, things like this matter, because I can tell you just a few years ago, Fairburn was not getting placement in newspapers such as the South Fulton Neighbor News. And so we just want to take FY25 to elevate on our communication foundation to take it to the next level. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Mr. Whitmore?
Thank you for that presentation. I guess I'm having some thoughts in reference to well, let me ask this question first. What's our current number of city employees that we have here in the city of Fairburn?
I will defer to our Human Resources Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Currently right now, we have active about 220.
220. And out of the 220, I know I see a lot of directors, assistant to the assistant, assistant to the assistant. And now we're talking about bringing on a community director and a communications specialist. My question would be, could this job can it be performed by one individual?
So I would tell you, with the contract we did with Ashley Nicole Communications, that was with one individual. She actually had to engage a second individual to assist with all of our communication needs. So it doesn't stop with just the flyers that are created or the content on the website, but it's about making those connections in the media to try to get coverage in newspapers and on the such as this. And attending our events outside of those, the third Fridays, the events where we have our fire department putting in smoke detectors or checking car seats, or the Men in Blue event that our HR director, we want to highlight everything. And right now I can tell you that
His name at the neighbor paper, that is Noreen. But what we've done as a city is made sure we sent that information to her when we're having events, whatever it may be. And they came out as representing the paper that covers, I guess, the local municipalities down here.
correct.
So have we even attempted to engage in sending that information out?
Yes,
And
Yes, we have. We reached out to Ms. Alex Amos. She engaged the city wanting to get information on community outreach events. And so we were able to provide her with the information. And she actually was present, I believe, at our National Night Out event last night. And she highlighted not only the book bag giveaways in that event, but also the event that Parks and Recreation just did where they gave away book bags last weekend.
Right, and that's great. And I know that that communication went forth. It was prompt by a phone call that was made to me and another council person, all right, which was turned over. I turned it over to the mayor and the city administrator. I reached out to her. So now I'm glad to see that we have coverage in the paper. But again, that draws back to my initial question of whether or not if we would continue these. And that's a big reflection.
So currently, right now, the way that our city is structured, we only have in our command, public safety, we have a chief and assistant chief. As it relates to just general employees, actually, we don't have any assistant directors outside of the city administration office, which is the city administrator and the assistant city administrator. So a lot of what you all see, of course, is from the support that we have here from mayor and council and also from our city administration office. And I would just say for my colleagues, we probably make it look easier than it really is. But it is with all the things that we do here, we do it because we're passionate about what we do and we love what we do, but we do absolutely need the staff to complete the work that we do.
And I understand that. But again, okay, I have taken, probably for the past couple of months, the opportunity of just walking through, all right, and I can share what I've seen. So again, it draws me back to saying we still need worker bees to take care of, and I use the word, employees that is out there getting the job done versus a lot of people sitting in the offices. Is basically what I'm saying. That's a concern of mine. I can't speak for my other colleagues. Right. That's my observation. And then when you come and we're looking at, we already know that the state is cutting back. We're not getting the money that we're accustomed to receiving, number one. But then we're looking at starting a new department with 2 individuals, when it could be filled with possibly 1. And I think that that should be explored before we continue to add on to our current count. When I know we're short in general services, I know we're short in the electrical department, I know we're short in various other areas of the people that is out there in the community and getting the job done versus sitting in the office. That's where my concern is at.
You make a very excellent point, Councilman Whitmore. I will tell you, as our HR director mentioned, there's an assistant city administrator, there's a deputy city clerk, and then in public safety, there are deputy chiefs. Outside of that, there's no other department that has an assistant director. I will use just as one example, general service. Ms. Gail Higgs is the director. Everyone else in that department is working in the field. And in fact, I will tell you, Ms. Higgs does not spend her day in the office. She spends most.
That is true. I know that for a fact.
Right. She spends most of her day in the field. As it relates to information technology, there are 3 employees to make sure all that cybersecurity work, all those computer setups for 200 employees. As it relates to Parks and Recreation, I think we have a staff of 5. Did I get that number right? Programming staff. So it's Ms. Chapin Scott, and I believe 4 other employees for all of the senior programming that we see. When you look at Ms. Scott, she is what I would describe as a working director. There are a few more office-specific functions. You are correct. Mr. Stevens' job is largely done in the office, but it's because of the nature of the work.
I understand that. Finance.
Right, in finance. Utilities, a lot of that work is done in the field as well. You have Mr. Hampton, who is the director. From there, just about everybody else who works in utilities is a field-based employee. They're out in the field.
Let me rephrase that a little bit,
Okay.
and maybe my leading statement by saying director, assistant to the assistant to the assistant. Okay, because I'm also reviewing a document that when I look at those departments and I see the titles, okay, and everything else, and I'm saying, is leading me to ask these questions here in this budget meeting, because I know that over the past 3 years, we have added a lot of positions, and a lot of them are in the upper range in salaries, all right? Which, for a city that only has 18,000 citizens, that's a major concern for me with my fiduciary responsibilities as an elected official. If I don't say something and it continues to go, we're going to find ourselves in a situation, we're already talking about taking the mill rate up. You know? So we need to be taking a good hard look at before we start reestablishing and bringing in other directors and assistant directors. We need to take a good hard look. Can that be incorporated with the personnel that we have? Has it been explored? Has it been talked about? Has it been reviewed? These are the things that we need to do before we even come to adding bodies like this, especially in the upper range like that. That's my concern.
Understood, and we will certainly do that. I will tell you that in the 8 weeks that we have been working on this budget, almost verbatim, what you just repeated is what I have said to directors. We add positions, or we attempt to add positions at the operational level first. The title sometimes is not the best description of what the person does. The communications director is a title, but this person will be hands-on, showing up at events, doing the communications, making the contacts, posting on the website. They will actually be rolling up their sleeves and doing the work of communications that Ms. Chris kind of highlighted at the beginning. You make a very valid point. Our goal is to always make sure that our operational efficiency is at the field level, the people who provide services, and to balance that in an appropriate financial way with enough management to ensure efficiency and outcomes, but to ensure that we are getting the work done at the level that it needs to get done.
Ms. Davis and then Ms. Hudson.
Yes. In this new position, I have similar concerns as my colleague when I see a new position or a new department. It's 2 people and there's a director. So I guess the question for me is, what are the parameters for someone to be called a director? Is it the number of people that report to them? Is it their educational level? Is it their experience? You know, it should be a parameter for a director. It doesn't matter whether inside or outside. But what is that parameter? Because it does appear to me, and of course, you know, I had a staffing business, so director is just kind of thrown around a lot. And well, let me take that back. Y'all don't throw anything around. I know you're so I take that back, okay? But it's a concern, and it's more of a concern than it has been before. And I guess because of this new department, and I'm looking at the personnel services, and I also know that Ms. Chris said benefits included in there, but I don't know what percentage of the benefits is added to the salary. But to have a 2-person new department and one person is a director, so I just need to understand what are those parameters for someone to be a director, and what are the salary parameters for that directorship?
So we have currently an established pay plan. So when you're talking about a salary and you're looking at a director level, this position is assigned to a G20. So that is the reason why the salary that's associated with this position is what you see here. As it relates to the benefits, we calculate about 30% of any employee's salary to get the salary and benefits, and that's why you see that particular cost. But we're also looking at FICA, which is 7.65%, And we're also looking at workers' comp rate, and everyone has a different rate kind of based on your position. Public safety workers' comp rate will look different from mine because of the nature of the work that they do. So when you look at kind of the salary, that's the total amount that you see there. When we're looking at a director level, we're looking at someone that can exemplify good judgment, decision-making, control, who that person is going to be reporting to, and this particular position is going to be reporting to the city administration's office. This position is not a position that's designed to just sit in the office. As Ms. Chris mentioned, this position is also designed to handle emergency type of situations. What you don't typically see is at a director level to be so down in the weeds and be dealing with so much of the day-to-day. And so when you talk about memos and handling phone calls and things of that nature, that's not something that you typically see at a director level, which is why you have the communication specialist that is assigned to this director as well. That's going to be able to handle some of that day-to-day stuff that a director wouldn't typically do.
Okay, well, what's the parameter of a manager? Instead of a director, if it's just like a two-person, I mean, what about manager parameter and the G20?
So to answer your question, with this particular position, a manager would not have as much authority in exercising decision-making and things of that nature as a director would be. We're talking about a communications director that's going to be handling the totality of the entire city as it relates to all of our communications, marketing, community engagement, things of that nature, versus a manager where a manager still kind of deals with more of the day-to-day task. And that is not what this position was designed to do.
Okay, I'm gonna be, Mr. Phillips, you want to respond?
Right, so I will tell you that there is a decision point as it relates to director versus manager. They are not at the same level. They don't necessarily do the same things. And so we hear your feedback loud and clear, so we could certainly take a look at that. We have invested in communications through consultancy for the last 3 years. And so this is a enhancement of that investment, but it's also enhancement of some of the conversations that we had earlier when we talked about a community engagement framework, ensuring that citizens are involved. It's not just the South Fulton neighbor. It's communication platforms across the metropolitan area. It's engaging with the AJC, with local television networks. It's also things that are very on the ground here in Fairburn, looking at the Fairburn forums. Is there a better way to make those connected citizens? Doing the customer service surveys to get that real-time feedback from citizens. And so it is a lot of the work that helps us to take communications to another level. We can certainly look at what level is best impactful for the city, but understanding that there had been some emphasis on our ability to engage and connect and to keep people informed and to do so effectively. Part of what was in the summary there is to create a metrics-driven process, to implement a metrics-driven approach to communication so we can measure the outcomes. That connects to things like key performance indicators. How many people are we reaching on Instagram? How many people are we reaching on Facebook? Are we being effective? How do we communicate with seniors who don't do any of that? How do we measure that? And so it is a holistic approach. I still have citizens who often don't know certain things that are going on. I don't go to the website. I didn't get that information. I'm not clear. As it relates to the business community, we still have folks who engage with the city who will frequently tell us, we weren't aware Fairburn was here. We didn't know about Fairburn. In fact, one developer told me, you guys are kind of one of the best kept secrets. We didn't know you were here. And so it crosses all those various platforms. We can certainly look at the level, absolutely. But it is a holistic effort to make sure that we are effective and impactful in getting information to those who should receive it, primarily being our residents and our stakeholders, other businesses, opportunities to grow business in the city, and being able to move those efforts to the next level.
Councilwoman Hudson, would you yield for a second so I can follow up on that, please, ma'am?
Sure.
Thank you. Now, here we are. Not too long ago, we talked about how we work to keep the current employees that we have, right? And we did increases, okay, across the board to make sure that our first responders were taken care of and staff. Now, you mean to tell me that, well, I'm going to ask this question. I'm going to ask it this way. Tell me you have all of the directors that you currently have is at a G20 or higher, or are they less than that?
So if you recall, which
Question, you have directors in this room right now that you know and I know is less than a G20. Now that's a problem because you're going to bring somebody in new, you're going to pay them more than what we have our current directors. You're going to have directors that are going to be upset because they're being overlooked. And I don't that person coming in position.
So, I hear you loud and clear. When you look at a position, you do an apples-to-apples comparison. That class and comp study looked at 21 cities with similar sized budgets, similar sized staffs. When you look at a communications director, when you look at any position, you look at people who do the same. That is how one directors in similar cities. How the firm does that. Another department may require an engineering degree, and that salary is at a different level. And so it's not always everybody with a director title having the same salary. Certain functions require more education, more skill. I shouldn't say skill, please scratch that. A different skill set is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. And so if your position requires you to be an engineer, doesn't, there may be, we try to compare, we are market out and clear. If we tried to do directors all at the same pay level, then you would have someone saying, you're paying someone else that doesn't have the education experience I have the same salary. So that's why we try to compare those salaries with market rate. What does a police chief make in other cities with a department that size? What does a general service department director make in 19 other cities? That's typically how you level set for a position, is based on similar functions. Because if you go out job hunting and pull up job announcements for those positions, they will generally be in a similar salary range in the same size city. Now, if you go to a larger city, that's obviously going to change. But if you look at like cities, you typically don't find huge swings in salary for a director for general services for cities that are similar in size.
So we're dealing with our budget for the next upcoming year. I would like to see documentation on past 2 years, 2.5 years, 3 years of all new personnel that came in during that time frame, where they came from. Because what I'm hearing from my sources, they all come from the city of South Fulton. And if that's the case, I see you frowning, but I'm going to put it out there. If that's the case, I have a problem with that too, because then that tells me, or that suggests to me, that we don't have a process that's really genuine if we just grabbing people from the city right next door. That's a concern for me. And I'm going to speak up about that, because I also know that, we're not talking about an engineer here. I get it. Engineer has a lot of training. We're not talking, we don't have doctors here. We don't have anybody here with doctor's degrees. Or if we do, they've been here and they went through the education process and they grew within our organization. But to see this is alarming. And I think we need to take a good hard look at it.
We will provide that information specific to your 3-year request. That is simply not true, that we only hire people, or primarily hire people. I came from South Fulton. Ms. Chris came from South Fulton. I don't know, maybe that's why that word is out, that everybody comes from South Fulton. No, we don't just hire people from South Fulton. We do a full recruiting process. We post jobs publicly. Anyone can apply, and we hire the best candidates. So this idea that somehow we are angling to only hire people or primarily hire people from South Fulton, I will tell you that is not true. And we will provide the information you just asked for to validate that that is not true.
That's great.
Things get said all the time, Councilman. I'm not sure where they come from, but I can absolutely assure you that that assertion is blatantly untrue.
All right, and that's why I want to see the data. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so there is a very, very good point made. We are very top-heavy. I'm not going to rehash over priority service our linemen. We reorganized our utility department, and that required no more positions to come in. I'm seeing a lot of I won't say a lot, two higher, and three now. We have the utility director with a G, don't let me say the wrong thing, what that high level G qualification. G20, y'all got it. All right, so when I look, the first thing that came to mind is I think we can attract more linemen. We're gonna have to conserve on the top level positions, the G20 positions. And let's put more money into the linemen. Let's make that more attractive to get them to our city and recruit it. Now, when it comes to the communications part, I think we need to do a little bit more work because I completely understand the need to have the communications department. Just for the record, my focus in education background now primarily is in public administration. That's what I'm seeking my doctoral degree in. So when you look at how we are staffing local government, that's why I mentioned the KPI. I'm assuming the idea of justifying the communications department was based off of trying to increase our reach, but it also improves transparency. That's one of the key things. So I don't want to put this off the table, but the top level position for communications, let's see how we can get something. Maybe we can start off part-time. Maybe it may not have to be a full-time position. Also, I think what will help is as you gather that data for council to look at that Councilman Whitmore asked for, you talked about that you're consulting, we're paying consulting fees for communication. What's the dollar amount on that we know? I don't have my thing in front of me. Is it over 100 grand?
No.
Okay.
It's nowhere near.
It's
I want to
just-
say in last year's budget, we may have budgeted 32,000 for it.
Right.
The current FY24 budget.
Right. So when I look back at past administrations, there's been a little breakthrough. The past administration started to move in that direction and try to improve communications as well. So I think it's going to help us, but I totally agree with my peers about the top level positions, and as well as making sure that we are promoting from within. It's very important that our staff understand that their skill sets are not latent to where they were when they first started here, that we do have transferability of those skills and training. So I think if we can look at where we are in training, right? And y'all don't jump on me now, but I will even look at what does it look like then to build that department from within, and how much would it cost to increase the training. We put ourselves on a track, and we really need to track this now data-wise, right? Making sure we have the performance measures in place, the benchmarking in place, that council can monitor, the effectiveness and the efficiency of the communications. The other thing that I want to add, and I think this will help with Mayor Pro Tem Whitmore's concern, is that I did identify that, council needs to have a way for staff to send communication surveys. I'm saying it the wrong way, I had it wrote down, but you know what I'm talking about. So in certain municipalities and in government, there are systems put in place where we can monitor and track the recruitment, the exits, whether they be termination or whether they be resignations. And so there's also processes in place in municipal government where the exit surveys are reviewed by council members, and that is a part of what we will lend to you all in quality performance, what we want to see improve in quality performance. And so to that, I also recall that we haven't implemented performance evaluations. You know, those are very important, right? Because the tax dollar has to be quantifiable. That's the main word that we want to do. So I support what my colleagues have said. We're too top heavy. We have to bring this down. I want to see more investment in increasing the salaries of linemen to attract them to Fairburn so we can get them where the need is and keep our lights on as best as we can while we work to improve our infrastructure. Having a communication tool where it is non-biased, where we don't know who it's coming from, but staff can be surveyed and we can get that data directly to us. It goes past y'all directly to us. And that informs our decision making as well as we're talking to our HR director and we're expanding staff and things like that. So that's really all. But I support the communications, but we have to look at the dollar amount. And when you talk about a director, you're talking about a director is not going to supervise one person. So that just, you know, and when she said manager, you know, we may need to have a team, you know. I don't want to see consulting firms keep getting our money. What I want to do is see how we can also utilize, in coordination with having a staff communication department. We have a STEM school. How can we then begin to utilize that resource for our STEM school to cut costs right now? And, you know, there's some other things and workarounds that we can do to bring in revenue, you know, but for now, I have the same concern as my colleagues do about the top heavy. I want to see the data as well, where our people are going. I also want to know why our staff are leaving. That's important to know. You know, quality insurance requires that we talk about and know the good things, but we know the areas of gaps in the areas of growth where we need to change that too. So that's it for me.
Mr. Whitmore, and then I come to Ms. Jones.
And I would like to use this as an example, promoting from within. We have one tonight, and we'll have one tomorrow night. We have a fire chief that started as a fireman here over 30 years ago, who is currently our chief. And if you look at what he has accomplished, and I'm saying this for the record, if you look at what he has accomplished, how he went for refurb vehicles, dressed them up, and they're mighty effective. Now you're finding other fire departments is doing the same thing. And Chief, I don't know if you heard this or not, but I did inquire about that electric fire truck that I know that there's a couple of municipalities that are evaluating it. Now, I don't want to see that in the budget next year, but I can tell you that with those electric fire trucks, they're going to be able to pick up and go a whole lot better than these diesels that you're running around in, all right? But I ask that you research it, especially with your colleagues, that we have a couple here in Georgia, okay? I'm interested in knowing about that data and seeing how effective it is, because what you have done, you're one example, and our police chief is another. Both of you guys started on the same day.
Yeah.
And both of you guys rose through the ranks, and you're paying dividends. That's the example that we can do with our own staff here. And then my last question is, you said you paid the consultant firm how much?
In the FY24 budget, I think it was about 32,000 budgeted.
Well, we should stay with them because now we're looking at a budget of $270,000. Does that make sense? Not to me.
Me? Oh, I didn't know that.
For for clarity, what the consultant was doing is not the same set of work that was proposed in the budget. So I want to be clear, we weren't just going to give somebody another $240,000 to do the same work.
So then therefore, if the additional things that the consultant can do is still going to be a great deal less than $270,000, that's what we should be looking at.
Understood. I just wanted to make it clear that this wasn't the same set of work for an additional $240,000.
Well, I'm just showing the difference of historical data, what we had paid, and now what we're proposing to pay. And again, we're trying to be very conservative now because we know what the state is not going to do. All right? So now it's up to us to find these ways of reducing and keeping that revenue so we can do other things. That's my point.
Ms. Jones, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I do believe that we need to centralize our communication. And actually, the $32,000 that's paid to the consultant really doesn't reflect the full cost of the communication that is being done in the city. For instance, the newsletter that goes out in the utility bill, the communication that's being developed by Economic Development Department. Several people have asked about it because we used to receive that regularly. It is now from Economic Development. They had their own newsletter, right? And that focus was specific. You know, some of it has been incorporated into the one newsletter we get in the utility bill, which is inadequate in terms of the communication that needs to be generated. I've also been told or encouraged or asked, why do we not have a full-blown newsletter with multiple pages? Now, that needs to be electronic because that is very expensive to mail. But nonetheless, we have a lot to say, and we could have a multi-page newsletter that is generated from the city. So I would say, first of all, incorporate the cost of the communication that is done by the directors of the other departments, because we do have that going on, right? That needs to be reflected in, because if you're now proposing to centralize, that department needs to take on all of that responsibility and task, okay? But the cost needs to reflect that. So if you can generate that information, that would be great. Secondly, you talked about the proposed salary and the positions that you have before us is based on the staffing of cities of our size, with the same. So I would love to see that comparison as well, what other cities our size have or doing relative to communications department, communications staffing, and also equipment. That needs to be included in there as well. And then, what was the last one? I agree that we should do more consumer surveys, and I would like to see that added to the communications team, whoever or whatever that might be. But I think it is an appropriate time for us to talk about centralizing communication. We do have some work to do in terms of what that may look like, but you know, I think the time is right for that. Let me see, ED, and then don't forget the electric department. in water, the communications that we've been receiving by that, because we really do need to do a lot more communication with our citizens about water quality, about how we manage and provide water, the utilities, the electric, and conservation. Energy conservation, we need to do a lot more of that. So there is a lot of communication that needs to be done from this city to help educate our citizens, and I do believe that it should be centralized. And I just want to add one other thing. I attended a conference yesterday from the Georgia Tree Council. Tree, T-R-E-E. Which is a big deal, right? Because we love our trees in Fairburn, at least I do. The tree canopy, there are benefits to trees, all of that. But trees, like water, can be hazardous, right? But there is a whole educational level that could be provided to us as residents regarding knowledge of the trees, the type of trees, how we can maintain the trees, and even the cutting of the trees, because that is very, very expensive, right? So that's another educational thing that we talk about. And then, Councilman Davis, was the energy, I think it was the energy program that you talked about with the weatherization. The weatherization, right? Right, so we present these ideas, we'll do a one-time communication on it, and then we've moved on to something else. Repetition is the key, and if we're trying to change behavior, we've got to constantly remind and educate, and do it in several different ways, and that's communication strategies, right? So I agree that we need to centralize communication. I share the concerns of my colleagues about the, proposed budget, for the staffing. I don't know whether we need to start at that level. I don't know. But there is more data that is needed to help us understand and appreciate why you're proposing the cost that you're proposing.
All right, how many more departments you got?
How many?
We got
Tonight?
a lot. Tonight, we got a lot.
Okay, this agenda said administration. Look, one department.
Okay.
What are we doing tomorrow?
No. This is the agenda.
We're using the same process we've used the last 2 years. We do have them.
I thought the departments were listed last time.
Look,
Just
we
trying to make
got
sure.
all this to do.
Well, I didn't,
Go ahead. Go to the next.
He's had
Oh, I'm sorry.
Alex had a
I'm sorry, sir.
question.
Go
He had
ahead.
his hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to interject in this conversation. I've sat and listened, and I was always taught in school that if something is cheaper but getting the same level of experience from it, that cheaper is by far the better way to go. Now, my understanding is that you pay $32,000 for a contract for our computer service, stuff like that. I think that spending $227,792 right now is a lot too much money. We don't know what the economy, from a lot of things I've been hearing on the news, is that we possibly maybe about to have a major recession and stuff like that, and I just can't see spending this kind of money. That's all I have to say about it. Thank you.
Okay. Go to the next one.
Let's get this thing moving here.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna start with our finance budget. First of all, I'm gonna hit a couple of our highlights for this year. We implemented a new credit card vendor for all utility payments. The city was absorbing upwards of $200,000 in merchant fees, and We have now implemented that new vendor, and that has saved the city a lot of money. We have went to a fully paperless invoice submission process. All of our departments now submit their invoices electronically using our SharePoint website. And we have increased our business license renewal collections by 20%. We now have a dedicated person that collects all of our, is strictly focused on business license renewals. Found out a lot of folks hadn't renewed their business license in multiple years. So that's been a revelation to us. For goals for next year, I still want to update the purchasing card policy, working with our legal counsel on that. Securing financing mechanism for the public safety complex and the water supply project. Those are two big ones, and we are right there at the finish line on those. Implement the new ACH payment process via this partnership with Payment Works, which I'll discuss a little bit more shortly. This further increases our payment security. We still want to go more towards paperless. Didn't see it in this budget, unfortunately. Pretty pricey, but we had a vendor out that looked at all of our files and boxes and papers and stuff, and it was a pretty hefty number that couldn't afford in this budget, but I would like to see the city phase that in over time to get rid of some of this paper. And lastly, start the process of reviewing and evaluating a new ERP system. We currently use Tyler Encode technology. That would be a 12 to 18 month process. As you know, changing software vendors is not something that you take lightly or you rush into.
For the public sake, what is the ERP?
Yes, sir.
Same question.
Our financial system that we use, Enterprise Resource.
ERP, what does those initials stand for?
Enterprise Resource Planning.
Okay.
No problem. Sorry about that.
Ms. Davis, you had a question?
I had the same question Whitmore had with that ERP.
Be throwing around acronyms. I'm
No
sorry.
acronyms. I'm like, come on.
Okay, there are no personnel changes recommended in the finance department for next year. Moving to the next slide, I'll hit two areas here with the largest numbers here. Professional, that is our CPA who comes in and helps us close our books at the end of every year. Steve Garber. Steve has been working with the city of Fairburn, I think, at least for about 16, 17 years. That's for him. The bigger number down there is our contractor services number. Just quickly, I will go into what makes up those numbers. 75,000 of that is basically for our auditors, Malden and Jenkins, who we know was in last month. Another 75,000 of that is our grant writing. We allocated about 50,000 this year. We want to increase that to 75,000 next year because we really want to use them more. I think we got all that we could get out of that 50,000 this year, and we are hoping to get some good results out of it. But I think increasing that budget from 50 to 75 would be a great investment for the city. We have some great prospects on some grants that we hope are going to be coming through, some probably in the next 60 days, we hope. Other parts of that are $42,300. That's our Tyler Technologies, our ERP system, our financial system that we use for all of our daily work. We also have Payment Works. Payment Works is $34,000. This is a new partnership to increase our payment security. Mr. Phillips came to me about 6 months ago and said we had so much attempted fraud that if we just sat back and did nothing about it, that would be a shame. So we have partnered with a new company called Payment Works. All of our vendors will register with them. Before we process any ACH payments, they will do all the vetting of the banking information. I can tell you almost daily, my staff gets requests to change banking information for a vendor that, that we've had on file and we paid a number of times. This partnership with Payment Works allows them to take on that liability. They vet all the vendors. If someone gets through and is fraudulent, they cover the cost. So I do think that $34,000 is well spent. What else is in there? We also have a software called Debt Book. Debt Book tracks all of our debt, all of our leases. We have, I don't want to get too technical, We have accounting requirements with GASB 87 where we have to report leases and debt a certain way on our financial statements, and debt book helps with that. So those are the major costs that make up the $245,000. There's a couple of other, the other one in there is merchant fees. So merchant fees at the bottom, $76,000. This is what I kind of addressed earlier about the city was eating all of the costs for credit card payments and utilities. This cost has went down from about $280,000 a couple years ago to now this year it should be down to $76,000. So I'm really happy about that.
That's good.
The next one is our supplies. There is no magic formula there. That is office supplies, small equipment, miscellaneous supplies, uniforms, like to get the ladies some shirts that say Fairburn Finance Department. And that wraps it up for finance. We have personnel services, $844,768. Purchasing contracted, $401,498. And supplies, $9,950, for a total budget of $1,256,216. Are there any questions on the finance?
Any member of council have a question?
I just have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Stevens, you talked about this ERP. What is that? That is a system that we use to monitor our finances?
That is basically our financial software,
Our
Tyler
financial
Technologies. We
Okay.
use it in code.
Okay, are you familiar with a warrant system?
Warrant?
Warrant system is, I may be using the wrong language, but there are some municipalities who use this system and where the departments upload all of their invoices and things that need to be paid within that month. Once a month, the council would review those warrant lists, and when they come to that meeting once a month, they look through that. If there's any input that they need to put in about or questions that they have, you have time to reach out to that department and get those questions. But it's a transparency tool. And I'm seeing that spread. It may not be in the South, but I'm seeing it East Coast. I'm seeing it Midwest. That is a system. So it's a universal system. All departments, they upload their invoices in there, and council members can review and look at what the monthly expenses are.
Okay, I never heard of that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Any other member of the council? All right, next department.
Okay. So next one is our Go Bond budget. This is the collections for our Go Bonds that we collect. There again is no magic bullet in this. This is what we collect on the bond, the 1.46 that we collect each year. I can tell you all of that money is going to be dedicated to paying off Fire Station 23, which we will do as soon as it's finished being built. In January, it should be paid off pretty much right after that. There would be no debt incurred by the city. With the bond in place, we are fortunate enough that we have the finances in-house with the collections enough to cover this from start to finish. I think I said earlier that Dana would spend the money from ARPA on Fire Station 23. Once he exhausts that money, then he will go to the Go Bond budget.
Ms. Davis?
Quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
The GO bond that is attached to the millage rate, when will that be paid off?
So this GO bond, let me be more specific here. So this GO bond is in place at least through 2031.
Which one are you talking about?
This one right here.
Capital outlay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So this bond is in place for, it's 20 years. It's from 2011 to 2031. We have about $800,000 in debt service that we pay each year. The bond is collecting almost $2 million a year. That has allowed us the flexibility to also cover the cost of a public safety complex. And that's something that we talked about briefly, and we talked about on previous meetings, that we're looking at building a public safety complex for fire and police. And that should be done without any new taxes to the city because this bond is already in place.
But it's the bond that's attached to the millage rate is what?
That's it.
This is it right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 2031.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Any other members of council? No. The only inquiry I was going to make is that as it relates to the, the program that Ms. Hudson mentioned. Actually, I thought I've heard of it. I thought it was a different acronym, though. But my only concern about that in this case is that as it relates to between our finance department, I'm pretty, and I guess in this case, I'm pretty clear with our finance department to review invoices. And the reason why is because of the situation, the position I work in at Fulton County as a procurement. In this case, we normally keep the legislative body out of the invoice business, and that's no knock against your suggestion, Mr. Hudson. Please, Ms. Hudson.
I understand you have your opinion. I disagree.
And so in this case, for auditing purposes and stuff, the people that we will have on day-to-day operation would be responsible for us, make sure we could pass that audit by.
And one of the goals, Mayor, is
Yes,
for
ma'am.
the transparency portal through ClearGov to be launched during next fiscal year.
Okay.
And that will give monthly updates as to every department's spending.
Okay.
You won't be reviewing specific invoices, but you will be seeing the cost as they, and what they've been spent on in each department. And that should happen pretty much in the next 90 days, I would think. All we really have to do is tidy up a few things with some goals and some ways we want it to look, but we can turn that transparency portal on, and we're hoping this year.
This year? Okay.
Yes, sir.
That's all right. Next department.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Oh, goodness.
The next department is the water and sewer bond. Yeah, I'm just rolling through all of these. I'm sorry.
Okay.
The water and sewer bond is just a debt service that we have in place. It's $332,000. Looking here at this one, we have to pay all the way through 2034. The principal amount was $4.6 million. Again, the debt service for this year is $332,000.
Okay.
There is nothing else in that budget besides paying a debt service.
You said that expires when, 2024?
10/1/2034 is the last payment.
2034.
Okay, that's it, sir?
Oh, I got more.
Okay.
All right, the next one, and you're probably taking a little interest in this one, is our capital projects budget. So our capital projects budget for this year is $5.3 million, $5,328,010. Now, I will tell you that is a significant increase from this year's budget. This year's budget, we started out with a little over $2 million in capital projects. We also increased that at mid-year when we were doing the public safety design. We bumped it up a little bit. Mr. Thompson has some money that he needed for the Go Lightly project to finish that up. So we ended up this year, I think, about $3 million in capital projects. I can tell you the biggest difference in next year's budget is the Park Road extension. It's almost $2.8 million in capital projects budget for the Park Road extension.
I mean, I know we know what that is because we've talked about. Would you just say for the public what that project is?
I will let Mr. Phillips do that.
That project, which Mr. Thompson will be able to speak in significant detail to when he does his presentation tomorrow night, will add a secondary entrance to Duncan Park. That aligns with several goals and objectives, creates better traffic flow through Duncan Park. That Duncan Park is also our flagship park in our Parks Master Plan. And as we look to expand on the over 100 acres we have at that location, that secondary entrance becomes a necessity to allow us to better use all of that property that is available to the city for development. At Duncan Park, it will come out onto Verlin B. Smith and create a through traffic way from Rivertown Road through the park over to Verlin B. Smith.
And just for some clarity on this slide, I know one says repair and maintenance for buildings for $500,000. That's for Dana when he has to replace a roof or some major thing. He blew through his budget this year, so I can tell you, and he asked for a lot more than $500,000. So that's what we settled on. But the line below that also says building $600,000.
Right.
That is money that is allocated in this year's capital projects budget for the public safety design that he said he's not gonna get to spend this year. So basically, that'll be coming back to the fund balance. Same thing with Mr. Thompson. The Go Lightly Green Space, that is budgeted in this year's capital projects budget, but he said that is not gonna be executed by September 30th, so really that's carryover. So whereas it says $5.3 million, some of that should come back to the fund balance because it's not gonna get spent this year.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
What's in other improvements, the 3.2?
That is Mr. Thompson. That's
Okay,
$2.8
that's the-
million for Park Road and another $400,000 that he had for Verlin B. Smith pedestrian improvements.
Okay, that's what
That was
is.
the other part that he said was gonna carry over from this year. It's in the budget, but he's not gonna get to spend it. So whenever that happens, you guys know that comes back to the fund balance.
And I'm sure he'll go through when he goes through his budget. But is this where CDBG dollars are used, the T-Splosh dollars?
That's tomorrow night
Okay.
grants budget.
Yes, okay, so but it's those revenue sources fund some of these projects?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Partner, yeah, part of that and then part of our money, yes, ma'am.
Yes. Mhm.
We have $175,000 for technology in our capital budget. That's mainly for network switches, computer replacement, city center builders, AV, and servers. In this year's budget, we also have, some things for recreation. Chapin Scott came in and said, our pool cover we need a pool cover. If not, we're not taking care of our pool. Fence screen, scoreboard, and some lights over at Duncan Park. We have leases in here for our police, for the handheld radios and the Motorola radios. Fire has asked for a heavy rescue truck, and a golf cart ambulance for, I guess he's right here with me, if you want to expand on that. But that is the details of what's in here for the vehicles that you see here. I think the heavy fire truck rescue is $60,000, and the golf cart ambulance is $35,000.
Is that,
Go ahead, Mr. Whitmore.
yes. So is this the vehicle, the four-wheel,
Yes,
4x4?
no, the brush truck, that's in the lease thing. That's not part of it.
No.
So the golf cart ambulance is for like special events, like when we have the Fairburn Festival. We've come across a lot of times where we have some very obese patients. And trying to get them to an ambulance with all the crowd, the golf cart would allow us to get to the patients in a timely manner and get them to a transport vehicle.
Out to an open area,
Yes.
okay. And the other one?
Then the heavy rescue. So I-85 and 138-29 intersection is a deadly intersection. We run so many accident with entrapments, rescue calls. It's nothing for us. It's normal for us to run out on the interstate. You have a tractor trailer on top of victims. That heavy rescue is going to carry that heavy equipment, where we have the air jacks to lift the truck off the car to get the victims.
So it's going to be if I can use the term, a master vehicle for major accidents where you need it for extractions and so on and so forth.
Yes, and it also carry all our equipment for hazmat operation. And it also carry all of our equipment for rope rescue.
All in one vehicle.
Yes.
Got you.
Does anyone have another question about this? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, sir.
And my last budget that I'm doing for you guys is the hotel motel budget. In the hotel motel budget, this is mainly where we fund our third Friday concerts, the $200,000, and then the next line down there is the transfer to general fund. We are hoping that hotel motel, we will get our new legislation passed this year, and that we'll collect more than $275,000. This is really key, to be honest with you, that hotel motel is able to help general fund. The more that we can do that, the more we lessen the burden on our general fund. So again, this is for the 6 concert series on third Fridays. I think they budgeted about $29,000 per concert, and then the $75,000 transfer to general. Those are the only items in the hotel motel budget.
So question
Go
for,
ahead. Go ahead, sir.
so question, I think our citizens probably need to hear a little more narrative about that. I know that our hotel motels at 3%, we're going from 3% to 8%.
Yes.
And part of that 8% will go to rec. But also, if I'm not mistaken, that still has to go through the Gold Dome, and we probably won't get any definitive answer until they come out of session.
You're correct, Councilman. It is proposed for the upcoming state legislative session. In speaking with our state representatives, one of our state representatives, Representative Jackson, his experience with previous efforts to increase your hotel motel taxes, that it is fairly routine. And so he typically has not seen very many challenges. As long as the local representative supports it, it typically passes. So we think it has a good prospect of passing. It will take our hotel motel tax from 3% to 8%. When that happens, the additional 5% has restrictions on how that money can be used. There's some more detail. I would tell you it primarily relates to tourism-related efforts, which is one of the reasons that Parks and Recreation is often a common use for those funds, because it will pull in those from outside of the city. There are other things that can qualify for that as well beyond Parks and Recreation. It also requires that the city establish a DMO, a Destination Marketing Organization, which is typically more commonly called a Convention and Visitors Bureau. So that would be attendant to the passage of that bill. We would have one established that typically is associated or connected to the Economic Development Department. It is a separate board, however, with folks appointed to the Convention and Visitors Bureau. But it would take our total collection for hotel motel tax from 3% at its current level. An additional 5% would take us to 8% and would increase that. It will pass the legislature, then it has to be signed by the governor before we can begin collecting. And speaking with Mr. Stevens earlier, it won't generate a lot of revenue in FY25, but going forward, we'll have a significant increase in that line. I'll let Mr. Stevens explain that better.
Yeah, usually the legislator lets out, late March, early April, depending on when Easter falls. The governor will sign some things pretty quickly. Some he waits until, it's a good time for him to do it, usually in May. But some bills are enacted as of July 1st, and then some have to wait until the following January. We're expecting that hopefully this one will move pretty quickly and we can enact it for July 1st, and we'll at least see some of that increased revenue in the fourth quarter of next year. So it's not going to be, we're not going to have it in place for the first 3 quarters of the fiscal year, but I do think it, as Mr. Phillips said, I do think it will pass, and I do think it will be a huge impact going forward. We're collecting $300,000 a year now at 3%, and at 8%, you see what that could really do to help us out. And again, as you said, it's got to be used for tourism stuff. That's the hotel, motel in general. That's why we use it, to promote our concert series. So the total budget there, I'm sorry, Ms. Hudson, do you have something?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, so, and with that, I am done, and Ms. James is here.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
Evening.
I'm here to present the budget for the city clerk's office, and I'm going to start with our highlights. I guess I'll push the right button. Okay, come on here and push this. Some of our accomplishments and highlights is the deputy city clerk has finally completed her city clerk certification.
Yay.
And that was done in February. I'm waiting to receive the certificate, and then it will be presented to you all with her here.
Great.
We finally had all the insurance claims. Everything has been reassigned to the risk management department. As you know, we used to do all of the insurance. Now we've transferred everything over, and we have identified a vendor along with the city administrator to handle the charter review. So for 2025, we will continue our education because we have to do so many hours to remain certified. We will continue to work with the updates on the city's charter in collaboration with the Carl Vinson Institute. Also, next year we will have an election, so we will be working with Fulton County for the 2025 election, and we will implement new software for open records. As far as the personnel, we are the same. We have the clerk, the deputy clerk, and the receptionist. I'm gonna go to our largest amount, which are other contracted services, because everything else remained, well, we took some of them down because we won't be doing as much travel this year because Dina has completed her certification. So in our contract services, we have $20,000 allotted for the Carl Vincent Institute for the charter review. That will start, I believe, like April. We have $98,000 for Fulton County for the elections. $7,000 for Municode, that's where we send all of our ordinances to. We went up on just FOIA to $9,602 because we're now having an application that will do redaction for us. When in the open records, a lot of stuff has to be redacted, and we didn't have that service with it. We have $5,500 for miscellaneous, that we do the South Fulton Municipal Association, that takes care of that. We have $6,720 for our copier and shredder, and $12,958 for our agenda software, which makes a total of $159,780. We have our supplies that equal $3,400. And our summary is personnel, $311,236. Contracted services, $170,480. Supplies, $3,400 for a total budget of $485,118. Any questions?
Any member of council have a question for the clerk?
I have one question. Have you, the estimate that you put in for the election, have you already received that amount from Fulton County, or that's just an estimate?
No, it's an estimate from the last year. They went up last year, the last time we had the election, so I used that amount with 3% increase.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
That's it.
All right, good evening.
Good evening.
I know we're ready to get on out of here, but I'm gonna hit some of the highlights.
Okay.
Some of the line items didn't change, and I'll hit the ones that had the increase and give explanation for that. FY 2024 highlights, we enrolled recruits and firefighters into the EMT Advanced School. That's still going well. It's providing more advanced EMTs on our fire engines and our rescue truck and our ambulance that'll be coming back soon. We received an AFG grant in the amount of $318,741 for new radios for the department. That's including handheld, base station, and 2 new radios for the 2 new stations. We got the new engine 21 in this year, and the Quint came in. So you saw that at the National Night Out. We conducted fire safety education classes for students at Campbell Elementary. The students and staff, they enjoyed that. Thanks to Captain Pilner and Chief Campbell and the rest of the staff. That went well. Had the little parade for the children, and it was a good event. The 2025 goals, we're excited to know that the tiller truck will be here late October, where we'll be training the firefighters on operating it. We're going to train the firefighters on the hazmat tech level, rope rescue tech level certification, activate fire stations 23 and 24. And just to give y'all an update, year to date, we're at, what, 2,158 on call volume? And we're just in the month of August. We hadn't even gotten close to the holidays, October, November, December. So we're steadily increasing. And reduced fire service response times on the south side of the city, which will be across the interstate with the additions of 23 and 24. Move on to personnel. We're adding the 1 lieutenant, which will even out the shifts for 2 lieutenants per shift, and even out the firefighter at 30. Like I said, some of this pretty much stayed the same. Of course, you all, the professional, 16,000 is where we pay our medical director. Any department in the state of Georgia operates up under medical director when you run first responder or EMS. Fulton County 911, of course, that's the 200,000 for the radios and our dispatch services. R&M equipment for our repairs of small equipment like chainsaws, different things like that that we get repaired. Our R&M vehicle, we've increased our apparatus. That's 410. Telephone communications at 25. That's all our iPads to do our EMS reports, phones, what have you. Printing and binding the same, postage, travel expense for training. Housing supplement increased a little bit. We have more employees that want to move to the city. So that's awesome for us. So
It is.
if we do have a major incident, knock on wood, whether it's a tornado or whatever, we got employees in the city, we can have a call back and they can get to the station in minutes. Dues and subscriptions, same. Training increased a little bit to 45,000. That's where we're gonna train the guys on the hazmat tech certification and the rope rescue tech certification. Business meetings, same. Other contracted services increased a little bit. We added a program for, that keeps track of fire inspections and, what else, Chief?
Inspections, pre-planned software for our crews to use. When we go to any of these buildings in the city, they'll have the blueprint right on their iPad in the fire truck. Critical portions of the building that we need to be aware of, hazards.
Yeah.
Where things are located. It's all the blueprints right there at the incident commander's fingertips, as well as the response crews. How far away they are in a matter of feet to the nearest fire hydrant and the secondary fire hydrant, things of that nature. It's readily available information right on their iPads that are sitting on the trucks.
And this industry standard, using that program, it helps our guys out a lot when we rolling up on all new stuff that's coming into the city. We'll know where the hydrants are right away. We could direct the engine, hey, you need to hook to that hydrant coming in. It's a big addition to what we need for better response. Okay. Okay, I got it. Supplies, moving on to supplies. Little increase in gasoline, of course, with the apparatus added. Small equipment, about the same. Miscellaneous supplies. Burn prevention supplies, that's the fire hats for the kids for Fire Safety Month. The Georgia Cities Week is the same week as Fire Prevention Week, so we have all the supplies for that when we do that event. Uniform clothing increased because of the added personnel. I know you all have seen our recruits run around the city. So we had our turnout gear comes out of that uniform budget as well. So that was for that increase. Then EMS supplies, houses, purchases, all of our drugs and supplies for medical. In summary, you got personnel services at $5,333,908. Purchase contracted, $883,150. Supplies, $252,500, with a total budget of $6,469,558.
Go ahead, Ms. Davis.
Yes, just a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Your new hire, I mean, the two people that you're bringing on, are they new hires or replacements?
They'll be the new hires because
Both of them?
yes.
Okay,
yes.
okay. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Susan, did I see you? Did I see you?
I just want to say thank you. I've been in the city now 18 years, and just like Mayor Pro Tem Whitmore stated, you started from the bottom, now we're here, hey. But I respect the work that you do and how your department is so diverse in age, demographics across the board, male, gender, female, working together. And I was really excited when I was driving one morning and I saw like the battalion coming down the street and they was marching. And you've always been invested in getting our young people involved in fire and rescue. And I just really want to commend you for that leadership that you bring to this city. I've seen you grow. I've seen you in times and how you utilized when you had the rusty equipment.
Yes.
You still got it done, you know, and how the staff that work under you respond to you. That means a lot, and what your leaders say about you. You know, because everything rises and falls with leadership. And so today, I'm going to give you your flowers because you have done an exceptional job with fire and rescue in this city, and I only expect greater from here. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman.
Davis?
Yes.
And then Mr. Heath?
I just want to ditto everything Councilwoman Samantha Hudson said. And happy belated birthday.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you
Leo
so much.
gang.
I just have one question about the housing expense there that was on your deal there. What exactly is that, housing supplement?
Yeah. Okay, so the housing supplement, we give our personnel, and it's not just fire. I think PD has some guys too.
They do.
For our public safety guys that live in the city. It's kind of like a incentive
Oh,
to.
yeah, I remember
Yeah.
voting on that now. Okay, that answers that question. Thank you.
Mr. Whitmore, then Ms. Davis, excuse me, Ms. Jones.
And the other thing I want to commend you on is the training center. I know that you saved the city probably close to $500,000 working with a local contractor here in the city that went out there and cleared everything and made the path for what we have today, not just for fire, but also for PD with the shooting range out there. None of that would have happened without your dream and your thoughts to bring it to the city versus taking our guys out. And if you remember, Ms. Davis and I were two, along with our chaplain, that went to a graduation in Coweta County, I believe it was.
Yes.
Well, we had to send our guys there for the training.
Oh, right.
All right?
Ooh,
We don't have to do that anymore. We do that here.
Right.
And that pays dividends because now we have other agencies that want to come and join in as well. So that's all under your leadership, sir, along with the other accolades that you already put under your belt. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Jones?
You wonder what I'm about to say? I'm gonna be nice. I just wanted to ask you about fire hydrants. You had mentioned that, we need more fire hydrants on the other side of town where the new fire station is being built and the temporary fire station. What's the plan for the fire hydrants and, how do we make that happen? And are the funds in this budget to make that happen?
Well, we do have a fire hydrant replacement program, which has worked well. We've replaced a lot of what we call two-way hydrants in the inner city, where all of the buildings are. most of the hydrants that are out in the outskirts of the area that we annexed over time, you know, those subdivisions or those houses were already out there 20, 30 years before we annexed. So that's gonna be a work in progress to get, you know, water out that way. And if the city of Atlanta, you know, decides to expand the, you know, the mains and hydrants out there, that's gonna be a work in progress for those citizens out there. And that was the reason why we bought the tanker, to help us with fire protection by bringing the water, you know, to the scene, because we don't have that many hydrants on the outskirts of the city. But not outskirts, but our.
Yeah, the newer parts that were annexed in, not the original fact. So, well, I'm glad I asked that question, because when you said earlier about, you know, needing fire hydrants, I'm just thinking the hardware, not realizing that we still got to run water lines out there for what, okay. So, the tanker then that we bought, how many gallons of water does that carry? And how long, is it enough to fight a major fire? And if it isn't, what's the backup for more water?
So tanker holds 2,000 gallons that's on board right now, and it has a 1,000 GPM pump. So we can pump 1,000 gallons a minute with the tanker. It also carries a 1,500 gallon drop tank that we can set on the roadway and supply water to the engine that's pumping the fire. As far as backup, we have automatic aid with surrounding agencies, and we're a member of GMAG, Georgia Mutual Aid Group. So let's say worst case scenario, I could get 10 tankers here within 35 minutes. You know, to fight the fire.
Okay. Well, that's good to know, and I'm glad that we're able to inform our citizens, you know, about how we address that problem, and why we are focusing on that, and some additional work that we need to do for the other side of town that is growing exponentially. And that also speaks to the issue of finding additional water sources, which we are working on as a city as well. So thank you for that. And congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's it?
All right, and that's all for fire.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Wake us up.
It's 10 o'clock at night, y'all.
I'd like to make a grand entrance.
Well, our T's paying for that.
All righty.
Good evening once again.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
This is Building Operations. We will be here for long but a short period of time. Give you some information and hopefully get out of the way, because I know utilities have to come after us. So we'll start with the building operations budget itself. So highlights from FY24, as we've probably talked about and you've seen by now, if you've traveled by Milam, Fire Station 23 is actively under construction. We have, the building is up, the interior walls are going shortly. The roof is going to be completed probably in the next 60 days or so. We have made some progress on the site work, but there's some things yet to be done. So we are anxiously looking forward to that being completed We are looking for that to be completed by the beginning of next year. Hopefully I can get Chief into that building and him start using it. Also, we have commenced the design of the public safety complex. We are in the early stages of that. It's schematic design, but it is moving forward. I can tell you it is our hope within our plan, it is our plan, within the next 30 days, we will come back to Mayor and Council for the award of the construction manager at risk. So we are working that process as well. We're into our next stage, but that will be something you'll see. We also completed the replacement of the roof for the City Hall building. It was very much needed. It was very, it was in a bad shape. We've also, as we talked about earlier tonight, the temporary fire station is now in its last phase of construction. So we're very close within the next couple of months to getting that done. We also last year were able to issue the RFPs for on-call preferred maintenance contractors, which have been a great help to us. They've helped us with some of our HVAC, our plumbing, our roofing, our mechanical issues that staff could not do internally. They have helped us get those things accomplished. Even as this building, we replaced the HVAC unit on this building last year. So they have been instrumental in that. For FY25, we want to, of course, complete Fire Station 23, and we will. In FY25, Ms. Phillips hopes that we start construction of the public safety complex. But we are planning to move with that as fast as we can, but as wisely as we can. So that is something that we're aspiring to do in this fiscal year, hopefully definitely in the calendar year of 2025. And we have more roofs to replace. As the council mentioned earlier tonight, there's been, because of the legacy issues we've had on a lot of buildings, we inherit a lot of roofing issues that we've been tackling strategically every fiscal year. As far as personnel goes, the one change that has happened in the new fiscal year would be the removal of the safety and risk management coordinator, as that has now, we have allocated that, and you'll see that in a couple of slides down, to its own division. So that's where that personnel is moved to, from just being on the buildings as Mayor and Council approved last fiscal year, this current one. In the new year, we're just going to slide that over. Now on to purchase and contracted. I won't go through all of them, but you'll see I'll just hit professional services, that $50,000. Building operations, we used professional services for consulting on design, on surveying, some of those engineering things that we can't do in-house or we need additional services or assistance with. That's where we pay that out of. Surveying some of our properties that we own, getting some design consultations and the master planning you see that we do it out of that budget line. The next large number you see is the repair and maintenance budget. That is our budget that we allocate for all of the city buildings that we have, repair and maintenance of those buildings throughout the fiscal year. So whether that be a leaky faucet, a door replacement, some of our self-performed projects that my team does will be funded out of the repair and maintenance budget. And yes, I definitely asked Ms. Phillips for more money, but that was based upon industry standards, which is normally you want to have about 1% of the total value of the buildings, 1 to 2% of total value of the buildings you have for operational and maintenance costs. Per the FCA that we did and that we presented to Mayor and Council in 2021-22, that appraisal value was about $62 million before we add the new fire stations. So obviously 1% of that would be that 600, but we are team players in building operations. We will get it done. We will get it done. We will get it done. But we really thanks to Mayor and Council, we added on some really good staff members that are able to self-perform a lot of work. Yeah. And that's the balance we try to have of having the staff to self-perform versus contract services out. So if we can do it, we will do it. The other large number you see at the bottom is other contracted services. In building operations budget, we carry some of the bills in us in IT for the city, such as the pest control, such as our janitorial services for our building, our security access control, our water coolers that you see around the building. We have a platform that we use as a work order system and ticketing system for building operations. Building maintenance is funded out of there. as well as some supplies that we get for cleaning and for our buildings, we pay for out of other contracted services that goes along with the cleaning of our buildings. So that all is what makes up the other contracted services is really comprised of all of those other numbers, as well as we pay for, you'll see some of the lights over Atlanta in the alleyway. We cover that as well in other contracted services. This thing's being funny too. Sorry. Okay. In supplies, supplies hasn't really changed minimally from last year. We have office supplies. We also, in building maintenance, of course, we kind of warehouse and stock some of the major supplies like the paper services for the entire city. So that's why our numbers are a little bit higher. Our fuel, of course, for all our vehicles. You see our guys around, even at National Night Out, they're there. Our small equipment and miscellaneous supplies, I would just distinguish that what we try to do, endeavor to do, is build up our inventory of materials that we use to fix, and also we're trying to build up our equipment that we have to fix things. So we want to get the pneumatic drills and the snakes and the key machines so that we can self-perform projects and then revolve our inventory that we need to do the fixes that we have. And so Christmas supplies and repair and maintenance vehicles is kind of self-explanatory. Haven't changed much since last year. In our capital outlay, we set aside money again this year, similar to last year, for continued improvements to the annex. This year, we were able to replace the roof in the annex, and we also replaced one of the HVAC units. So going into the next fiscal year, we've replaced the door as well. The front doors to the annex have been replaced this year. So going into next year, we want to tackle some of the other issues of the other HVAC unit, the painting on the exterior walls, some of the interior lighting to help bring that building up to par, as well as we set aside money for the municipal court building. We tackled that roof this year, but there's other HVAC and other issues and other plumbing issues that have been legacy issues that we try to tackle. And we also are trying to make these buildings viable for their current use, because the original build and intent isn't the same in use that we have now for them. So some of these repairs are making them usable for us now the way that we need to use them in for the future. We have $200,000 allocated to downtown improvements. This covers things that we do to our 2 leased properties, to the courtyard and to the balcony that we have. This fiscal year, I can tell you that we've already done several maintenance repairs to the leased properties, the freight depots. I know at Armando's, we replaced 2 HVAC units out of the 3, and that ran us $15,000, $20,000. We also are setting aside money to help do renovations to the vacant freight depot. We are working with and trying to find tenants to fill that will also contribute to those costs of renovations, but we're setting aside some money to help go along with theirs to help renovate those so that that can be a viable destination location, restaurant, hopefully, for a new tenant that will hopefully occupy or identify in the near future.
Well, I was going to say, you answered the question for me personally as it relates to the $200,000. In this case, I was going to ask you questions about both depots, but in this case, because I know you had some real serious with Armando's, that building in particular, and so I'm assuming that most of 2 HVACs in the whole 9 yard is rectified. Everything is with that particular dwelling.
Well, we rectified. It's strategic. We rectified 2 of the HVAC units and some electrical issues.
Okay.
That's not going to fix everything with every building. As Mr. Phillips alluded to earlier, we try to strategically handle the things in priority that we need to. Okay. So in the upcoming years, we'll look to tackle the roof. We'll look to do the other HVAC. We'll look to upgrade. Some of these systems in these buildings are several years or decades old and have a myriad of people have worked on them. So we're trying to, one reason why we tried to get the on-call RFPs and more sophisticated staff was to bring a level of expertise to get these things and these systems done properly. So it's functional now, it's fine, but there are things that we need to do to get it.
Ms. Davis?
Yes, I just wanted to ask, and I don't know, maybe this goes to Mr. Phillips. depot, what are the possibilities of the vacant depot or yeah, can you give me something?
Yes, ma'am. We are currently working with procurement to do a solicitation for any business that is interested in occupying that space. We have gotten some inquiries, and so we wanted to have a formal solicitation process, which should be underway very shortly, so that anyone who may have an interest can step forward and express that interest, and then we just go through a selection and vetting process so that everybody has an equitable opportunity. Again, some folks reached out proactively, but there may be others we're not aware of.
Right.
And so we'll go through that process, use a selection process and a criteria, and then hopefully find a business that can prosper in that location that fits into our larger efforts for downtown revitalization.
Yeah.
We want to get as many of our spaces occupied with viable businesses.
Right.
And so that one is certainly one we're focused on.
Okay, all right, thank
Whit-
you.
Mr. Whitmore?
Yes, sir. So, a couple of things. Number one, thank you for all the work that's being done out at the training station. It's finally coming to a completion, which is a good thing. I know we have some of your employees that have the special skills, just like what they did down at the campus, okay? Well, for about over 2 years now, we still have not addressed the depots as far as containments for their trash. And what I was told was that once they get done there, they should be allocated and take care of that. Can you tell me if they have the time to actually go and do that so we don't have to go outside to have it done? Because it's not fair to have our businesses comply with our ordinance, but the city doesn't comply with the ordinance.
We'll probably contract out, Mayor Pro Tem, not because of just the time, but because of the work that needs to be done. That's just masonry work that needs to be done. And with the timing of the other projects, we're looking to contract that work out. We got some numbers several months ago for estimates. We will then reach out back to those vendors and get procurement to get that work started and get that work done.
So what I was told was that the reason we brought these individuals in that have those special skills, that we can actually use them and not go outside. But now we're going to rather go outside versus using them. Now, they stayed down there at the campus for a long time to do everything that needed to be done. This should have been done over 2 years ago, and it's not done. We cannot continue to tell our business one thing and we as a city operate another way, especially when we have the ability to do it in-house. And it's not masonry. They putting up a wooden to cover the trash.
Oh, I thought it was going to be masonry enclosures around the dumpsters on 3 sides.
From what I understand, it's 3, just like we have at all of our other businesses around the city. And that's something that, and I know a little bit about woodwork, that's something that's not going to take a week. It'd probably take 2 days once you get the material.
If it's woodwork that needs to be done, we'll be right on it, Mayor Pro Tem.
I would like to have a report back on that because we're 2 years late and we're treating our businesses one way, but the city is operating another way, and that's not good.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
Yes.
It's supposed to be.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Hudson, go ahead.
Yeah, I won't be long. I agree. I talk to a lot of our local businesses and they don't feel connected. They don't feel connected to the city. They feel like that our focus is more on our corporate entities and not them. And so with the depot, and I understand it's been, renovated and things have happened, but our ma and pa businesses have been here for so many years. Armando started out on one side of the street, and now he's growing on the other side of the street, and he does service a lot of people with food that come through Fairburn, not just. So I want to make sure that that happens. I also want to make sure that, as we are renovating buildings and we're doing all of this work, you had the biggest baby was Georgia Military Complex. And I understand that it was maybe in mind stages on how you developed and renovated it, but it kind of looks real awkward to have all of our administrations with brand-new offices, and our council don't have a workspace. We don't even have a centralized workspace where we can do our work. So I just want you to put a focus on that. And whether it may be a long-term goal to make that happen, let's look for a short-term solution so that we are making sure that we are inclusive as a government, meaning our staff, this governing body who's put to task to go through the budget and make the decisions to make sure you have the resources that you have, our constituents and our businesses. That's what I want to see. You know, I felt some type of way when I walked through that building, and I saw that you all, you know, I was grateful for the work that had been done, but it was one-sided. You know, the mayor has a full suite. Nobody thought about us. So, you know, we are all the extension to our citizens. And I'm not here trying to spend every dollar that comes in, but keep us in mind. We are the governing body. We need resources to get this work done as well. I know that, you know, my peers have many years of doing it without these resources in place, but I see how we can grow. And having that resource in place is great. You know, a lot of times I don't send information to the clerks to print out. I eat that cost. You know, coming down to City Hall to meet with constituents, you know, we have to have that space. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
So the summary is personnel services is 609,476. Purchase contract services is 846,100. Supplies for 64,000, and capital outlay for 240,000 for an overall budget of 1,759,576.
Yep. Question, members of council? Next area.
So on information technology, and if I could, I just would want to first start off to address, we know there has been an issue with the phones, with the public and getting in contact with the city. Over the weekend, we went to relocate some of our infrastructure, including the phone server, as we continue our network upgrades. When we left, before we left this weekend, we had tested the phones and they were operational. We were able to make calls in and out. We tested that several times. When we got to work on Monday, we realized there were some issues with intermittent phone calls not being able to in or out. Their service was intermittent. We have been in contact with our service providers, Comcast, about that. They have provided a solution, but as of tonight, we moved the phone server back, and we've already begun to go to every desk phone to make sure that it's working properly, and we'll continue that in the morning to resolve that issue. And we're working with our service providers in the future to get that iron out on the front end, and to make sure that we don't have that same hiccup. So some of the FY24 highlights for the IT department is the started work on the network renovation, implementation, and of course, the technology refresh program, and we've also streamlined the software for technology citywide into one budget. We have this year already replaced over 25 different laptops and desktops so far citywide, and we've this year already switched almost every building over to the new network.
Just about every building. The only building that's left, excuse me, the only building that's left is utilities. Well, it's general services now. That it was really our single point of failure this time last year. So anytime we went down, it was because that building had issues. That is no longer a problem. And so when we switch that over, we'll be on our new network, and we'll have a solid foundation for continue to upgrade our infrastructure, our digital infrastructure.
Some of our FY25 goals is to upgrade the city servers and our server software. That has been a long-standing, ongoing process with us because our servers are very old. It has been a more involved process than many would think because of just how outdated they are. We have to bring them up to, in stages, up to current levels and up to current years. You just don't jump from 2008 to 2020. You have to bring it up from 2008 to 12 to 16 to 20 and so forth. So we've been working with some consultants to help us do that. We want to continue, as our IT manager mentioned, to renovate our network, and then we'll continue to refresh the equipment. We have some very old equipment, and every year our plan is to just replace that old equipment with new equipment to put us in a cycle where every year we're replacing the IT equipment. So hopefully will be our plan, I say hopefully, is that every 3 or 4 years or so, there will just be a replacement of equipment. So no one's equipment will have aged out.
Right, so to give you an example, we have some people on staff who's working with equipment that's so old. 75% of our time may be used just waiting on the computer to catch up with itself before we can then start troubleshooting. And that just causes issues. And so as the refresh is, the equipment refresh is going on, that's kind of what Dana is alluding to. We're just kind of rolling those new computers and standardizing things all across the organization.
So going on to personnel, there's been no changes in personnel from FY24, still with 3 positions that we have right now. Going on to purchase contract services, we do have money set aside in professional services still for $64,000. We cover some costs for the citywide in our professional services, such as covering for the website that we still host through our past vendor. We pay for our ClearGov out of here as well. That's covered here. We also have money allocated for the rebuilding of the new website. Since we moved away from the old MSP that we had, we're now going to rebuild the website, so especially that city Fairburn staff will have ownership and direct involvement, and we'll be able to rebuild it in a manner that'd be more appealing to us and our citizens, and where we can manage it more effectively, as well as some of hosting of these events in the meetings we have covered in that cost as well. You'll see that telephone services has went up since last year. That has went up because we, in this budget, we looked at the IT budget and we realized that some money in the past was in certain categories that probably wasn't the best category for it. So some of our telecommunication services were billed out of other contract services, so we tried to put it in the appropriate line item, which is on the telephone or telecommunications. So that number is large, but that comprises what we pay Comcast and AT&T. We pay Comcast and AT&T for our primary, we pay Comcast for our primary source of internet and for a failover backup source. We also have an AT&T bill that we pay as well. We do have some services with them. So for the whole year, that's what that 166 is. We, on average, for our primary services, pay several $1,000s for our backup. We pay about $7,000 a month just for those services for every particular building. And part of our network refresh is that we made sure that every building had internet, a direct line of internet to it, and a backup. The old network configuration was it all went to one building and then it branched out. So we changed that to be more redundant, and so that, to Charles's point, when we had an issue at one building, the whole network wouldn't go down. The other large item that you see on here is other contract services. The major piece in other contract services is our lease that we have for the new network equipment that we're using to renovate our network. That was approved in this budget year by Mayor and Council. That is a 5-year lease, so this will be payment number 2. That takes up about half of other contract services, paying that lease that we have. But the equipment is state-of-the-art. It allows us to have even virtual.
Really good transparency into what's going on in the network, who's doing what, how long they've been doing it. It's just so much you can do with it. We know if someone is using their personal phone on our Wi-Fi network. We know we can pinpoint if someone has been looking at YouTube and how long they've been looking at it and who that person is. So this is the transparency that we need because we just want to be able to keep the network safe. And that's really sort of our ultimate goal, to have that sort of security within our infrastructure. And if we can start there, then we can just start building toward the future. That makes sense.
Yes, sir.
I just want to go back and make sure I understand. You said that it may be redundant, but you have the internet and then you have a backup so that if we do have one failure, it can automatically switch. I'm assuming it automatically switches over.
Well, yeah, well, it's not.
Yeah, that's the idea,
That's the
yes.
idea.
That's the idea. And just for further clarification, all that old stuff that we had down in the old utility area, where Miss Higgs is at,
Right.
all that is gone now, so that,
No, it's still operational, but the equipment is different.
Yes.
It's still operational, and it only functions for that building itself.
but that's antiquated though, is it not, or is it?
No, the equipment inside there is new.
We replaced
It is
the
new.
equipment with the network renovations that we've done. That equipment got replaced with new equipment.
Okay,
Yeah.
are we still having issues? Did I hear you say that? We still having issues down there?
No, it depends on what kind of issues you're saying. I mean, I'm not sure. I understand.
Well, I just thought I heard you say that there was still something going on down there with.
No,
their-
no. What we were saying was that is the only building that's still on our old network.
On the old network.
Old network, and so we need to, that'll be within the next few weeks or so, we're gonna
switch that
switch it over to our new network.
Yep.
And then they'll have the initial and backup, like the
Then,
rest.
that's a different issue, so the initial is basically what we use every day operationally for our internet and network. So if we have, like last week, we had like a lot of storms, and then we had some equipment that was fried, right? So if the internet goes down, like through, let's say Comcast, we have another piece of Comcast, which is our fiber, that would kick in based on the fact that the coax went down.
Okay,
That should keep our internet and network access available for that building.
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms.
Yes,
Jones?
So what you're responding then to incidents or crisis, right? When you talked about if lightning hits something, knocks out a coaxial, or the phone system issue that you're dealing with right now. My question to you is, because we still have a lot of old equipment, do we have a formalized plan of when and how we're going to upgrade? And once we upgrade one thing, something that was upgraded 3 years ago or 4 years ago is now outdated and need to be updated. So do we have a plan, a rolling plan, to address that, and some sense of the cost required? And if we don't, I'm suggesting that we do. And I'm also suggesting that we start setting aside funds, Mr. Phillips, to help with the continuous upgrade. So a reserve fund, if you will, just for IT. This is really going to become one of our most expensive, very critical, but very expensive. Quite frankly, that's why we are behind the 8 ball in the first place, is because it requires a lot of money to just, stay updated on the technology, right? But we really got to get a hold of this. And so I'm suggesting we develop that rolling plan and that we start setting funds aside to help address with the rolling plan, because this will be constant. Oh, God, this will never stop because of the changing in technology.
So we do. So
Okay.
in the capital outlay, that $50,000 is to replace the equipment every year. That's what that $50,000 is for. Exactly what you said is what we've been doing.
Okay.
Set aside $50,000 last year. We're asking for it again this year to replace equipment. We also, in our budget, have money for that lease that we talked about, where we buy those pieces of infrastructure to replace the old pieces in our network. And then on top of that, we have money in here, as you see, other contract services, to get with our vendors to do those projects. And we build in those costs for those new switches as we bring new buildings on to be able to implement that and replace it. And our goal, to your point, is that every 3 years, we'll have a new piece of equipment on the user side, but also we're at the same time attacking our backbone, our infrastructure, to bring that up. So the plan you're talking about is the plan that we're executing right now.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, well, that's good to know. Thank you.
Any other member of council? No. Okay.
Very quickly on supplies, the biggest line item you see is probably small equipment. That is the number that we have allocated for equipment to buy. The big part of that number, I will say, is for the new hires, that if they get the new positions, they get approved by Mayor and Council as we go through this budget process. We, IT, allocate money to buy those new laptops and those new monitors and those stations, those keyboards, for them to supply those new positions. All IT equipment like that runs through the IT department for us to purchase and then supply the departments with those. So that's why we coordinate with Mr. Phillips, Ms. Chris, Mr. Stevens, Ms. Champagne to see what those positions are. We allocate the money for it, and then we purchase those. And then we have the other money set aside for just replacing the existing equipment that needs to be surplused with new equipment. And then you see in software is $162,000. Again, I would say at first that we reallocated money, or I won't say reallocated, we moved money around in our budget from last year, if you remember it, to proper places. Some of this money that should have been in software last year wasn't in software. But also some of this cost is things that we've brought in-house. A big part of this software cost is that after we transitioned from that managed service provider, now we have our own Microsoft Office account, and we directly pay for that ourselves. That's not ran through another party. That's ran directly from the city of Fairburn. So now we include that Microsoft Office account for all of the city, the Outlook, all the different Word, Excel, all those licenses. IT pays for that out of our budget. The other softwares like the cybersecurity for Barracuda, the KnowBe4, money for our asset management. We're looking at asset management for the Adobe software for the city, all the licenses for that. All of that money makes up of this $162,000. Yes, ma'am.
So, speaking of Barracuda, now, I thought that was, okay. So, speaking of communication,
Really?
tell me that we have this new software that collects potential email and stuff, because I have not opened it yet. And how long have we had this, Barracuda?
It's been since the since the springtime.
Just let it flow.
About spring?
It was like beginning of the year.
Beginning of the year.
Okay, well, that's a problem, okay? Because there have been some emails that probably I just deleted, so whenever any new system that okay, just let us know, okay? All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Even get on that.
Also, I promise IT's not out to get you. We're not out to get you.
I don't know.
It feels that way.
And oh, by the way, so you got me so paranoid, because I've really had to do the before numerous times, okay? So, okay, all right, so, okay, I'm just saying,
I will admit, and I shared this with, I believe, Mr. Phillips or Ms. Chris, one of the two. It seems as though, I know as an outside contractor that sends these things out to try to trick everyone, staff and elected officials, but for whatever reason, it seems like it's right around the holidays. So I intentionally started opening it up on the holidays, all right? And I have no intentions of going back and doing this thing over again. I just want them to stop sending it.
Well, Councilman, I would tell you they are equal opportunity. I, too, have been caught at least 3 times, which Mr. Smith likes to announce in front of all of the directors.
I heard.
City administration. So they don't discriminate.
I heard.
Take no before multiple times myself.
I mean, are we insulting? Y'all just
I don't anymore. We thank you for your support and participation in that. One thing that I did not add, I would like to add that's covered in IT is we have, especially those mayor and council that were out at the National Night Out last night, we have started and implemented a mass notification system with Civic Ready. If you saw our communication consultant, she had a sign and there was a sign up for the citizens. So we have done that this year. We're trying to get the citizens to sign up. I know our consultant was working hard on that. That'll help us communicate with our citizens with these outages, with events, in a more seamless manner. Make the robocalls for those that don't get emails and text messages. It comes with an app you can download on your phone. So if there's any sort of inclement weather, the National Weather Service, it'll send you a message. It also comes with an app that you can able to get messages from the city about those things that are going on. So just put it out there. If you didn't see it, it's out there. It's probably on the website. Please sign up. It's a very useful tool. So just.
So that, I know you want people to sign up, but are you using the other resources that we have in-house, i.e. in the electrical department, they have a lot of those emails and everything already, which you can extract?
We are working.
Along with PD.
Yes.
And Facebook and so on and so forth.
Yep. We are working with that vendor to try to bring that data over. We were able to get all of the staff uploaded into that system pretty seamlessly, so we're working to do similar integrations. It does integrate, I know, with some of the social media apps, like Nextdoor, so we are working on them with that.
Thank you.
That is the end of the IT.
All righty, sir, thank you. We got one more, I think. How many, one more?
I got one more. I got one more. I got one more. So now on to risk management. This is new, as thanks to Mayor and Council, this division got implemented this year. It got transitioned, as Ms. James said, from the clerk's office, and this year we started with a safety and risk management coordinator. So we're excited about that. Some of our FY24 highlights are that, as Mayor and Council know from those very intentional conversations we had in May and April, that we've transitioned to self-insured for the city's liability insurance. Also, we have installed first aid cabinets and AED in all city facilities. And we have a vendor that checks those monthly. So they are maintained and kept up to date and refilled. We also started a safety committee, and we also started a safety newsletter that gets sent out to all staff once a month on various safety topics according to what's going on. Maybe that time of the year, we did something on heat exhaustion. We do something on electrical. We may do something on slips, trips, and falls. We try to get our staff thinking safe. In FY25, we want to we want to confirm and memorialize the safety practices, protocols, and procedures we have in place. We want to continue to collaborate with other departments to reduce those claims and reduce those premiums, and continue to educate our staff with different trainings, with different initiatives about safety, about being safe as they work, and obviously involve our safety committee in accidents and from workplace accidents to automobile accidents to help us be more safe, to think safe 365 is something that we say in the team. 360, 365. There it is.
All day, all
Can't hear you.
360, 365, all day, all around.
That's our slogan. That's what we're going with this year. So, as I mentioned before, with the building operations, that safety and risk management coordinator position that was in building operations in that budget, in that fund, FY24 is going to move over to this fund. So that's it's new but not new, the new safety and risk manager. So that is a new request. It went from one person to two people. I can tell you that Ms. Jones has done it for the entire year, and the amount of work that it takes to self-manage all our claims and to do the safety is inundating, and she does not complain, but I know that to get to the efficiency level and what we need to be doing with claims, especially being self-insured, is there's a need for help, for capacity, because we manage everything now with our claims. So whether it's a light pole, whether it's a pothole that's coming straight to our department, us coordinating with it goes out to our adjusters. If it comes to fielding complaints from the citizens about that particular claim, coordinating back with them, coordinating back with our adjusters, our insurance carriers, as well as coordinating with HR and city administration and legal if necessary and finance. That's just some of what happens every day for every claim that we have. And these claims run longer than a lot of people realize in terms of the life of the claim.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and again, you're saying it's coming out of building ops.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're starting another department, basically, correct?
Yes. Go ahead.
It's a division within an existing department.
Okay, so with that, based on that, it's a division within an existing department. So now here we go again, as we stated earlier, safety risk manager and also safety risk manager coordinator. You know, that's two. So you have one now, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now you want to add another one,
Yes, sir.
right? So here's the question I have. How many claims for the current year that we have since this was placed under your auspices versus when it was in the clerk's office? Because they took care of it with what they had.
Mr. Councilman, the clerk's office did none of what they are doing now.
Help me understand, because
They're replacing travelers
they're replacing travelers.
because travelers went away.
Okay.
So now we are self-insured. So when we would send stuff to travelers and they had a whole floor of adjusters and a whole floor of processors that would take those claims and processing, she's doing all of that.
Okay, that's what you have. I'm sorry. What's your name? I'm sorry.
So
Felicia
she
Jones,
is
that's what
literally
Felicia's
doing the work that an entire company did for the city for several years. That is the change in how we do insurance when we became self-insured. So those claims don't get sent off to someone else to process. Now they're all done in-house. When the clerk was doing it, Travelers was the insurance company, so they tracked those claims, but they sent everything to Travelers, and then Travelers did all that, tracking of costs and the adjusting and did all of that. Travelers has now gone away.
Wait a minute, I'm hearing something else, so. What was that, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, but you didn't do what they're doing now because we weren't self-insured. Right. But the difference being, with all due respect, we are processing the claims. We don't get to send those claims to Travelers or anyone else.
I understand that. So now, how many personnel you have in your department, sir?
Right now, currently, I have 10,
You have 10.
including all divisions.
And with the 10 people that you have within your department, there's no one that can assist. Because it's not going to be a full-time. It can be a shared duty, if you will. Have you even considered it?
I did, and I don't have, IT has 3 people, and that's at the brim. With the 3 people in IT, they're trying to keep up with what all that we have going on as the city grows. The building and maintenance team is not skilled to do the risk management and safety. So I don't have anybody else on my team to take that up, to do the work that we need to do in safety and risk to help out. We did consider it, but I don't have anybody to do that. Ms. Jones has been doing all that she can do, to Mr. Phillips' point, to do all of what that third party was doing for us, and we want to implement the safety that we've been trying to do as well. So we asked, trying to think about all of that, and just tried to say we needed that person to be able to help do that. But You know, that was the reasoning why we asked for the additional person.
And I can tell you from my point of sitting up here, what I actually see is that what you're asking for in comparison to even the management of other personnel that could have had another project done that's over 2 years old, but yet and still you emphatically stated is being sent out to be done, which alarmed me. All right, so then that makes me ask additional questions because now that goes back to management. You hear what I'm saying? So, and that's why I'm asking these questions because, again, we're adding more and more people, all right, in these positions, okay? And it's concerning to me because we're super top heavy. And I'm just reiterating it again. We're super top heavy.
Councilwoman Whitmore, for additional clarity, this isn't a top-heavy position. This is literally inheriting all of the work that for years was done by an insurance company. And so all of that work now has to be done internally with the city. And so it is one person doing what a company was doing for us before. So whether it's a pothole, whether it's a dented vehicle, whether it's slip and fall, they have to work with the attorneys on lawsuits. Literally everything that Travelers did is now being done in-house. And so this is a holistic function that one person is now replacing what we paid a company to do before. And so it's not adding someone just to be in management. It's literally the city's risk management program that is now done in-house versus being outsourced. It's a large volume of work. It just is because we have a lot of claims. So we can provide exact data on how many claims we had in the previous year so that you can see exactly how many Travelers was handling, and you'll be able to see that everything that Travelers was doing will now have to be done by a single person.
So I would think that knowing that you're going down this path, that you would automatically have that info about what Travelers was doing and then showing the data of what we're doing now. Because without having that information, it's just continuing to add. Now, we have one here, but you're going to be hiring another one.
So I will provide that data, and that's on me, that you don't have it tonight. But we had a very lengthy discussion when we went from being Travelers to being self-insured. We had a work session. We talked about how that process would work. We talked about how all the work that was being done by the insurance company we're doing in-house now. We brought in a consultant to talk about what that process looked like. So this isn't the first time this issue has come up. I understand the new position was proposed in the budget, but we had a lengthy discussion about it. That's on me. I own that responsibility to have the historical data. So my apologies if that's not available. We will get it for you, the number of claims that Traveler was handling and how year-to-date claims, what those numbers look like.
Right.
No, go ahead. He still got the floor. Go ahead.
And also,
He still got the floor. Go ahead.
and also in comparison to, okay, so you're going to have Travelers. Whatever we had to take care of here in the clerk's office, even though it went to Travelers, right? Now the position was moved, correct? And now it's being done by one person. You're going to provide that data, okay? And then on top of that, whether or not the second person is really actually needed, okay? Because again, we already talked about with previous departments, okay? Now we're talking hiring or advancing within, promoting within, you have one, okay? But again, going up to, here we go, safety and risk manager, and then safety and risk manager coordinator. That's going to be GS what, Miss? I'm talking to the HR director now.
And for clarity, all the work that was being done to track claims in the clerk's office is still being done today, plus all the work for Travelers. So none of that went away. So it's all the work that the clerk was doing, plus Travelers. She can give you the GS number.
So the safety and risk manager is a G16. The safety and risk management coordinator is a G8. One thing that I do want to add as it relates to the safety and risk manager is that this position is not just about claims. This city has not had what we would consider an actual safety program. So from the city clerk's office, things such as actually going out into departments and providing prevention measures, looking at actual safety. If there was an accident that took place, or an injury or something that took place in the departments, there was no one that was really going out there and making sure that they came back with recommendations as it relates to prevention measures. There was nothing in place as it relates to working with GARMA so that we can look at getting grants as it relates to getting safety equipment and things of that nature. So this position is going to encompass all of that.
So when you talk about grants, we have a grant writer now, so that would still be pushed over to that side of the office. So you would not? Tell me you wouldn't?
So we currently don't have a grant writer on staff, but just to piggyback on the risk management portion of it, it's also about the education. So for instance, I'm not aware of the city having a program that deals with fire drills for our buildings. So if we were to have a fire in one of our buildings, where's the location where you would go? Or any type of active shooter training for our employees. So that is part of the risk management function in addition to the claims, but making sure that our employees are safe as well.
So active shooter is in-house. We have the police department that does that. And when you're talking about exit strategy, that's usually done by fire based on, you'll make that map and put it together.
Absolutely, it's a coordinated effort. So we've been talking with the fire marshal as well as Ms. Felicia and rolling out the fire drill plan. Dana's coordinating to put the maps on the doors so people know which way to exit so they don't take the elevators. And so it's a collaborative effort not only with risk management, but with PD for the active shooting as well as fire.
Okay.
Safety.
I'm going to ask the one question. We have all our personnel down in the campus now. Are you telling me, a lot of our personnel, not all of them, a lot of our personnel down at the campus now. So are you telling me there's no identification if there is a fire, the way to exit in that building right now?
There is. So there's already fire egress maps that are located in the elevator lobby opposite of the elevators. They're sitting on top of the first aid cabinets right now. Currently as it stands, we're going to get those hung up better, and we're going to communicate that better.
So safety is those things, but it's much more than that. It is creating a safe work environment for our field employees, for everyday employees, limiting injuries, lowering workers' compensation claims, looking at vehicle accidents, having a safety committee in place, doing safety trainings, creating a safe workplace, all of those things. And that's just a partial listing of what safety is. None of that has to do with anything with insurance claims. One of the things that insurance companies look for is, do you have a proactive safety program in place? We are working with several other vendors to develop that program to keep our employees and create a safe work environment. None of that existed previously. There is no accident review committee. There is no ongoing safety program. We're trying to implement that. And so that is a program in and of itself that helps to create workplace safety. Accepting the fire drill, set aside the active shooter, it's safety in the workplace is what insurance companies look at to decide, are you proactively managing your claims downward by putting trainings in place, helping employees to be safe at work so that they don't experience more injuries than they otherwise would. And so that piece is connected to the risk management piece, which goes back to what we've been discussing, which is processing claims, tracking claims, the legal aspect, and all of those things. And so those two things are in the same operational function, but they're distinct and different. It's safety and risk management.
Well, I will continue to ask these type of questions because of the fact that I have already articulated my concern about being too heavy on personnel. We're only 18,000 citizens. We're not 50,000. We're not 100,000. We're top heavy with, not top heavy. We have too many personnel for the size city that we have, and we still don't have enough personnel that's out there getting the work really done. All right? That's what my concern is.
Can I
We
ask
will
you one question?
provide
This is in reference to.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, and then I'll come to Ms. Hudson.
Yeah.
Did we save any money when travelers went away?
We haven't gone through an entire fiscal year since travelers gone away. That just happened in April. So we don't have enough data to compare year over year at this point.
Yeah.
It is our effort to save money when travelers goes away. That's our goal, is by managing all of this in-house. I will tell you that what we've anecdotally learned from the broker that we've worked with is, and by the way, there are several other cities around us that are also now self-insured, but most cities who have gone that direction typically find over time that they can more efficiently manage claims. Travelers was making all those decisions separately from us, and there were times when they made decisions to settle something or to pay something that in all honesty the city may have done differently. And so now those decisions get to be managed in-house, and we can manage those costs more directly. I would expect that to result in savings, but since we just made the switch in April, there's not enough data for me to compare year over year. We will certainly provide that as we incur those costs for this function in-house.
But it is a possibility that you could
Absolutely.
net that out with
Absolutely.
the salary and
Absolutely,
what we
that's our
pay travel.
expectation. I don't have the data until we get through an entire
right.
year,
I
but I would
understand
expect
that.
it to be a cost savings.
Okay.
Ms. Hudson.
Yes, so we have a shared work in this as council, and you guys know that I had a hissy fit about Gallagher. So I remember, I went back and I read all of that, so I understood that we were gonna have to make a shift. And self-insurance is just that, self-insurance, but we gotta consider the fact that, let's go back and look at the number of litigation and where they were. If it's professional practice, then our risk management is going to horn in right there to minimize that occurring again. Now, I alone, or this council, don't have the expertise to do that. But what we can do is we can review the past litigation and identify where was the most litigation coming from. And let's make sure we put our resources in that area for training and making sure that we minimize or eliminate that. 9 times out of 10, you can look at the litigation. There were some recommendations there that were clear from the plaintiff attorney. And so I know that we are top heavy, but you know, you all didn't gain my vote for self-insurance. I just want to put that on the record, but we're here. And this is why it's very important that we are informed on our vote and what the necessary cost of that vote will bring us to. So I have to support this because this is where we are. And Travelers Insurance is a corporation that have thousands of employees that help to generate that type of work. But we have to be responsible where we are today. And we may be top heavy, but this is a priority. This is where we say, this is the priority, and this is where we put our resources. But that's not a Band-Aid for past litigation. So we gotta bite our teeth down, administration. We really have to look at the professional practice that got us in court. And we have to attack that, because now that we're self-insured, everything, we're very vulnerable. We're vulnerable even when we're given events. You know, we're very vulnerable, you know, so we want to protect our staff, protect our city, and protect the resources that we have now. So I support this, I do. And if we're saving money, you know, okay, that's fine. But we can't get away from this. We got to eat this one. And what I want us to do is identify how do we get out of self-insurance. And let's put together a comprehensive plan on what phases that we're going to be working and moving in, and us as council being diligent in reviewing that litigation and giving our recommendations to the staff so we can move forward. So we got to have this. I'm for it. That's it.
Okay. I was just going to add that as a former licensed insurance agent, and my wife actually having an insurance agent, I'm probably more educated probably about this area than I want to admit, as well as a compliance administrator in this case that deals with the risk management department in Fulton County, more than I want to admit as well. This area, once we went into the self-insured status, it's a new ballgame, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know the way to put it. The ball has completely turned 180 degrees on us as a result of the risk that we now take on in-house. As a result of it, your house, from your risk management perspective, has to be tight as a whistle, or you'll end up paying out of your nose. I don't know the way to put it. I was trying to be as nice as I can about this. I deal with the risk manager at Fulton County on a regular basis, and thank God I'm delivered from cussing. But, you know, because I think I am. and so I'm gonna stop right there. Go ahead.
So I just wanted to wrap up with a little bit of a reminder of how we got here. We had 3 claims that were over $1 million each in a period of 2 years. One was the unfortunate untimely passing of Officer Astry. The other was the Campbell County Courthouse fire. The third one was a planning and zoning lawsuit that began before I was employed here. It resolved after I came, but it began before I was employed here. Insurance companies, as you know, look at how much we're paying them in premiums versus how much they're paying us in claims. Same thing happens on the health insurance side as well. So that's the context how we got to your point about litigation, Councilwoman Hudson. And so we certainly want to manage that down. Now, I will tell you previously, the final say on those litigations was Travelers to decide, do we settle, do we litigate, do we move forward? One element of self-insurance is that those decisions now can be managed directly by the city as opposed to Travelers who, under the previous circumstance, made those decisions as our insurer.
Yeah, but we gotta make sure now, that's why our credibility with them was lost. So just because the insurance company paid out the claim, don't get us off the hook.
Oh, no, ma'am.
We gotta tighten our practice up, and we have to make sure that we're not making decisions that put us in this seat again. So we're here now. It's just like a situation where I had to go through one time losing the insurance on my home because certain insurance companies don't just like to pay out. I had used it, paid for 10 years. And I had to go through whatever that Georgia insurance that they have, that supplement insurance, was the most painful year or 2 of my life. But I eventually got back to normalcy in that. And so we gotta have a plan to get out of that.
Absolutely, and your point is very well taken and correct.
Yes.
Of those 3 claims I mentioned, one was an act of nature, one was a car accident. The third one could be managed differently. Now, again, it was before I was employed here, but it was over a planning and zoning issue called vested rights. And we got sued by a developer, and that ended up the way it did. And so we can make those decisions differently. An act of nature can't manage that. An unfortunate, untimely car accident can't manage that. And so the ones we can manage, you are exactly right. We need to manage those down. The other ones are why you have insurance, because there are things that you can't plan for.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Anybody else? Okay.
Yes.
Got one more.
Okay, so I agree with Councilwoman Hudson about, this is what a necessary, she didn't use this word, but a necessary evil. You did say, or at least I interpret you to say, that we have got to tightly manage this. Quite frankly, so I've had the experience of working with self-insured health insurance. We manage the health insurance for the employees as well as the workers' compensation for the company. So going through that process. Quite frankly, I'm concerned that we don't have enough personnel, to tell you the truth, to take on this task. Although we've got to balance, you do high deductibles to save money, right? But you end up paying out as well. But talk about the premiums that we have paid to Travelers, because those are the funds that we will be using to cover this department, right? But I haven't heard you say what that amount was. And I believe it's greater than what this proposed budget is. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, you are correct. I will provide that information. Again, and we kind of went through some of that when we made the decision back in the last meeting in March to
Right.
move to a self-insured. But I can pull that presentation back out so that you can see exactly what those costs were previously in premiums under travelers.
And I agree, and that we really do need to have a plan in place, though, and that we should very tightly monitor the education, the impact of the education, the competition of the education, all of that, so that we can keep our claim incidents down.
I will tell you the approximate cost for travelers in the most recent year before they terminated was about $700,000.
Oh, wow. That's what I was talking about.
So to be revisited next year, see how we did.
All righty.
Let's move on.
So my other slide here.
Let's hope that was the last one.
I'm gonna try to,
Oh, damn.
however long y'all need.
I know.
I already texted my wife. She
It's all right.
To the point of self-insurance, you know that those, when we talked about it earlier this year, we fund those and we split those up between 3 funding accounts. One would be this fund, you see that 452. The other 2 are in utilities, the water and the electric fund, right, Ms. Stevens? So all of those 3 make up our insurance coverages, cost, liability-wise for the city. We also, so that's what that 452 number is. It's not, that is the number for that. There's, the other large number you see on this slide is other contracted services. That number is, we mentioned before about the first aid cabinets and, excuse me, and the AEDs. We pay our vendor monthly to upkeep those, and we have a lease, basically, a contract with them. So that cost covers that, as well as now, in terms of safety, we also pay for inspections for our fire risers in our buildings that have fire sprinkler systems. So we have a vendor that does that yearly, and we pay that cost. So those costs before, in FY24, were paid out of the building and maintenance, the building operations budget. So now in this budget, we just moved it to this division. Since it is safety and risk, we moved it to the appropriate division.
Yeah.
Not new costs, same costs, just and it moved it over to another division. Supplies is kind of self-explanatory, office supplies and small equipment for, we make hard hats, tools, things of that nature that we may give out, try to get cooling towels or whatnot for the guys when they need it, hand warmers, things of that nature for our staff. Try to get tools for some of the safety trainings that we're going to do coming up as we plan those out for this year. So in summary, the personnel is $187.50, purchase contracted is $527,600, and supplies is $8,500 to make a total of $716,850,000. And any questions?
Okay. So it looks like in summary, we're paying $700K and now we're going up to $716K. Just showing it. That's what I see.
So some of the funds that were actually in the building operations department with the risk coordinator position being there were reallocated. So it's not like a full 7,000 for 7,000 because we get extrapolated some of those funds from the building operations department.
I look at the bottom number. You got $700K with the premiums, and now we got $716K with what the proposal is.
Next.
Thank y'all.
Next slide, let's go. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Thank you. Yeah.
The best for last.
They walking. Oh, God.
Good evening, late evening. Mayor and council,
Good evening.
Good evening.
thank y'all for your patience.
Thank you.
So I guess we'll dig right into it. Starting off, water and sewer. Running through our highlights from last year, we were successful with the implementation of the valve exercise program. We are through phase 2 of the water meter changeouts. The lift station improvement project was completed. The calibration of the commercial water meters was completed. The cameras, I'll use layman's terms, the cameras that go through and check the sanitary sewer lines, that was completed. We did do our revisions that were necessary for our standard details and implemented the backflow prevention and cross-connection program, put that into ordinance. Goals for 25, to construct our distribution system hydraulic model. We are using a consultant to do that. Continue with the next phase of the water meter change out. Recruit a backflow prevention tech to satisfy the program we put into place and into ordinance. And also to implement the more of a public awareness from our fat, oil, and grease program that's actually been very successful, but we still need to get more awareness out to the public about that. Should let you drive. As far as personnel, additional personnel, we did some. I know you mentioned earlier about the linemen, but we've also been having some problems on the water side, also filling a heavy equipment operator position. So we're actively recruiting that. We will need a fall compliance inspector. Sorry, we've already got an inspector. We've already gotten our water superintendent. I don't know if y'all have met Marvin, but he's doing a great job. And of course, our water manager is here. So as far as going into 25, the only new positions we had on the water side was the backflow technician to go with the new program we put into place. And yeah, that's the senior meter reader. It's already been taken care of. That was an internal hire.
Okay.
What's that? Yes.
So the 4 positions, the senior meter reader and the 3 meter readers would just be a transfer from the utility administration department to water and sewer. Currently, those employees are, fall under the operations manager, which is holistically customer service and billing. There is no oversight for those employees right now currently in the field. And especially with the work that they do, it just better suits for them to fall under the water and sewer department, and they're managed by Mr. Martin and his team.
Okay, all right.
But no additional personnel for that, just basically a transfer.
You had a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Just clarification.
Hmm?
You said, I thought you have a backflow technician here. Is that not a new
Backflow tech-
hire? Is that a new hire?
That's a new program, so yes, that would be a new hire.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
all right.
And,
It's just one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
and explain the need for that black backflow technician.
The backflow technician is mandated by the EPD for drinking water safety. We really have needed that position for quite some time, now to come to where we have to have that. We have FOG, which mandates the sewer vision.
Fats, oils, and grease is what FOG stand for.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I knew that one.
I wasn't being facetious, but he was using another.
Oh, I knew that one.
And yes, and as far as the meter readers are concerned, yes, Ms. Chrissy is right. They are the eyes of the city. So we're bringing them closer to the field to where the responses are quicker, and we're able to ascertain any kind of situation that may be in trying to make sure that bills are getting out right, and we are collecting revenues that we do in a timely manner.
Yeah, if my memory serves me correctly, this, for the fogs, I know that, it was started last year, really identifying and going out and finding that we had businesses that were in violations.
That is correct. Since we've implemented and had that program and have a quote-unquote fat oils and grease inspector, we've been able to be foot on ground and in the place at the same time. We have had some violations, but they've been corrected thus far. Businesses are now being permitted to also honor that to where that they are being monitored every time. So the inspector's really on the job.
That's good. Yeah, because when it backs up and overflows, it's not a good, don't
costs-
walk over there.
Right, that costs the city more money in trying to correct this situation.
Anybody else? Okay. So as far as the expenses on the water side, I guess we'll go through the larger numbers here. Technical services, this is basically our consultant, what's his name, IEC. Y'all probably know him as Kerry. He's been here before, Kerry Dow, but that's for his stuff. Also, for paying for the water sampling stuff that we have to do that's required of us to be annually submitted. That all comes out of that 220,000. And then on the R&M for the water distribution system, this is basically where we do repairs in-house with our own personnel, not a contractor. This is materials and things of that nature that we need to fix leaks and stuff like that. And then down at the bottom, the other contracted services was a larger one. This is basically when it's something that's outside of our purview. We cannot repair it in-house. We don't have the personnel, the tools, or the skills for those type repairs, and we have to bring in somebody from the outside. So that's where that number comes from. And then that bottom number is the cost that we have to pay Fulton County to treat our sewage annually.
And what's the liability insurance? Liability against what?
Yes.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
that's our portion.
Oh, I'm sorry, any other questions?
Any other questions? Keep going. I'm sorry.
No, keep going.
Yeah, one question.
Sure.
So on the technical services, when you have the H2O, the water sampling, is that when, for example, we have problems with IE Atlanta, and we go through the boil process, then we have to get samples to make sure everything is drinkable? Is that
Yes,
part of that?
Yeah, that falls up under that. That's our water sampling and compliance support right there. As a matter of fact, that is what we have contracted to go to an EPD lab. And also, in that price also encompasses our analytical support, our engineers for all our other projects that go on, whether it's in planning and zoning, on-call engineering. It encompasses all that.
Let's see. On the next slide, just getting into our supplies, pretty straightforward like everybody else. General office supplies, the cost for gasoline for vehicles and small equipment was $26,000. Our cost to purchase the water from City of Atlanta was $2.8 million. Money there for small equipment, chainsaw shows, things of that nature. Miscellaneous supplies and repair parts for the equipment. And then infrastructure supplies brings to a total of $2,882,000.
Where's the payment to the water authority? Which budget is that?
It's in water, but it's on down further, up until, let me get it right here.
Yeah, administration.
Yeah, I don't think it's under,
It's under Utilities Administration.
yeah. Which is at the end, I believe.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead to the next.
So,
Yeah.
Sorry.
As far as our capital outlay, for the total from the other sheet, our infrastructure was $818,000, and $25, and then the meters was, is that right? 5,000? Okay, $5,000. Out of that 818,000, we had the hydraulic modeling, the phase 2 of the meter change-out program, the infiltration study for the sewer lines, and just water system improvements plans, the design, basically the engineering of it. We didn't have the money to actually do any of it, but basically we're trying to get the engineering done so that when we get the engineering done, we'll have what we need to go get cost estimates and figure out how we get them completed and built.
Question?
yeah.
So what percentage are we at with the meter change-out program?
Okay, if you look back at the goals at first where we first started off with phase 2 was mostly in-house during that time.
Okay.
Okay, we're trying to go back and forth with everything. We're trying to use in-house versus what we use with contractors to do a mass version of it so that we can update data all in the system at one time. So phase 3, as you look, it will be in the capital outlay, which we will have $635,000 to do 1,250 meters and transmitters, and that includes the labor costs for the not our staff, but the contractor to do it in one big whop. Then we will revert back to 4, in which we'll do more in-house. Now, where you see the meter cost is $5,000, we already had our supplement and inventory together for to do it simultaneously with contractors and us in-house. So we're trying to speed this program up because we really want to get to full AMI, and that is the goal. Okay. And AMI is automatic metering infrastructure.
Right. So number-wise, percentage-wise of installed meters, where are we at?
Well, with everything else, I'm gonna have to get you back that information because we've been doing in-house like now gradually. As meter readers are reading and reporting which ones are outdated, we're replacing them. So I will get you that data.
Any other questions?
Questions?
He answered it. I was gonna ask about the phase 3. He got ahead. I have a question about stormwater. What does other contract consist of, contractors that,
I know.
are we on stormwater?
Oh, no.
No, I went through I went ahead.
That's okay.
No.
Are we gonna get into it?
We'll get to it.
I'll wait. I'm gonna hold all questions till we done. All right.
So to summarize, basically the total budget was made up of the basically 1.1 million for personnel services, 2.9 almost in purchases and contracted, 2.8 in supplies, 823,000 in capital outlay, 525 in depreciation and amortization, 40,000 in other costs, 2.429 in million in debt service, and $967,565 in other financing uses. I'm sure you're gonna have some questions on that.
What does that mean?
I'm gonna go to Brian on that part. Other financing uses?
Oh, I see, okay. Is that a new label?
Sorry, that's a transfer to general fund that we do at the end of the year.
Okay.
Now, as you know, the water and the electric funds were not that healthy recently. So what we've been doing is really evaluating where those finish up at the end of the year to see if we can afford to do the transfer. But that's what that is.
Any other questions? Now we'll go to stormwater.
Okay.
So starting for, highlights from last year in stormwater, I guess we joined the Southeast Stormwater Association.
Yes.
Completed the 2024 NPDES annual report, completed the 23 to 24 impaired water sampling, an improvement of the urban stormwater program, adopt a drain program, continued storm drain repairs throughout the city, and completed the 2024 GILID program. We don't know what that is. What is it?
Green space infrastructure and lower.
Using all these acronyms.
Yeah,
Bad as Brian.
Sit down.
All right, and then for next year, this coming year, obviously we'll do our annual reporting again for NPDES and for the water sampling. Continue with our storm drain repairs, focusing mainly on culverts, inlets, and things of that nature. The green space program again, and submitting new stormwater management program to the EPD. That would be from scratch, correct? Yes.
Well, for each 5 years, you have to come up with another stormwater management plan, which encompasses any changes that the EPD done and we'll want to implement for the new municipality. So now we're back at starting again. We've completed our 5 years, we've gotten our permit renewed, and we're back on top. So now we continue to do what this new plan will incorporate, and it's due in December.
Of course. Didn't you also completed the lead pipe inventory assessment?
As a matter of fact, it will be complete next week.
Oh, so that's why that's not on this list.
Yes.
Okay.
So we will make our deadline
Okay,
as
great.
promised.
Okay. All right, and you will share that report?
Of course. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna have the team here possibly get with administration here to do a work session.
Okay. I don't know if all that's necessary, but
I love it.
I appreciate that, though. So this is one of those other federal mandates for which we had to do. And because of the work I do within it, we knew about this long before announcement. And I began talking with Ms. Martin about, this and getting an inventory of it. And based on the preliminary, we have a good report, correct?
Right.
Yes, yes, so I look forward to that. But thank you for that.
All right, any other questions?
When you got to the money.
Okay. Oh. All right, next slide. Purchased and contracted. So professional services was at $51,900. The printing and binding for $3,000, which is basically flyers and information we put out to the public. The postage for mailings, and then $1,200 for training for employees. And then, of course, the $88,000 for other contract services that we talked about.
Okay, so what does other contracted services consist of?
It consists of contractors that we use to do our storm drains and stuff. To do our storm drains. As you know, using and handling storm drains require very heavy equipment. So we only use this here particular line item to hire those vendors for emergencies and so forth, because we can't supply the equipment, the heavy equipment we don't maintain for that.
Okay. Did we do electric?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Okay, I'm ahead.
Any other questions?
Questions? Okay, next.
All right, and then our capital outlay, the $50,000 infrastructure costs, which I'm gonna flip back page, what was that?
In the infrastructure, the $50,000 is for to do storm drain replacement lids. We saw that to be a problem this year, and we even reached out during our leadership meetings and so forth, that if you see and you identify, let us know, because we want we do not want a liability with someone falling in those holes. So if you let us know, we'll come out there and we stocking up on the supply, the inventory for lids, dog houses, rings, and so forth.
So,
Start with Ms. Jones, then come to Mr. Whitmore.
I was just going to say, so utilities, they've identified several communication issues that need attention. And this is one of those. You know, we really need to get the word out constantly about because that is a liability issue, and that's one that would cost us a ton of money. So we need to pay attention on that, pay attention to that, get on it ASAP in terms of getting it. So do we have an inventory of where they all are?
Right now, we've been using things like C-Click Fix that Gail's had that people identified and took pictures of. We do have staff that's out monitoring crushed inlets and so forth where trucks then ran over them, and we quickly get someone to repair those as well.
Okay, but we know where everyone is in the city. The overall, every manhole cover, we know where it is in the city.
Yes,
We know of them in the city.
Yes, we do have
Okay.
a stormwater GIS.
Yeah, okay, okay. So at some point, we could go and have staff to just do an entire sweep of the city to just see the status of them, and in conjunction with communicating with the residents about the C-Click and Fix. Because we can't solely depend on that, is what I'm saying.
Right.
Okay, so what's our initiative to just once a year maybe, or once or twice a year, to just walk the city or drive the city for every manhole cover we have, just to see its status?
Right. Well, we've been doing that in conjunction with staff. As you know, the streets are out more than
Okay.
ever. So we have aligned ourselves with Gail Higgs, the
Okay.
street director, and she's been, engaging with us on identifying. Staff has been out, police, as you see them, we get them.
Okay, well, that's great. So all of us need to have eyes on this as well.
Right.
Yes.
We're also using the water meters to spot a lot of the water meter readers to spot this kind of stuff when they're out going around the city. We've kind of told them, like, y'all are the eyes of the city. Y'all go everywhere in the city on an ongoing
Code enforcement.
basis. Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
everybody.
Okay.
Like that. So they're probably even more effective between the combination of everybody is probably more effective than the citizens.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yes,
between our own employees and them, I think we get a pretty good grasp on it.
Okay, well, thank you. And this is a kind of a task for the risk management team as well, to coordinate that. Okay, thank you.
Whitmore?
yes, so in the past, I know we had problems with the manhole covers being stolen.
Yes.
All right, so now I do know there are certain cities that secure the lids down, I don't know, with some special glue, but of course, if we need to pop it up, we can pop it up, but it makes it almost impossible for an individual to go and forcibly pull it up. So are we doing anything along that? You mentioned the clamps, all right?
Well, from what we've got with the inventory that we do have, these particular do not do what those clamp downs are. Some of them have lips, what we call them up under, that hooks in there that keeps it from shifting. We have bought some of those. But one of the main things in stormwater that we're having the biggest problem out of is actually citizens throwing stuff in those storm drains, blowing leaves in there, stopping them up. That's why you have areas that are flooded or beginning flooded, because we've even found a lot of things in there, baby dolls, bags, everything. So, so this is something that really is a citywide thing to keep diligent with that, because you can't stop it. I mean, we find even an idle arm in the manhole. So
What?
idle arm off a car.
Carport.
Well,
They just figured it's a trash can.
Where you ain't You didn't find the real arm.
That's why I was saying,
Well, we found a car at the bottom of the lake in Duncan Park. Hey.
That's true.
Oh, my God.
All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, so,
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir. I think you still have the floor.
so, yes, because it is important, not only staff, but the citizens to see something, say something.
Yes.
'Cause right in Durham Lakes, we had a septic truck that went down one of our streets, popped the manhole cover, and dumped the waste in.
Wow.
All right? But we did have a citizen that saw it, called it, and actually followed them and got the license plate number, and he was cited. But I think the word is out now, don't come and dump any of your sewage in the city of Fairburn, at least not in Durham Lakes.
I need to go to jail.
But it is good that, from what I'm hearing, is all staff, you guys you have knocked down the walls of this is my department, I don't do this, where everybody is communicating with everyone, so that's a real good plus. Thank you.
Yeah. So in summary, our purchase contracted amount was $144,400. Capital outlay was $50,000, and our appreciation was at $305,000 for a grand total of $499,400. Now on to the electric.
Can I ask you a question before you start with electric? So I know that Mr. Martin is water, and I know ex-Marine here, the Marine here, is electric. And I almost said ex, but once a Marine, always a Marine. But what I don't know about you is, I know you've been with the city for a while, but can you give me that breakdown of your history here with us and your positions, please?
I was hired in 2004 as a groundman. After my training, I moved on to become a lineman. After I went from a lineman, I became journeyman lineman. After I became journeyman lineman, I became the superintendent, and now I am the electric utility manager.
Homegrown.
Well, awesome.
Great.
All started here.
My 20th year was Sunday.
Congratulations.
Awesome.
3 months ago, he was promoted internally to become our electrical superintendent.
Awesome.
Electric manager. I'm sorry, I missed the job title, but he was promoted internally and became our electrical manager, manages all of our electrical operations.
All right. So we'll start with our highlights. We completed a reconductor and power pole replacement on Elder and Poplar Streets. Completed the pole asset GIS tagging project finally. Completed the repair and installation of the Highway 74 interchange lighting and the replacement of 42 overhead distribution transformers. For FY25, our goals are to move the Rivertown Road primary circuit from overhead to underground, change out our aged pad mount transformers, change out the aged poles on Sonoy Road, addition of a new 3-phase circuit and power poles on Valley Brook Road, replacement of aged power poles on Highway 29 from Strickland to Barton Street, continue our electric meter change-out program also in Phase 3, and continue the distribution transformer replacement program.
Before you go to the next slide, Mr. Hampton, can either you or Mr. Banks just share with Mayor and Council and the residents is watching the importance of the pole tagging GIS project and the impact it could potentially have on our revenue?
Yes. So basically, for all of the attachments on our poles by other utilities such as Comcast, AT&T, they pay a fee to be attached on those poles. What ends up happening if nobody's watching, they can attach the poles and not get permits. Therefore, they don't pay for those attachments. So what's the standard protocol is every 5 to 10 years is you have an audit done and you go out and check to see who all's on these poles. You also check for safety violations on the poles. It's supposed to be separated a certain distance from the attachment points on the pole. So they do a safety audit, but they also check and see how many attachments each of the utilities has on the poles. And they also find poles that may not have ever been recorded. So when that was completed, Tom, it was?
The last audit that we had was in 2009. We had 574 pole assets. At the completion, we now have 917 assets for 343 gain, which we will be pursuing those utilities who have not been paying us for that revenue.
I know that's right.
Retroactively? Is that retroactive?
Yes, ma'am. Electric Cities of Georgia is handling that for us, and they can go back a certain amount of years. I believe it's 5. I think we can go back
5 years? Okay.
5 years, and they have to pay us.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I recall some other company got caught a few years ago. Same issue. Where's the primary circuit on Rivertown Road? Rivertown at what?
The primary circuit on Rivertown Road is F0872. It comes out of Station 2.
You asked.
That's right.
So what I'll give it to you very simply.
Okay, wait a minute. Give me that number again, because quite frankly, I've noticed that on those poles when I go walking. So what is that number again?
F0872. I'm sorry that I was too technical. It's just automatic for me.
Okay, give me the
But
number.
it comes from
No, literally, give me the number again.
F0872.
Okay, great, okay.
Yes, ma'am. It starts at the station next to the police department. It leaves there and comes up on Washington Street. It leaves
Okay.
Washington Street, goes down Cemetery Road, cuts in between the Cemetery Road and Malone, at the bottom of Malone, leaves that area, goes to Rivertown Road, goes down to Malone Circle, and then comes back up and goes all the way down to our very last pole at, right past Mariana.
Mariana.
Mariana Waterboy.
Oh, okay. And then the other side of that is Greystone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. All right, thank you for that. Yes, thank you for that.
Go ahead, sir.
I noticed in your FY25 goals, one was addition of new three-phase circuits and power poles on Valley Brook. So do we still have some 2 phases out there that need to be converted to 3 phases? If I'm asking the question correctly, electrically speaking.
Well, Pro Tem Whitmore, let me say that the reason that we're doing that, we have a single-phase circuit down there right now, so it's got 1 wire, okay? We have a critical part of our infrastructure that is falling apart on Oakley Industrial Boulevard that has been buried since the 90s. It has been breaking down. We just made a major repair to it, which was costly. So to alleviate that, for when that circuit finally goes out, we are building this 3-phase overhead tap that will connect our large industrial as a backup for everyone in the Bohannon Road area, which we do not have right now. We only have 1 circuit feeding them. Wow. So if something would happen, we have no other way to backfeed it until that repair was made. So if we build this 3-phase overhead circuit, while we're still depending on the aged one that I'm having repaired now, that we are having repaired now, after that, then we can abandon that. When it dies, we can abandon it, because we've already built the fix.
Right. Yeah, and you started this already?
We have the engineering drawings done for it. And also, I've been working with procurement, and I'm getting ready to do the scope of work and get it to them so that we can get it out in this next year.
Okay. And is that the only area of the city where we have some possible liability of losing power and being down for a long period of time?
No, there's another section on Highway 92 that has, it was not a good design when they designed it 30-plus years ago, and it goes through the trees. And now the trees are probably on the side of the road, right at the bridge. crossing over 85 are probably 45 feet above the circuit, and we can no longer get down in there because of collapse and rock. So we are going to put that underground in that section.
We're proposing to, as part of the
Proposing.
budget.
And to do that, to alleviate that issue with the W1222 circuit.
Okay, so it appears as though you identified some major areas of concern, and you have a plan. We just gotta find the money and help execute.
Yes, that's correct.
Let me just say, Councilman Whitmore, Mr. Phillips and Ms. Chris will tell you, when these gentlemen came in with their budget, it was a lot bigger than what you see here today.
Of course.
They identified a number of problems with the infrastructure. However, we don't have the funding because we didn't address the rates and things like that. We had problems with getting this fund back to the black. And that's why we did the rate increases and things of that nature. So it's gonna take time. And they had to go back to the drawing board, and I know they didn't like it. And I talked to Alvin and Derek, and they said, well, we're just gonna have to do some of these things in phases. But they went around and identified a number of things, and like I said, I remember telling them, we're not gonna be able to fix all this year. But they came in with a really aggressive budget, and Tom had a plan, like, we'll get it fixed.
Good plan.
Great plan. We just didn't have the revenue to support it. And as those revenues grow over the next 3 to 5 years, I imagine they'll be able to knock more of these projects out. But, you know, it was good for them to come in and show us exactly where all the pain points were, so we knew the gravity of the problem.
As one example of that, what's listed in the FY25 goals, at the very top is the Rivertown Road primary circuit from overhead to underground project. Their initial budget had funding to do the entire length of Rivertown Road, and it was just simply not financial feasible. So we had to phase that project so that we could manage those costs. And so they went back and did a great job of phasing it. And so each year we'll get another section of Rivertown Road done until the entire length of it is done. That will help a lot. It is not a sole answer, but as you know, with overhead lines, you're subject to weather, tree limbs, squirrels, all of those things. And so initially, that was a much bigger number, and we've managed it down, and we'll still get a significant portion done in this budget if approved. But that's an example of what Mr. Stevens was just sharing.
And with the new technology, are the lines of such where we don't have to worry about squirrels, rodents, and everything else chewing through it?
Well, those will be underground on Rivertown when we're done, so that won't be an issue anymore.
Yeah, they still go underground though.
Right. Squirrels?
Rodents.
Oh.
Yeah.
I have not had an incident, honestly, in 20 years, I haven't had an incident of a rodent digging into one underground.
Well,
Not saying it won't happen, but cross fingers, I haven't seen it.
Okay.
So hopefully we'll be good.
So you reduce the area. Is it going to help with phase one, wherever that phase one is at on Rivertown Road, to prevent some of the outages that we have been experiencing in subdivisions?
Yes.
When are we starting?
October 1 plus some days. ESAP.
Thank you.
Yeah, personnel. So our current count for personnel for electric department was 7 employees. We were requesting 2 additional employees. One was a lineman, and one was an electric meter technician. So I'd like to discuss the meter technician. Right now, we do not currently have an employee that is thoroughly trained in installing and maintaining our meters. Our higher amperage meters, commercial meters, they have to use what's called a current transformer to read the amperage and stuff on them. And they use multipliers and power factors and all this stuff, and it's very important that you get it right. As you all know, the meters are where we get our money.
So if it's not hooked up right, it might be reading at 30% of what it's actually being used and things of that nature. So as the city is growing, we're getting more and more meters, more and more customers. We need somebody that knows how to program them, how to configure them, and things of that nature. So that's what this meter technician is. Electric Cities of Georgia actually has a meterman apprenticeship program, just like the linemen go through apprenticeship program. And they'll go through and they'll learn all about installing. We're trying to find somebody that's already been through it, is what I've already started looking. Somebody that's already been through it, already knows it, that can hit the ground running, because currently we're having to use linemen to do metering, and that's not what they're trained to do. So that's that position. And
Can I ask one question about
yes.
that electric meter technician? Outside of standard electrician license, is there an additional certification that's required for the type of worker you're talking about?
So that program that Electric Cities offers does give them a certification as a meterman.
Okay.
So that is their certification, and I'm sure probably other utilities, Georgia Power, people like that, they probably also have a certification process that they go through.
Gotcha. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. The other additional was a lineman. We're trying to build our line crew personnel up to 6 as of right now, so we can have 2 3-man crews. So that is necessary when you're pulling up long spans of overhead wire. You set up a 3-man crew on each end in order to do it. I really want to cut out contract work as much as possible. Projects like what Tom was just talking about, why pay somebody else to do that? We can do it in-house and have them readily available. So we did go, was it 3 weeks ago?
Yes.
We did go 3 weeks ago to Georgia Northwestern Technical College. Has an apprenticeship program up there that teaches these guys the very basics on line crew work, electrical line work. We interviewed, was it 15? We interviewed like 15 guys in one day, quick interviews. Great candidates, and we ended up getting 2 hires out of it. One of them started today.
Good.
One of them starts next week.
Okay.
So this is the only missing piece, and we'll have our crews where we need them to be. We'll start training these younger guys up. 2 linemen we have now are being run ragged. I mean, they're on call all the time, all these outages going on. And the goal is to get these guys trained up so we can start spreading out their call rotation so they can at least get 2 weeks off between call instead of 2 days.
Yeah.
Good.
Kudos to them.
Okay.
Well, I really applaud you on the apprentice, working with that program and hiring the apprentice. This is a problem all across the country. Utility personnel, electrical, the linemen, is a shortage everywhere because the younger generation is just not interested in this, or we haven't done a good enough job of exposing them to careers in this area. And I think there's monies available too. Workforce development, and in fact, GMA is working on a workforce development program as well for utilities. So we need to find out more about that and what those opportunities are, not only for linemen, but electrical, but water, in all of the utility areas. And we're gonna have to do that to find the personnel that we need. We've got to grow them internally.
Yes.
Find them young and, assist them and so that they can work up through the program and become full-fledged skills in this area. So thank you for going after the apprentice program, and we need to do more.
I just wanted to echo your thanks to the entire utility department, and particularly electricity department, for going after those same foremen. I also just wanted to take a moment to commend Tom and all of our current linemen. We've had 3 pole replacements in the last 14 days?
Last month, we've had 9 broke poles that.
9 broke poles. Several of those occurred overnight. On average, Tom, correct me if I get the numbers wrong, you're talking anywhere from 6 to 8 hours to replace a pole. At least 3 of those have been overnight, where our crews were out literally while everyone else was sleeping, working through the night to replace those poles. They have put in a tremendous amount of work with no complaint and have done a really good job. And I just wanted to take a moment to thank them publicly. They're dedicated. Our, what is Matthew's title?
He's a foreman.
Our foreman has been on site leading all of those efforts. We call him Bones. His name is Matthew. But he does it without complaint, and the entire crew. And I just thank you for allowing me to publicly acknowledge the work they've done.
Well, thank you for sharing, because we do get the complaints about the power outages and issues with that. So it's a big deal, but none of us want to be without power, right?
Absolutely.
So we need to do what is necessary, and that's why we've got to find the resources to help build the department and maintain the personnel to do that, because we're so dependent. But thank you, Tom. Thank you to your crew. And in fact, thank you to all the utility directors, because water's a lifesaver. But we just gotta have that. The whole, sewer drainage system, that's a whole nother issue. We gotta maintain that. But all of this needs communication, education, with our citizens, because we are in this together, and we all have to do our part. Thank you.
Well, Lynn, did you have a quick question?
Yes, quick question. How many electric meters will be changed out in the program, and when do you expect for it to be completed?
Right now, we're looking for, it'll be 2026 before all of the electric meters are changed out. For 2025,
400.
And what is the other equipment type? What's that cost for? Oh, I'm losing it right now. The other,
we had.
yeah, the next slide, I'm sorry, but,
Okay.
yeah, what, can you explain
go ahead.
what that is? And I'm done. I'm done for it.
I'm sorry, so ask me your question again.
Other equipment, what is that?
Other contracted services?
No, what is it? Please,
It's on page, was that 102?
Oh, she went way
I
down.
think so. I don't know
that's an
what I'm
outdoor
doing.
outlay.
59,000.
That's a little.
I'm muted.
59,000?
You got ahead of
59.
them.
Maybe my eyes are
You're
deceiving
on
me.
the- Oh, capital outlay?
Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm going ahead.
Yeah, you're ahead of them.
All right, I'm not, y'all know what the question is, and let me put this out there so you'll know early. I live on Rivertown Road, so the overhead and underground project, how will this budget, that you're requesting stop power outages to the homes leading all the way past Duncan Park? And I'm done. Y'all got that now. All right. I'm done. Let's see.
You good, or?
You can
You
answer
answered
it,
it.
but I just want, I put the questions on the table so I don't have to come back, so I have nothing else to ask you.
Okay, no, you're fine. So as far as like Rivertown Road, so we're gonna start on this end closest to the substation, which is what you wanna do, and you start putting it underground. And that way, if that puts your problems on the aerial portion down farther. So, and we put fuses in, so that way, if a tree falls on that line or something that's still in the air, the fuses will clear, and everybody from that point back to the substation will stay on. So that'll cut those outages out completely. That tree falls, basically from the tree on down to the end of the circuit, those people will go out. And then next year, we'll pick up where we stopped this year and continue on. So by, what was it, 3 years, 27, we should have them all underground, all that stuff. So
I know we talked about the trees down through there. To be honest, it's cheaper to do this than it is to try to go down and cut all those trees.
Let's make it happen.
Yeah.
And we don't want to do that anyway.
Yeah. Those, I had to, we had a customer at my old job that had a tree like that. It was right next to a state route, and they had to get one of those crane contracts to come in that one tree. I asked the guy, I said, what are y'all charging this guy to take this tree out? He said, $7,000 to $10,000 for that one tree.
I was off. I was thinking 5.
Yeah.
And that was 4 or 5 years ago.
And then some of those trees that actually impacted power lines are not in the right of way.
Right.
Actually on someone's property, which means we wouldn't even be able to, you know, and so it's beautiful in the fall and the canopy and all like that, but it comes with some challenges.
And I just wanted to also add that the director, when he started, I've been in contact and speaking with Mr. Thompson on his Park Road project. That opens up a terrific possibility of taking the F0872 circuit that goes down in front of Ferndale, cutting through Duncan Park, which the infrastructure is already involved in, and making a tie point to where anything either side of Duncan Park, we could backfeed the circuit from that way to also provide power.
They can go underground.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is no budgetary impact, but one of the things that we're looking at is opportunities to create loops and tie points so that we can redirect sources as needed. One of the other things that we're looking at that's no cost is checking fuse sizes to make sure as things have been added over the years down the line of fuses, make sure the fuses are sized appropriately, making sure the wire is sized appropriately. So we're doing all this kind of in-house. It's not costing anything. So that will help also with the reliability.
Awesome. Okay.
So, just to reiterate, electric and water, you guys are premier in the city of Fairburn, and I do know how hard your guys under you work, and it really is appreciated in the way that the linemen go out and perform as indicated by the comments from the city administrator. It is highly appreciated, and I know that looking at social media, we get a lot of hits, but as we move forward and do the projects that are going underground, it's going to reduce until we get to 0. So just tell you guys, hang in there, help is on the way.
Yes. Let's see, where did we stop at? Okay.
Yeah.
I guess we'll just go to the, covered all that?
Basically supplies.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we covered all that. I guess we go to the summary then. So basically personnel services, $807,568. Our purchase of contract amount was 1.37 million. And supplies it was 8 million, which actually that supplies, obviously that's buying power from MEAG. That's why that number's so large. Capital outlay was 1.2 million, and then depreciation 378,000. Other costs and other finance was 350,000 and 30,000 for a grand total for the budget for $12,727,329. Any questions on that?
Any questions, members of council?
How you laugh at yourself? Come on.
I'm sorry, I don't get to see you, so this is it.
Apologize, come on.
This is it. So, and I think we covered this one time in the council meeting when nuclear, Vogel 4.
Yes.
So we're gonna be able to get rid of a lot of that electricity that's gonna be coming our way?
Mean sell it?
Yes.
Yes, so, I actually just got a letter yesterday from MEAG that we have surpassed our resources on power, so that, which is kind of a good thing. We're selling everything that's allotted to us.
Okay.
Bad thing is they require you, everybody on the integrated transmission system of Georgia, you have to keep a 15% reserve. So if you're a 100 megawatt city, you can really only use like 85. Okay, that's just a buffer they put in there to keep things from happening, like rolling blackouts and stuff like that. We're actually surpassing. We were hitting 21 and some change on our 20 megawatt. So we are going to have to sign and that's including the Vogel input. So what they require you to do in that instance is to sign an interparticipant agreement with another city that's got a few megawatts, and they'll sign them over to us for the year. And then we'll look at it again next year. It may be an option to go into a longer term, like a 5 or 10 year, if we think it's going to keep growing, which we do think it will. The bad thing is if you lose a big customer, now you don't need it. God forbid that happens. But so that will be coming before you. We've got a meeting in the next week or two with MEAG to get the details on it, and that'll come before your approval.
So I know it's territorial. We have Greystone, we have Georgia Power, and what's the other one?
Coweta Fed EMC.
Coweta Fed.
Coweta Fed, okay. So, but our focus is probably central in down Fairburn.
Yes.
Right? So we were over with just what we're responsible for here?
Yes.
Really?
So now, if we do get a large customer that we want to serve, there is an option. We can put them on what's called a cost plus margin rate. And that way, we don't lose money. We don't have to pay exuberant amounts. Basically, they pay whatever the hourly cost is for us to get it. They pay that with a small margin on the top, which is our profit. That's what we would do if we get something like a data center or a large manufacturer come in. We have to put them on that kind of a rate. That shields the city from, one, going into a large agreement to get a block of power for this customer, and then 5 years from now they shut down. Now we're stuck. That protects us from that. And it also keeps us from having to buy off the market ourselves. So when the gas prices shoot up and the hourly price goes from 5 cents a kilowatt hour up to 20 cents a kilowatt hour, we're isolated from that. They'll pay that 20 cents kilowatt hour plus our margin on top of it. It works really good when the prices are cheap, though. Right now it's cheap. I look on the website. A lot of times I look on, it's 2.5, 3.5 cents kilowatt hour on the wholesale market. So they could get it for 5 cents a kilowatt hour.
So can you negotiate or lock in a price? What we're buying, can you lock in what we pay?
So what we pay is basically set on the fuel prices. So our price isn't even locked in. It varies from month to month based on the fuel prices, which is why we've had the issues before when a couple of Decembers ago.
In December of 22.
Yes.
Everybody experienced it. There was a week.
Really, it was like 3 days, but it
wasn't
lasted a
even
week. But
entire
3
week.
days was the big
And it
impact.
spiked by like 600% in that 3-day window.
It went from 3 cents to 30 cents a kilowatt
So
hour.
we can't, is it possible to lock in a price, or is that too risky to do so?
For us to lock in the price, or we don't have a mechanism to lock in the price.
Okay.
Because then they absorb all of the vulnerability, so they would lose money, and they don't want to do that. So basically, on the way our pricing structure is, there's a fixed cost and a fixed portion of the cost and a variable portion of the cost.
Right.
The fixed cost is covering the cost of the building, things of that nature, the generator, all the hard assets. That variable covers fuel costs. So the variable is the one that makes the big difference.
So if there's a war starts or a big storm or something like
Crude oil
that,
prices.
that variable will shoot up, and that's what drives the price up. So to protect us from a large customer like that, we put them on a cost plus margin, and that way we're isolated.
Any other questions? All right, that being said, let's do it again tomorrow night.
Amen.
We still got to do the administration.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, ladies. It's not over with.
This is the last one.
I'll run through this.
Yeah, okay.
For the utility administration.
Utility.
Okay.
The highlight.
Yeah.
Just do the highlights, please.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, lady. I thought it was over with.
I'm sorry. So as far as the highlights, as y'all know, we did get all the utility assistance programs done. As you know, we're doing ongoing AMR system. And then we completed some customer service training for operations employees during the year. Coming up in 25. Again, continuing on the AMR system, continuing on the training, all of the electric reliability improvements we talked about a little while ago, transforming our utility forum into an annual customer relations event, which is something we've had in the works, and also doing more citizen awareness. As far as personnel, right now so as you see, the count went down by 4. This is in regards to the 4 meter readers that got moved from administration to the water that we talked about earlier. So that number went from 18 down to 14. Other than that, no change. Trying to be quick. What's that? Oh, purchase contract services, everything's pretty much, I think, similar to last year. No major changes there. Of course, technical services is just for software. Then on our supplies, just money for office supplies for the whole building. Of course, that covers everything, billing, customer service, everybody. And in summary, our personnel services were based at 1.1 million. Purchase and contracted amount was 182,000 and 6,000 for supplies. That brought the grand total to 1.341, $607,000. Any question? I'm sorry, I'm trying to run. I know y'all ready to go. No? All right, on the sanitation. All right. Yeah.
One more. I'm gonna have nightmares.
All right. This is the easy one, Ms. Hudson, I promise. This is an easy one. So basically, we had 5,000 in there for our stuff, basically, like all Kirby's outside this building, city administration, stuff like that. And then the big cost was the cost we have to pay our contractor to pick up for the city, which was the $1.73 million, which is basically recouped from the payment from the residents. So it's kind of a net zero.
Can you just put a hyphen on that? It looks like a duplication, so that the public will see that there's a difference. The refuse collection.
I see what
Okay,
you're saying.
yes.
Yes, ma'am. All right.
Yeah, city versus however way you want to describe it.
Yes. Thank you. So in summary, basically, our contracted purchase amount was 1.735, and then we had 10,000 other costs and 65,000 other financing uses, which goes to general fund. Brian says otherwise. All right.
Thank you.
Sorry, we put y'all to sleep at the end.
Well, thank you guys for, you really are wide awake at 12:20 a.m., y'all, a.m. This is the second time I've done this in my career as a council person.
For me, hopefully
Oh, my
last.
God. But we're early, because the first time it was after 1 a.m.
Just so y'all know, Mr. Phillips is meeting everybody at Waffle House.
I'm going to come.
Thank you.
You're serious, right?
Oh, yeah, he's on.